a second time.
I
Think
mean,
of all the
that's
stuff we can cover
so
that we didn't have time for earlier.
you are so right, but the problem is, I'm gonna get used to this the
Yeah.
next year, and then it's gonna fucking switch back, and then I'll be like, okay, thanks. So now it works this way.
Mahler, that's life, man. You learn something, and then a new thing happens, and you got to learn
Just
and
because
adjust to
something
that.
happens doesn't mean I can't shit on it.
Now you know how the old, you call them pensioners in your neck of the woods. Now you know what all the old folks, the curmudgeony old people,
OAPs. Do you guys use
OAPs,
that as an expression?
old ass people.
Old aged, but you could say old ass.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess their asses are as old as them.
Yeah, that's so true.
But
Oh my god.
yeah. But yeah, now you know what it's like for them. Oh, we have to learn about the applications
Times
and
are
the
I did
changing
learn
and
about the
everything's
applications. They
improving.
changed the applications.
and then they changed
Yeah,
it.
but
They
you know,
told me
life
to
is
You
learn
know
it,
all
and then
what?
about
they
change.
changed it.
It's almost more
If you
frustrating because they didn't change the whole thing. They just changed one aspect, and it's just like, you asshole. Old people in the older generations, they had like physical stuff that, you know, the government would have to burst into your house and replace it in order for it to stop fucking
would you
working.
prefer that things got changed more dramatically, or that one very small thing gets changed?
The former.
That
I
you
know what the
prefer it if
fuck is
everything
going
got
on.
changed?
Dude, I fucking hate when they
That
make changes that you have no idea exist, and it just alters shit without. Oh god.
oh my god,
There's
old
probably like
man
one
you.
EFAP per 50 where it opens with me complaining about how they fucked something up with an update. Maybe more than that, actually. There's gotta be a higher ratio
Oh,
than that.
nice,
Well, no,
nice
we've just.
thumbnail image, by the way. That's very appropriate.
Oh, I
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet. I have to. Let me see it. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, that's so good. That's so perfect. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually a nice change of pace. Normally, we complain about the stories and the movies and the TV shows and whatnot. And now we've gone a level deeper. We're complaining about the apps upon which we use to stream and watch the things that we then complain about. It's just,
Yeah.
it's terrible all the way down.
It really is. Okay, just sorting out chat, and then we can talk about today's wonderful subject. Some people actually thought we were, like, avoiding Daredevil.
I don't even
Why
know why
would
they
they
would
think
think that.
that?
Why would we want to
No.
avoid
Why
it? Why would we avoid it?
Why?
Yeah, that would be crazy. Nobody would ever do that.
Well,
But,
no, yeah.
what's funny, too, is like, you know, we had to talk about Minecraft. It was a cinematic achievement. Like, it's
We talked about
Yeah,
Minecraft.
and
taken the
no,
world
Light.
by storm. 2025
it
will be
has.
defined by Minecraft.
And the second weekend drop off ain't bad, so it's gonna make a lot of money. Good job, world.
Good job, world.
Well, yeah,
They
My
had
expectations
fun,
for you
Fringy.
with you for low, but
yeah,
is
that they had fun throwing the popcorn around and acting like
I think the
rowdy,
popcorn's
and then
irrelevant compared to the fucking chicken. Like, bringing in a live animal just to
bringing
toss
in
it
an
around the
actual
room is like,
chicken.
damn, that's...
I don't
Yeah.
understand why you couldn't have this is like it bring the chickens to eat the popcorn that you throw around. Everyone wins.
Well, but also like take care of the chicken.
Also take
Don't
care
just
of
use it
take
as
the
a
chicken
prop.
with you.
The chicken is alive.
It's like
It's
hiking.
alive.
If you hike it in, you hike it out. All right?
It is-
If you
That's
bring the
right.
chicken to the theater, you leave with the chicken.
Yeah.
Okay? This is common courtesy. You don't leave your chicken at the theater for someone else to clean up.
And plus, chickens they lay eggs. You know that it's breakfast.
We are pro-chicken on this podcast. I will
It's
say.
they're
literally
living creatures. I wouldn't wanna
delicious,
subject
harmless,
it to the
slow animal that
Minecraft
shits
movie.
beautiful, wonderful food every day.
Some could consider it
Yeah,
a
it's kinda-
magical farm animal because of its capabilities.
It is kind of a magical animal. Yeah, as in the same way that pigs are a magical animal because bacon, egg,
And
bacon,
cows,
ham, and
cows have got
I feel-
a whole bunch going on.
I feel like chickens are almost like if you were creating a fantasy universe and you invented the chicken for your world and it's just the chicken, people would say, "No, no, no, that would never
That's
happen.
a bit
It's too
silly.
good to be
Yeah,
true. That would be
far-fetched."
ridiculous. This is no, that wouldn't actually be a real animal."
Chicken.
But we're just so used to having chickens. It's just like, can you stop it? Chicken. You have to say it like Uncle Grungus or General Grungus.
What? Who's
Or
that?
Chungus.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I called him Uncle Grungus.
I was like,
instead of
shit,
General
man, have we made so
Chungus.
many Grumbo characters that I can't remember Uncle Chungus or Grungus?
No, this Grumbo character is real. He's a Wumbo man, and he exists in the Chungo movie.
We should seriously patent that so they could, gotta stop him from stealing that shit. Anyway.
The devil.
Yeah, I mean, you know, previously
That's
on,
what we're talking about. Yeah,
The
we
mayor.
episode 3.
I will
Wilson.
say, I just
Well,
want to
yeah.
acknowledge the change culturally, so to speak, right? So, like, when we did the first 3, there were still some people holding out hope for Born Again. That has predictably shattered completely now, to the point where I don't know many people are left. Either one, saying that the show has anything worthwhile or redeemable, you know, to watch in it, or two, that there's any hope of the future for it either. So, bear
The
in
only
mind.
thing that you see, like, particularly with episode 8 coming out, is just people saying, wow, the cinematography is good, and it's just that the screen's red or the screen's blue.
Blue, yeah,
That's like,
and they didn't even work. We'll have to talk about that when we get there.
we'll
Like,
talk about that next week, but, you know, the
oh
point
man,
being that it says a lot that that's, like, the most that anybody
you know,
has to really say about the show at this point.
kind of a side topic, but I've never liked, the there's a line, and by the way, I see the value of this notion, but it does bother me compared to a different one. So when people say,
Okay.
"Where's the light coming from?" and the response is the same place the soundtrack is. Like that's supposed to be the killer argument for why silly lighting is actually cool and okay. And stylistically
Oh.
speaking, depending on your movie, it might be appropriate. There's loads of arguments you can make. You don't have to simply say, "I want it there, it's magical, lol." And I can't help but think about a certain movie called The Descent, where they had to
That's a
justify the
good movie.
fuck out of their lighting sources throughout the entire thing, and they thought it through, and they gave different colors to different, essentially, plot lines, so that you could more easily understand and follow it. It's just like, how could I ever find, of those two mindsets, why would I ever be like, you know what, the guys who are working really hard to figure out where their sources are coming from and how to justify them and how to use them, arguably thematically or pragmatically, to make the audience understand more. Why would I care about that compared to it comes from magic? Like I don't even, you know what I mean? It's just like, why would I ever advocate that's because I
Rather than
understand
working
why
a little
people
bit
say it.
harder, you know?
Because if you're willing
Just
to do this with lighting, are you willing to do this with script elements? Why does this happen? Oh, it's just coincident. It just happens, you know? Oh, that's just the way it is. Oh, they just felt that way.
So yeah, I see it all the time. The whole let them have crazy lighting, and I'm just like, I mean, depends. And use a better argument than magic when you want to use crazy lighting. I think there's a place for it. It's just I don't like the defensiveness of fuck you. I can do whatever I want. It's a movie. It's like, okay, use that for basically everything. In any case, Daredevil is obviously continued to annoy. We will be covering
Yeah, you could say that.
plenty more of why in this episode and next week's. But if you've kept up with it, oral chat, then you probably know already what's to come. But it's gonna kick off with some amazing content, and once again, Fringy is gonna guide us through it elegantly, peacefully, happily. You might even say.
Springy is
Yeah, so we're on
thrilled to do this episode. He actually woke us up early and said, "Hey, can we do the EFAP like really early? Because I'm so excited to talk about Daredevil Born Again."
Mm-hmm.
But I said,
And then
"No,
we didn't
Fringy, no,
start
no, no,
early.
you can't.
That didn't
Fringy,
happen.
it's 3 a.m. in the United States. You can't possibly do this. This is madness. You have to calm down. We have to wait until people are awake."
Yeah, so we're on episode 4, which
Yep.
I'm thinking about how bad this episode is, like, relative to the rest of the season right now. I'm trying to
That's
think, like, oh, is this the
Relative.
worst
so.
one?
Yeah, that's tough for me. If someone was like, if you could rank them, I'd be like, they all fucking suck. Like, I'm not exactly sure about that.
Like, it's pretty bad, but I mean, I suppose what better way to start them right at the beginning. So you might remember that at the end of episode 3, Matt somehow, like, got Hector off, and then Hector went out into the street and then got shot in the head, like, just walking down an alleyway. That's
Rip.
where we
Yeah, because
ended.
he revealed Hector's superhero name
Yeah.
and identity to the world. Because this version of Matt Murdock is a doorknob-licking retard who should know more than anyone else the dangers of doing such a thing. But boy, what a dramatic court scene that was, where he whips out the mask.
And he
You
says,
remember
"Are
when
you the
people said
vigilante
that
known
was,
as?"
like, great? that was great drama. Why haven't they talked about that since then? Because usually good drama kind of like lingers, you know, in people's minds.
We have
when they see it
examples.
in stories.
Like The Last Wish,
But you
talked
know,
about again and again and again and again and again and again and again. So hard, actually, that it was
yeah.
like, man, this
Instead
is
of
not
people
going
just
away.
saying like, "Oh yeah, that was a great filler episode," people need to remember what great filler episodes are, and then they don't even fucking say why it's good.
Yeah.
I so enjoy this. Anyway, so we open and Hector's belongings are being placed in evidence bags, including his magical amulet, which didn't do anything for him.
I do love
Not
it
all-
how they
listen,
set
not
that up
all
and he
magic-
immediately gets shot in the head. It's such a useful magical device. And then
Hey,
everyone knows
that
that it's
is
a
not
magical device.
true.
So of course you can just put it in a little bag and leave it. No one's going to try and steal that.
Hey,
No one
little
wants it. Why
platoon.
would they?
If White Tiger put on the Sauron's ring of power, all right, the one ring to rule them all, that wouldn't stop him from getting. He'd die from a bullet. Then was that useless?
Okay, motherfucker, what was the power given by the amulet?
Look,
I guess
um,
strength, maybe. I mean, we don't know. We
Yeah.
don't actually know. We don't know.
maybe super, maybe just makes you a little bit better at stuff.
Whatever it was, it's funny because he had a
It's
powerful
magical.
magical amulet and he died. That was it, but we didn't even find out what the point of it was. It's just like,
didn't
rip.
do anything at all.
Maybe
Yeah,
it gives you
just
a really good
worthless.
sense of like irony or something, or it gives you a really good internal clock, so you always know when 15 minutes are up without needing to set a timer.
It makes
I
you
just
very
don't know why they even
punctual.
introduced it. Like, does he have
Some
one of
people need
those in
that.
the comics, and that's
I
why?
presume
Because
that's
like, why
why.
would you have it if you're not going to make use of it? And why would you have at the beginning of this episode an actual shot where you see it go into the evidence locker as though it's significant in some way, only for it never to come up again?
That's
Listen,
good
I'll tell.
point.
All right,
I was just
so,
thinking about it. Does it get mentioned ever again either?
I don't think so. It
No,
might.
when
No.
the show is done with him, basically. It's
Hey,
like,
we've
Hector,
got
you
another
still
episode to
deserve
go. We're up to 8 currently in real time. So maybe 9,
Oh, I'm
the
sure.
Punisher will grab the amulet and he will then become the White
okay.
Punisher. Wait, that isn't.
Yeah, that I don't know about that, but I mean, in any case, so Matt's at the morgue. He's talking to a doctor who just basically says that the casing from the bullet that was used hadn't been recovered from the crime scene somehow. That's basically the only thing that matters, because of course that'll be relevant later. And then Hector's niece Angela, she storms into the morgue, and she wants to see Hector's body, which obviously Matt thinks is a bad idea. And then Matt takes her aside, and the two discuss who was responsible. And Angela concludes that the police must have done it. And then basically Matt just tells her that the two of them have to believe that the killer will be brought to justice, which I presume is meant to be following up on Matt's strange decision to be like, oh, let the system handle it with Foggy. The decision that they had to lock him into for some reason in order to facilitate the whole, ooh, is he going to become Daredevil again? I just find it just so annoying seeing that play out when it's like, dude, he's had this arc already twice.
Yes.
Like, this is not new. He's already solved it, but they have to reset him because obviously originally when they were doing this show, they clearly didn't want to deal with or significantly acknowledge the original series at all.
Well, you know, we've obviously made our criticisms clear of every intention they've had from the get-go of what they wanted to tell a story with this season, like the nature of, you know, we gotta bring both Kingpin and Daredevil down to build them back up into the people that they need to be, and they're both having identity crisis, and they're both gonna express like in frustration with the red tape or the difficulty of whatever as though. Like, I think I could understand why that would have pitched well, but I just wish there was someone in the room who had seen the Netflix show and been like, oh, guys, no, we're not doing that. We've kind of done that. And if you saw Defenders, don't blame you for avoiding it. But if you saw it, Matt's kind of done that already again.
Yeah. It happened there too, so...
And I could just picture them being like, yeah, but this is our show. And be like,
I think that's what they would say. I think there's something of this attitude right now in a lot of sequel content. This idea that because it is like a bit of sequel content, you can kind of decide what the arcs are going to be, even if that means that you need to reset your characters because it's a different story. It's a different story in the sense that it's a different piece of media. which of course is irrelevant because it's all meant to be one continuing story. But
Yeah.
it's got them good results for this show, right? It's got great viewership.
In case it's not clear, it's not even not even looking at the ratings as an objective source of whatever the hell have you. The conversation about this has crashed.
Nobody's really talking about it.
No one, no one
they'll
talks
talk about it
this.
for the first 3 hours after it comes out, and then it's dead for the rest of the week, which is not a good place to be in.
When I looked on Disney Plus, I think this was in, say, like the top. I think it was in the top 4 when I went to rewatch the episodes, and my conclusion from that was, "Gee, Disney Plus is fucked." Not, "Oh, good, Daredevil's doing well." For that show,
it's
to
not
show
showing
me
up
in
on
the
anything
top 4.
else.
Yeah, it's like no one cares. It maybe has like 5 viewers left, and 4 of them are us, apparently.
Yay! Super into it. I saw someone suggest, by the way, that the amulet they might be showing it to us because she'll eventually pick it up.
Oh yes, because again, remember that's
the next White
Hector's
Tiger.
niece.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
whenever you ask me what the new superhero replacement will be, I just instinctively ask, "What is her name?"
Nice.
I really hope they don't, because like she's about 3'5", and it will look incredibly silly if they try to make her into a superhero.
They'll CGI her
That's
taller.
not true. Remember, because in Captain America, Betsoroth, she was like
brilliant
4'6", and she was she was kicking so much butt in that show.
They cut out her superhero stuff, whatever that would have been.
4'6". She was never that tall.
The world's not ready.
Superhero suit, and and I'm sure we'll see her again.
Betsoroth.
She was gonna get cast in Snow White, right, as one of the dwarfs.
So elsewhere, you just got news. He's carrying a victim to a subterranean lair.
Just on
Unless you want to say more about that scene,
she does at one point say something like, "Good job getting him out of prison," or like, "What a good amount, what good did getting him out of prison do?" As though Matt. Well, so I'm of two. It's the worst of both worlds. From her perspective, Matt did some lawyer magic to protect him from being imprisoned for who knows how long, and she's decided to basically put to him that it's like, well done, he's dead, as though Matt could do anything about it. However, from Matt's perspective, he could actually have prevented. He basically caused his death by revealing all of the information and just not following up, not caring about him at all.
Yeah,
they'd be like, "Oh fuck, he died." See what I mean? It's like, wow, you're both horribly written here. And, but
it's not a good first impression for her, that's for sure.
God, no. If only, it's fine. Any future scene with her, I'm sure, is going to be very engaging and enthusiastically.
Probably true. She's just emotional right now because Hector's dead, and it's especially young kids, when someone dies, they get emotional, and you're not operating at your best. So, I also, by the way, I made a note here about a line that stood out to me as really strange, where Matt is asking the mortician about he takes a bullet to the temple, and there's there wasn't a shell found at the crime scene, and the mortician says, "Hey, if it's not on the body, it's not my problem," which is like a weirdly callous line for him to say to Matt, who's just inquiring about a basic piece of information about the killing. It just stood out to me as strangely toned.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to be like that. Would you'd expect him to just say like, "Hey, yeah, they didn't find it."
Yeah, but no. Instead, he needs to.
Not my problem. Also, having her swear so much too bugs me, and the whole the fucking cops, as though like they've really, there's someone I was expecting to come back into this season, still not seen him. You know who I'm thinking of? Mr.
I know who you're thinking
represents the fact that not all cops are completely worthless, corrupt assholes. It was kind of annoying.
The one that we saw.
That could be the name, yeah. And
I
think it helped balance the show. The Netflix show is much better than this crap, and it's annoying to obviously have the show basically just sign off on everything she says in this sequence, and it's just like, man, you guys used to like, have more of a conversation about this. A very interesting one. But
remember Ray Nadeem? What a cool character.
Fuck that guy.
We ain't having that again. That shit is gone. I hope you enjoyed Ray, because we ain't getting another one of him.
They're not even going to reference it. Like, remember,
they're not.
The whole paradigm was meant to be that if Fisk ever goes after him, or Karen or Foggy, then he's going to go after Vanessa by proving that she ordered Ray Nadeem's death. So, but they'll forget about that.
The
I
disrespect.
mean, we know that they've forgotten about that based on what we see in episode 8. It's like, yeah, they've completely forgotten about Ray. Like, bye,
Yep.
you're not useful to us anymore.
Boo.
Yeah, pretty annoying. But yeah, no, we see Muse. We're not going to see him. We're not doing the Muse episodes yet.
Yeah, the
Like,
show
they
is
keep
like, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
It's like, he's coming, and it's going to be a really great ending for that character. You're going to be thrilled.
Don't forget the wonderful
Yeah.
shot of the Punisher triggered thing, which I still
The
don't.
Frankenstein, it just keeps showing up. It keeps
Yeah.
showing up.
It is weird that it's not even a different, like the same picture in a different location. It is
No, it's the
the
same one.
same picture at
Yeah.
that same wall. It's the only one that they made for the show.
They really want us to
or
see it.
CGI'd on the wall.
Yep, they're proud of that, I guess. So we got a great scene here. So Daniel, you remember Daniel? Mayor Fisk, he's the best.
TikTok man.
That's him. And he's out at the club. He's with BB
He
and her
streams on Rumble,
friend.
okay. Show some respect.
And so you know, BB hands him a shot, and he's like, "Ah, no, I gotta leave. I gotta go to work in the morning." And then after BB offers what could only be described as very light criticism of Fisk, Daniel just divulges that Fisk is going to be meeting with a recycling company. And then BB, like, obviously prompting him to share more information, just effortlessly does so. And then he explains, like, oh, Fisk is not going to run into any problems with the union contracts because he's got to start with the ports, which is somehow genius because of dual jurisdiction. I don't really know what that means. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is, like, wow, you're an idiot. You're just stupid.
Well, see, the show is very clever here because, and we discussed this on several other streams beforehand, so this isn't because in the latest episode they've revealed it, but I was confused by this scene, because I was like, oh, I thought the last time these two talked, or the last time we saw them interacting, that she made it clear that she had no interest in him as a person, she wanted him for access. So I would have
But now they're
thought...
like
Most,
buddies?
yeah, but most people, when being told that or realizing that, would obviously distance themselves from that person. If that person said,
I'm
I don't
just
give a
being
fuck about
used.
you, I just want you for, yeah, XYZ. So, yeah, I was like, why is this scene happening? Like, how are they friends? I would have thought that he'd known now that, you know, these people are not worth being with. And then the scene is just, look, he's getting manipulated. And I think the show thinks this is good setup for how intelligent BB is, and we're going to get a reveal later on that she's manipulating him to get information. I was like, you already gave that up. You've already mentioned. So like this,
Yeah, you played your hand.
these scenes don't work for me.
And from her perspective, she totally blew that interview.
Exactly.
Like, she obviously upset Fisk.
It wasn't even an interview. She didn't ask him any questions.
That's true. Yeah, she's just like, well, how can mean your hand behind? It's like, oh, it's like, I can see why you probably never get interviews with anyone ever, because you're so aggressive out of the gate.
The idea that the show is like, look at this casual, fun interaction with friends, but if you can look at the subtext, she's actually getting information out of it. When I'm just sitting here like, no, that's the text. That's all she's doing. She's already said that's what she's doing. So why is he here? And it's like, I guess he really likes her. Just decided, you know what? It's nice that some people are willing to talk to me. That's all I could guess from this.
Yeah, it's doubly odd as well because like he was in the room, wasn't he, when she left, and then she tried to ask questions that she wasn't supposed to ask, and then she's kind of kicked out, having failed the interview. He's still in the room when the guy he says in this scene that he loves and admires most says, "I get the impression that woman is used to being underestimated." In other words, we're not going to underestimate her, are we? And yet here he is. But then from her perspective, you're also blowing like your best source inside the mayor's office for a shit story about recycling, which is not good journalistic practice either.
And if you want to make him this kind of character, he's just useless, leaking out information all over the place because he wants to date people, I'd just be like, okay, not particularly interesting to me, and they obviously haven't done anything interesting with him, even with that as a dynamic. But then why does he have so much power? Why does Fisk keep fucking promoting him and elevating him?
The only reason that he has any power is because in a meeting he was just like, "Hey, Mayor Fisk, that's cool," and now he's like one of the most powerful people like in his orbit. It's really stupid.
Well, so you start to realize, you reverse engineer, and you're like, oh, the writers planted him in order to make certain plot things happen because he's not got a character.
I mean, Fisk, like the real Fisk, would not want him around like this.
No, Fisk would have fucking killed him. It's not even close.
Been like, what the fuck?
Why in Netflix season 1 you get the best ever subordinate, and then Ever since, we've just been downgrading. Because, no
Yeah,
offense to
ever
season
since.
2 and 3, but even the replacement Wesleys in the good show were never as good as Wesley. But they were fucking
Really
leagues
special.
ahead of whatever the hell
they were
this
way
is.
better because at least they were competent. I mean, the main problem with them is that they didn't have much of a developed perspective or relationship with Fisk like Wesley did. But here, it's just like, oh, he's an idiot. He's an idiot who will say all of the things because obviously you know where this is going. It's like this is just going to create drama that he just casually tells her that Fisk is a union buster, like
Yep.
as if he doesn't realize that that's something that is perceived as a bad thing by
And
a
that,
lot
to
of
me,
people.
there's no like, oh, you made one mistake. I'd be like, no, that's just indicative of your mind. You have no idea what you're doing. Why would I hire
You don't
you?
know anything about politics.
He
Like
knows
you're just
enough
kind of
about
an idiot.
TikTok, so there we go.
Yep. But I mean, I guess I mean I was about to say like he has the sense to not say anymore, but really it's just because he wants to leave to go to sleep. So it's not really. He
Yeah,
gets
you
in a
can't really
taxi
praise
to
him for
leave.
that.
But coincidentally, just across the street, there's this guy called Leroy who's sitting on the curb, and he's been arrested for shoplifting.
Yet
We'll be seeing more of
another
him later.
pointless scene, because everything we learn in it, we learn later. So
We
what?
learn later,
Why?
but all they've done is kind of create a weird coincidence that this happens right next to Fisk's new like right hand man and Ben Urich's niece. Like they're like right in the vicinity of this person that Daredevil is going to be dealing with in New York.
There is one piece of information we get from the scene, but it doesn't help the show. And
No, it doesn't. That's right.
So yeah, we get to that later, I suppose.
Yeah, might as well. So Matt's up on the roof of his apartment and he's still fiddling with that severed Daredevil horn. He just
Should I
keeps
be
see, he's
Daredevil?
thinking
I don't
about
know
it.
if I should be Daredevil.
Even
Maybe I
though,
should.
again,
He should have a lot of experience in answering this question.
Yeah, he
now
should.
At this point,
yeah.
he should be
But,
very, very good at it.
This is a plot scene, by the way. It's not actually a character scene. That's how they trick
it's
you.
because Kirsten is in it. She is only for plot. She doesn't have a character.
She's only in it to
who?
relay plot information.
Exactly. I was about to say,
Yeah.
it would be a funny reveal by the end of the season that Kirsten was in his head the whole time. She's not a real human being. And they're like, Matt, there is no Kirsten. She died 3 years ago. And he's like, oh, God.
I don't know that we ever see her. I think she interacts with Cherry once. So if you cut that scene, it would be like she doesn't interact with anybody but Matt to give him information that's relevant to the episode.
It is always very dry plot stuff. Person is in place or thing has happened, and that's it.
I mean, in this case, it's just she calls him and tells him that she needs to take this guy Leroy's case pro bono. And then Matt tells her that he's setting up meetings with banks to solve the firm's liquidity problems. And that is the scene. That's the only thing that's achieved. What a waste,
Yep.
That's crap.
Yep.
But hey, we've got a dentist scene that's right next.
Woo!
Unless you have more to say about that, Rags.
She says, like, I'm underwater on this Madison case, and we owe them a freebie this month, and that's why he needs to take the Leroy case.
He needs to do Leroy's one. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I guess that's just something that they do.
I thought I was missing something.
You know, it's funny. It
But,
probably would have worked better if he just walked in and decided, yeah, sometimes I take some different case. Like, instead of doing this scene that is obviously only meant for that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like to pick a random person and defend them to keep us sharp and remind us of the little guys that we can defend. And yeah, something like that, But I've just left. I literally have no clue. I thought you might know, but fair enough.
So, next up, we have another Fisk and Vanessa marriage counseling session.
The fucking banger scenes that everyone loves. I actually have it summarized that it's like Welcome to Daredevil, where Vanessa talks about her sex toys hands and Cuckpin sweats in the background. That is the scene. It's like, woohoo! I'm glad. I've gained so much from this.
So you can interrupt me anytime on this one. Heather prompts them to talk about Vanessa's affair with Adam, which Fisk describes as a betrayal. And then Vanessa retorts that she didn't know whether, or like when or if Fisk was going to be coming back, and that constituted betrayal.
So their relationship now has been going for many years, and it is, you'd call it pretty deep, like in terms of their investment in each other. He leaves his hospital bed, presumably, or wherever he's recovering. She doesn't know where he is, and she decides I'm going to cheat on him. It's like, that doesn't sound like Vanessa at all. There could be countless reasons why he had to go somewhere. You have no idea. What do you mean, like, oh, you left?
He betrayed her first, so it's all good.
She has no idea what happened. What if he was kidnapped?
Everything's on the table.
I mean, that's true. What if he was kidnapped?
She's got needs, Mahler.
But that's kind of the thing. That was never her character. She was invested in him for well beyond reasons of like, I need to be fucked. I need to find guys with good hands. I'm sorry, you weren't there.
Vanessa needs her big willy, okay?
Okay.
Remember, Vanessa spent years, like, basically in exile, away from Fisk while he was trying to, like, rebuild his life. So the idea of them being separated for a considerable amount of time ain't exactly, like, a new thing. And I guess their logic would be, yeah, but she didn't know if Fisk was coming back, so it was all good to cheat on him.
That's a big plot of their relationship in season 3 when she does make it back is, you know, how I kind of felt being watched all the time while I was gone, you know, and him being on the phone talking to his guys watching over her. It's like, it was relevant. It wasn't just, oh, she's gone and out of the show. It was like, yeah, she's out of the show in person for a big chunk of it, but she's not out of the story. She's very relevant to Fisk's life and his decisions and his attitude.
And so, from Fisk's perspective, like, did we ever establish why he would have left and not told her where he's going? I mean, it's like,
no.
Why not tell her that? Oh yeah, by the way, I was cast in this other show that nobody watched, and like, there's a girl I've never mentioned before, but she's like my daughter, so I'm gonna go rescue her. Oh shit, it didn't work, but I tried. Why not tell her?
I think it's worth saying, because I recently watched Hawkeye for the first time, just so I had context for Kingpin, and it strikes so hard that he's not this Kingpin in that show, and I don't even mean that as like a criticism of writing. I mean, it might actually be that they weren't intending necessarily that they were the same Kingpin, because he's basically like superpowered Kingpin in Hawkeye. He's hyper strong.
He tanks, like Kate Bishop like shoots like a brick arrow at him that like explodes.
He gets hit by a car and he like gets back up.
He gets hit by a car and launched through a window. And I guess, yeah, at some point...
And obviously he was shot in the face.
Yeah, there's that when he survives, so, yeah.
Yeah, but like, you watch it and you're like, oh, did they plan this to just be the MCU's Kingpin? He comes in and they kill him, and that's that. It's like a cool thing we've got there. And then they were like, oh, fuck, maybe we could use him for Echo, I guess. And then some negotiation involving getting him into a Daredevil Born Again. And so they had to, like, oh yeah, the bullet to his fucking face didn't get him. It's alright. They knew.
But we need to do something with it. It's like, it made him a cuck. It like destroyed the part of his brain that was against being a cuck. So
interesting and well written. Yeah.
Yes, pretty good.
The worst fate is when not that they lobotomize you in general, but when they take the part of your brain that prevents you from being a cuck. Like, don't do it.
So you know, in response to the idea that he betrayed her first, you know, Fisk, he wants to respond, but Heather silences him. She's like, no, I don't want to hear from you right now. I'm gonna let Vanessa talk. It's like, yeah, all right. And then she starts to explain that Adam was like, she starts talking about how Adam was like a great artist, and Fisk is like growing visibly uncomfortable. He's like fidgeting around and he's just making these expressions.
This scene was not made by people who like the Netflix Daredevil. It's not possible. What are you doing?
And Vanessa talks about the guy she cheated on Fisk with in a weird, uncomfortable scene.
His sexy hands, and he has to just stare in the background.
And then this part's weird. So Vanessa says that Adam was attractive because he wasn't part of Fisk's world. Which feels like you've moved her to a very different, you know, how many times do we have to say this? In season 3, like, Vanessa was very much, like, as part of developing the relationship with Fisk, was very invested in becoming more so an active part of his world. But now we've skipped it to where the opposite was the case, that she likes people who were beyond his world and wanted a connection with somebody that was beyond that world. We've just skipped there. And of course, you say, like, well, a whole bunch of time has passed. It's like, yeah, but, like, you don't understand, like, it's pretty frustrating to have a character like flip completely, and we didn't see that development at all.
You owe us an explanation.
Well, they would have presented
over her head, or
like they would have pitched this idea, and I think they've just been like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. It's like, imagine Vanessa fell out of love with him or cheated on him, and they have to solve it. It's like, what the? Why? And it's like, well, for the same reason why we made Indiana Jones, hate everything about his life and suffer in misery. It's like, that's interesting, isn't it? You're like, you guys. I don't even know where to start.
The only unintended kind of benefit it does have is that it kind of completely justifies Kingpin going mad and becoming a murderer again. It's like he's having to sit here and just be nagged by two paladins for hours every week. And so like he just gets annoyed and angry. He doesn't want to hear about how sexy the fucking cucker's hands are. He's gonna go and beat the shit out of people. This is how he becomes a villain again. It's incredibly compelling writing.
That's exactly what the writers would say. They'd be like, "This was good because it said something." You're just like, "Shut up! Just shut the fuck up!"
What do you mean become a villain again? Like he never stopped.
Well, the whole world's forgotten it, Rags. He's like,
no, I guess. I mean, he's mayor now,
They're
so
born
everything's
again.
on the table.
Did you read the title?
Right.
Oh, that's true.
Born again has nothing to do with the
Harry,
source. It's just supposed to be,
Elizabeth dunks him in the water in an alternate dimension.
Remember, Cherry said that half the cops would throw themselves off the Chrysler building for Fisk.
Why?
Cherry said it, which means they would, because Mayor Fisk is awesome. What a cool... No, that didn't happen. Wait, did it? No, it didn't.
No.
So, Fisk declares that infidelity within his marriage has never happened before, and Vanessa scoffs, again reiterating that his leaving was tantamount to cheating. She's like, okay, all right. They really like to hone in on that. You left. That's betrayal.
How do you
so
even
my
move
betrayal
on
ain't so bad.
Next time he leaves the house, say, I'm just going to the shops. Please don't fuck anyone while I'm out.
No matter how sexy their hands are, okay?
Now, I find this funny. So, Vanessa explains that her father, who is a drunken gambler, my first thought with that was, you know what I'm thinking about, Muller, right?
Is this a Simpsons reference? Yeah.
Yes. For your information, I'm his father. His father, the drunken gambler.
Yeah.
That's right, and who might you be?
Punches
him in the face. So yeah, Vanessa's father was a drunken gambler who would leave for weeks at a time, which took a significant toll on her mother, whom she lost a lot of respect for because of that. And then she goes on to claim that she needed to feel alive rather than crushed down. And Fisk never heard any of this before.
I did. That's my favorite part of that conversation, where she finishes saying, "It's so like blatant too. My father would leave, and he was bad, and my mum stayed with him." It's like, and then he's like, "Wow, you never told me about that." And I was just saying, like, because it didn't happen. Like, you made this fucking shit up. What the hell?
There's an actual 10-year that's like the blip did happen. It was the 10 years between season 3 and Born Again. That's the real blip.
God, those writers who are like, we can make anything happen in that gap, and you're like, no, stop.
So, Fisk admits that he confronted Adam, but he insists that, like, we just talked. But Vanessa is certain that Fisk did more than that. With his voice trembling, Fisk says that he couldn't imagine a life of meaning without Vanessa. And it's just funny because it's like, well, the feeling ain't mutual, clearly. Which it used to be, but no, it's been changed at this point. And then the two of them both declare that they don't know where Adam is. And in response to this, Heather asks them to think about whether they're seeking to dissolve their marriage or preserve it, and that there's no real healing without forgiveness.
When she said that,
which of course is all directed at Kingpin.
Well, yeah, but it's also just like
directed.
the concept that you phase out and in with these episodes because they're so painful, and you come in on like, are we here to dissolve a marriage or preserve one? I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? Why am I here? Like, what is this?
Like, I mean, this is Daredevil. Like it just sort of feels like it's worth reminding them of that. This is Daredevil.
You don't have time to waste, and we've seen the results of it. By fucking around for as long as you have, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Costs you. Every single scene costs you.
We're 4 episodes in, and we're a while away from from essentially what you could say is what a lot of people are here for.
Yeah.
But yeah, in any case, they're about to leave, but Heather wants to speak to Vanessa, and she asks Vanessa if she feels safe in her marriage. And Vanessa assures Heather that Fisk would never harm her, which, it's just like, with how much, like, Kingpin has changed, because if you were talking about it in the Netflix series, that would be something that would be more of, like, a statement that you could you could believe as being true, that like Vanessa is basically completely safe from him. Like probably. Whereas here it's like, well, he's changed enough that I don't even know. Is that something we're meant to conclude is actually true about this
I get what
version
you're
of
saying.
Kingpin?
Because like on the prior hand, as in the prior seasons, it's almost a part of the story that Kingpin values him more than literally everything in the world. Like that's how it's evolved. But at this point, I don't know what character they're writing. You know, so
No.
whatever.
Yeah,
It's like,
no
yeah,
idea.
and you're right. Are we supposed to take away from this that we start to worry that Kingpin might hurt her? Is that something they want us to think? I don't know. Maybe. You understand though? If he like beat her to death, I think people would be a little bit upset with the show, more so even than they are now.
Well, with all the marriage counseling scenes, it's really great
Well,
drama right here.
I think all of that to have that kind of payoff, which I don't think, from what we've seen up to episode 8, is not what they're doing. But at the same time, you know, I can't trust the people who write this. I have no idea what they're up to.
Mm-hmm. So, we got another BB report scene. She asks regular New Yorkers about Mayor Fisk, and this guy says that he might be nice, but he's in over his head, and he then says that vigilantes are great, and that's the scene.
Great scene.
Well, we get
I'm
more
going
CGI
to keep.
pigeons.
That's true. You gotta show them. Wait, do we? In this scene? I know that we saw them
Yeah,
again
I think in the
at one
opening
point.
part,
In
they're
this
just
one?
walking around like underneath a bench, and there's a
Yeah,
bunch
it's very
of them this
quick,
time.
but
They really sprang for a whole flock of them this time.
see if I can get a good.
I know that because I'm pretty sure we get the exact same shot that we had in episode 1 at some point, but I can't remember exactly when. I can't remember which episode.
It's right at the beginning of the BB report, like after the little
No, but
clacker. What's it called?
yeah. No, I know about that. It's just that I'm pretty sure that there's a scene where we get the exact same shot
Yeah,
of
no,
those CG pigeons.
we did
from
notice.
episode
I
1.
wouldn't be surprised because they do that with the Yeah, I think so. You're right. Yeah, they
Hey
do
man,
multiple shots. I forget
costs a
which
lot of
ones,
money to make
but
CG boobs. Okay,
yeah.
So,
He can't just film them for free in the public. You
That's
have to tell
crazy. What are you
people in the
talking
CGI
about?
dungeon, hey, can you CGI this flock of pigeons on this bench outside in New York at the
there are no
park?
pigeons in New York. Yeah, where are we gonna find pigeons in New York?
Is this really important for the scene? Oh, yeah, this is really important for the scene. They'll be on screen for like a whole second. Make sure they all move around so people don't think they're fake.
So, Matt's heading to court to speak with Leroy.
Oh, here we
And he
go.
makes a great
Here we
makes a
go.
great first impression. He makes fun of Matt for being blind.
Yes, which actually does bother me a pretty significant amount in terms of whether or not I'm going to like you. It's a really
making fun of
fucking
somebody
bad
for having
first
a
impression.
disability. Yeah, like,
You have to be
it-
so fucking funny in order to like get away with making fun of disabilities.
well, yeah. Let's put it. Basically, it's akin to
That's what we
the way
do
that
for a
it's written.
living.
The way that it's like written would be like if Matt rolled in a wheelchair and he's like, "Ha, you can't walk." Like that's
Yeah. So to be absolutely clear, because when you say that, Rags, I assume you're referring to all the writers we've made fun of across the history of EFAP for their disabilities, but you know we don't know the names of those conditions. So,
Yes.
but the reality here is that it's like you're blind, you're blind, you're blind, and it's like okay, yeah, good job, man. And you know the show definitely wants you to like this guy. By the way, I would say it's more on his side than it is on most characters in the entire series.
Yeah. So they go into a room and Matt explains Leroy's charges to him, and Leroy insists that he didn't do anything. And Matt retorts that the store had surveillance systems, which captured Leroy in the act, that the cashier and the store security guard are willing to testify against him, and that the police found him with several boxes of the stolen goods outside the store, basically making it clear, like, well, you're caught red-handed. Like, I don't. It's very like him insisting that he didn't do it. It's like, but why do that when like so many people and there's so much evidence that says that you did? What's the point of that?
I'm not sure.
So Leroy then says that he paid for these goods the week prior, and in more words, Matt tells Leroy that he's retarded. But you know, he's much nicer about it.
Well, he's blind, so fuck you. Like,
Yeah.
That's true. He
Let
is
me guess, you
blind.
didn't see the security camera
Like,
yourself. because you're blind.
I want to be clear
You
about
can't
this because
see.
I did write them down in case, because we would do it as we're going through, but I may as well do it now, just in case anyone in chat is a little confused as to what we're talking about. The actual quotes from this guy regarding Matt's blindness are, "I get the freaking blind, dude. You hear me, blind man? Bring on the blind justice. Ha 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 ha, that's funny because you can't see shit." These are actual quotes. Those are one-to-one.
I mean, yeah, that's...
I don't even,
Pretty
like...
painful.
Which joke was your favorite? It's so hard to choose
I
because they all made
know.
me laugh.
Blind, 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 blind. Like,
But
all right.
when Matt just starts making fun of him for being blind, he's like, what?
He's like, dude, that's
So,
offensive.
It is such a
So
weird way to introduce a character that you really, really want the audience to sympathize with, though. As you said, like, not only basically bullying the blind protagonist, but then establishing that he's A, a liar, B, a terrible liar, C, a liar with no remorse, and D, like, a liar who would do it all again. It's like, this isn't really a great start for someone you want us to like.
Why because this regards everything to do with Leroy's story. Why would you want to write it such that someone is getting fucked over by the system and you make them a piece of shit? Why did you want to write it that way? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you
why
rather...
would you want to write them to be sympathetic?
Yeah,
And,
well, and make it an
know?
actual miscarriage of justice in some way, shape, or form. Make it such that, he's getting punished for a crime that was caused by the fact that he had to do something incredibly important to save somebody, or to facilitate something more
he's
important.
good at heart, but he was desperate, or he made he was desperate.
This
He was pushed to
show
it through desperation.
is retarded, because all you have to do, right, in a normal show, he could say, they could show us the scene, of course, but if they hadn't, and he said, the only reason I'd stolen this food was because blah 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 was dying, or literally this, that, the other thing, or I pushed past someone who fell down a fucking staircase because I was trying to get my wife to the hospital, all those classic sort of things, and Matt will be able to know definitively whether or not he's lying, and you can translate that to us very easily. They have before. And that's an interesting conundrum, and that's an interesting thing of like how the justice system handles these sorts of cases, and that when there's not enough proof of these sorts of things having happened, that Matt's ability to tell whether or not they're telling the truth is still irrelevant, and he has to like wrestle with that because he can't bring it to the table. And that's something that the Netflix show was trying to deal with here and there. If correct me if I'm wrong, but like they set that as like the foundation pretty early on, that Matt will take cases that he knows are innocent, even if they're basically unwinnable. And it's something that Foggy was like trying to balance.
Well,
with
I
him.
mean, Karen's case looked pretty bad. She was
Yep.
literally caught red-handed.
Exactly.
But
So why?
and of course, that it's a little bit more complicated than that because she wasn't telling the truth about everything.
And so why have they switched now
why,
without being able? Because it doesn't take much brain power to copy that blueprint and just change a few circumstances here and there. But instead, you just make this man definitively guilty and an asshole. What's the idea here?
Make him blind. It's like, no, see, he's had such a rough time that he just treats everybody like an asshole, basically. And you gotta understand his situation. His shit's been hard, so it's okay to make fun of him for being blind, even though he's trying to help him. I don't get it.
I don't know
but
either.
he's got more arguments to make. Don't worry, he's still got more points to make.
Right.
He claims that the cops who arrested him stole from the store too. And Matt points out, like, well, that didn't even mean anything, really. It's like, but you've been caught.
True.
So
but
why'd you even say that?
But on top of that, why did they show us that the cops absolutely did not steal? They made it clear that they bought.
They paid for it.
Why? I don't like. I really almost want to speak to the writers. Be like,
Is
what are
this
you doing?
show? This show's a test. It's like testing us or something.
And the thing is, Matt will know that he will know that he was in the scene where they said that. So that means Matt will be able to detect that he's lying about that too.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, it's a bit.
Unless he's stupid enough to believe that the cops actually did that, despite.
That's true. He could have heard them say it and been like, "Nah, they stole it."
Well, the thing is that I'm pretty sure he says like that he can believe that they did take it.
Well, that's what you already said, right? It doesn't actually fucking matter.
It doesn't matter though.
But the show showed us
under arrest.
That they did pay for it, unless the show is like, nah, they're corrupt cops. They would say they paid for it, but they didn't. And you see there's no difference between a corrupt cop and like your average criminal. and yet look at the results of the people within the justice system. And I just be like, you didn't make the episode about that at all. You've completely fucking confused the audience and pissed off a lot of them. But to be clear, for as you break this down, lots of people said this was excellent, like top-notch content to sort of
I'm sure
address
they'll
the
think
issues.
about this again at any point in their life.
Yes, correct.
So Leroy raises the possibility that a Skrull could have impersonated him, which Matt flatly denies, which is a bit awkward when, that is possible, though.
Once again,
that is actually possible.
Once again, the worst of both worlds. You need to never acknowledge that there are shapeshifters in this world of many sorts, because it's fucked. The whole thing is just fucked. So you don't acknowledge it. If you do acknowledge it, you're gonna have to do better than... Nah.
Yeah, the problem is that because they treat it like it's almost a joke, when in this world, the fact that they exist actually is going to pose serious problems for the justice system, because, there are many instances where it actually could be the case, and it could throw a wrench into things. It could actually complicate whether or not somebody has an alibi or any number. It's like you said, don't bring them up. Just pretend they don't exist. Never bring them up.
Also, just, not trying to single you out, but I was like, come on, it's funny. We need to seriously stop sacrificing stability of story because funny.
And also, it wasn't funny, so,
It also wasn't, it was not funny.
I'm trying to say...
Maybe a scroll did it.
Can we please... you understand, all of She-Hulk's failings are defended by the people who like that show, but it's funny. It's funny.
That's right, it's funny.
It's just whether or not you're amused by it is not really what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Daredevil used to be funny without, being badly
stupid
written.
as fuck, yeah.
Yeah. So, Leroy becomes very indignant when Matt brings up his criminal record, which he claims has nothing to do with the situation, but then Matt points out that, when a criminal record, like the one that he has, which is massively extensive, is, very relevant, actually. It is a big one. In his words, he has 25 pages worth of offenses to his name.
Jeez.
Doesn't he try to have it both ways, though? Doesn't he says, you're correct, but when the judge sees a record like this, it's going to be relevant. So it's on the one hand, he believes that your past criminality doesn't have a bearing on the present case, but at the same time, it does have a bearing on the present case, because every time you get out, you steal again.
Whoa, and it's more than that, because he lists that he has his charges include possession of drugs, trespassing, panhandling, petty larceny, and 4 instances where he failed to appear in court. It's
That's
geez.
You are a career criminal, habitual offender.
Well,
you don't give a fuck.
And it goes far as saying he's kind of a blood-sucking rat. You are basically trying to take advantage of this whole society and its systems without respecting how they work. This is how you move through this world. Accept it or get the fuck out, basically. And he's like, no, I deserve free money and free food. And you're like,
yeah,
right.
And if anyone tries to stop me, fuck them. I'm going to keep doing it anyway. I've done nothing wrong. It's always other people's fault.
And it's and why did you steal those things in particular? Well, sometimes I just want something that tastes good. Ooh,
welcome to Earth, bitch.
Character.
Everybody wants things. You can't just take them. It's do you understand what kind of fucked up place this would be if everyone just randomly... no cost, they wouldn't care what the consequences were, just grabbed what they wanted all the time. It's yeah, but I should be allowed to. Wow.
Yeah, because I'm me. And no one else is.
Actual child. And for some reason the show is backing him entirely.
Well, yeah, and there's still more to go, because he declares he's not going to go to prison, and then Matt explains that fighting the charges against him would be really stupid, particularly with all of the evidence they have against him. But then he nevertheless he flatly rejects entering a plea, and he tells Matt to get him probation. And it's just so awkward, because yeah, but you're not going to get that though, so why do you keep saying that you want that? That's not going to happen. He insists that that's what he wants, and that's what he's going to get, when it's not even an option.
Like I said, I don't know why they wouldn't have written a character that actually has backing or standing to make this claim and that Matt could believe in. He's done all of the things. Matt knows. So, you can't really feel like you get behind him. You kind of just well, this is what happens when you steal. I don't know.
It's, Leroy received a 30-day sentence prior to the petty larceny conviction, which means that, The DA's office is bound to impose a harsher sentence if he doesn't enter a plea, but this doesn't matter. Leroy is irate and irrational, so he just tells Matt to get him probation, which is impossible, or nothing at all, which means prison. So I don't really understand why, like, that's the paradigm. Like, get me probation or, like, don't get me anything. It's like, well, it's not that he can't get you anything. You just get more time in jail. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even understand the dichotomy that he's presenting.
Because even with the character that Leroy has been presented as, he would obviously prefer probation to prison.
Well, or rather, he would prefer a lesser sentence in prison than a longer prison sentence.
Yeah, like just
That's
basic
like the more
math.
relevant part. The probation ain't happening. Matt is offering a reduced, like, less time in jail, and he's like, no, if you don't get me probation, I want more time in jail. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, sorry. What I'm trying to say is that Matt should have dealt with this a million times by now, like in his life.
Yep.
He should know exactly
Yeah.
what kind of person this is, and he should like. There's one moment in this scene where I thought we had hope. It's a little bit later, but it's when Matt gets a bit aggressive. I was like, "Fucking thank you!" Like actually teach this person how this works because you've got all the experience and you've dealt with this person a million times. The person who's like, "I deserve to be free despite all of the things that I've done that are horrible." And like I said, Matt's uniquely positioned for this because he knows the truth. He can hear it. So.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because he's blind and he's used to the world not just giving him things. If we go back to what Stick told him when he was a kid about the world doesn't necessarily give a shit about you. You might have your problems. You might have your issues. I'm blind and I was been blind for a long time. I had to tough it out and deal with it. I didn't just expect the world to show me pity and give me all the shit I want.
That would also be more than suitable in the scene, especially because he's shat on him for being blind a couple of times. But yeah, just broadly, the point I'm making is I find it frustrating that this is exactly what Matt knows how to deal with, and he like loses.
He's not allowed to. He's not allowed to be Matt in this show.
No.
He just has to sit there and
he's like shocked by the notion that this guy is like, I want probation, and he's like, oh my, I must get him it then. That's how that works. Obviously,
well, and he's gonna go off and do his best. And as he gets up, you've already mentioned the line, but yeah, Leroy makes fun of him again for being blind.
Yay!
Okay. Yeah, and then we got another riveting scene. So he heads, he's gonna meet with this lady called Sophia to negotiate for Leroy.
Even more great dialogue.
Well, yeah, they have an argument about whether like, sentences are like an effective deterrent, whether or not, like, increasing like people's prison time is an effective deterrent. Matt insists that it's not, that it's like a debunked theory.
Specific
deterrence is a disproven legal philosophy.
Totally discredited.
From the guy who
nearly
gave
exploded
to the
listening
police
to
to
that.
protect the system. It's just insane that he should say. Like, the only possible way you can read that line as him not being a complete fucking bellend is if he's just like playing a part to try and, like, he's making an argument he doesn't believe in to try and get the response from her, as opposed to actually laying out what he genuinely thinks. But the whole point of this sequence is to, undermine his faith in the system. So actually, for all we know, he does believe what
the
he's
show.
saying.
The show is saying that punishing criminals is not good.
I believe the show agrees with it, yes, but I still think Platoon's right. That is your only escape hatch for protecting Matt's character here, because there's no fucking way on earth that he believes deterrence is a totally discredited penal philosophy. Also, on top of that, just be like, all right, Matt, what the fuck is your penal philosophy? Like, make it clear, the show's not interested in that. It just wants to say, like, well, no, it's just that punishing him for stealing some whatever the fuck that was isn't right, okay? It's not right. Like, anything else?
You should be allowed to steal.
That's what I mean. It's actually stupid. And the thing is, I don't mind if a character or even a showrunner has the perspective that you shouldn't be significantly punished for petty larceny or whatever, but I need you to explore this a little bit more deeper than it shouldn't happen. Like,
Well, no, they do it a little bit more, because then, she explains, like, well, if you keep committing crimes, sentences will keep going up rather than down. And then Matt's like, yeah, but I mean, he's committed so many crimes, so, like, clearly it's not working.
So you shouldn't punish him.
Clearly
that's what I mean. Maybe he should be punished harsher then. Like if it's not working.
Yeah, I don't mean additional lines that regard the subject. I mean meaningful ones, because like it is working. The guy's losing his fucking mind, like of having these punishments over and over again. We know it's working. He's trying his best to escape the results of all of the actions he's taken. Like obviously it's fucking working. And the thing is, the only thing that prevents him now, like what offers him escape hatch, is Matt for some reason indulging in his fucking nonsense. It's like, why is he doing this? Just let the system. He's done that. He's stolen. He's done all those different crimes. It's like, looks like you're gonna have to pay the piper. But you know, it's like, no, but that doesn't work. It's like, it clearly does. That's why you're here.
So because Matt identifies that Sophia is Latvian, and it also just so happens to be Latvian Heritage Day, because of that, Sophia offers Leroy 20 days in prison instead of 35. I just find that string of things funny. Oh, you're Latvian. Well, because you noticed that, I'm gonna give him 20 days instead. So
Well, they're kind of they're flirting all the way through, which is also kind of odd, given that he's supposed to be in a committed relationship at this point. But like, he successfully flirts her into breaking the justice system, which is
he's got Riz.
This is the problem, right? We know from several examples throughout the 3 seasons and even partially in this one, that Matt has his own. He's kind of a maverick with the law without everyone else knowing, because of his abilities and because of his interest in how to use the law, right? And he thinks that there are moments where the law can fail, hence Daredevil. But you know, this angle of like, I know he's guilty, I know he's committed all these crimes, and yet I'm going to potentially lie anyway, about what he believes is the correct philosophy regarding justice, and to flirt with a girl even though I have a girlfriend, you know, it's another bit of a deception, you could argue. It's like, none of it matters because it's all in favor of getting a criminal to not be punished. It's like, who is this person?
Mm-hmm.
When is any of that Matt Murdock? I don't understand, like, where the fuck this guy came from.
Oh, the Latvian Heritage Day thing is more relevant than you think, by the way. Like, that's gonna come up later. For some reason. So anyway, you know, Matt's like, well, he still wants probation. And then Sophia points out that Leroy received probation like on 11 prior counts, and that he or 11 counts prior rather, not on 11. And then he violated it by failing to report to his probation officer. And then with this, Matt somehow just manages to negotiate it down to 10 days. He goes from 20 to 10.
Happens. Yeah, she just allows it. She lets it happen. I don't know what leverage Matt has here.
It's because he's got Riz. His Riz is so good that it makes her reduce it to 10 days.
Riz for the criminals, man.
Yeah, and again, like, lacking opportunity. He says at one point, it's worth mentioning, the crime we're talking about here is petty larceny. And I was just like, how is the response to that not, it's worth mentioning you just said crime? Like, how are you, like, missing the point here? Especially the repeated crimes. But the thing is, like, the show will just, you know, cripple any attempt at criticizing this point of view, or the writers have no idea what the response even is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and it's doubly insane as well, given that the bit that never comes up in the show, and the bit that, you know, people who like this kind of messaging never account for either, is that the victims of this kind of crime tend to be like the poorest and the most disadvantaged. Like, they're small business owners. For a guy who grew up in Hell's Kitchen, trying to, you know, protect people from like the consequences often of petty crime, because he understands how, you know, socially degrading it is. It's just so weird to see him saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. He just stole from a small business owner again. Why should we care? Let him off. Let him do it again. It's just a petty larceny against a petty person, so it doesn't matter, does it?" And it's just like, of all the characters who could be taking this line, he is the last one to take this line, and yet here he is taking it.
I knew you believed in redemption.
Yeah, it's Matt. As he goes to speak with Leroy, he bumps into Powell, which, what a coincidence. This just keeps happening. He just keeps bumping into all these relevant people. Powell is the corrupt cop. And Matt just outright accuses him of killing Hector, which feels like, wow, that was sloppy. That was really stupid.
The whole thing.
Like, what's the plan here?
We got some meta slop though. because like he shouldn't be doing that in such an obvious public way, especially he doesn't want this guy to like, what are you doing, Matt? But secondly, this is the guy who during the case, just after he was on the witness stand, went to go personally kill Hector. Like, so you know what I mean? It's like this is just strange. This is all very odd.
And even like if you take him, because what he's trying to do is bait him in order to judge his heart rate to see if he is telling the truth or not when he denies killing him. But like he's just falsely accused the guy of a murder, which you'd think would piss him off, which you'd think would raise his heart rate. So even if he did get a faster heart rate, he wouldn't be able to say, "Oh, well, that means he did or didn't do the crime," because he might just be very annoyed at you for
So
like taking the piss out of him in public.
that's actually something that I didn't really want to address, but like in a sense, it is a bit awkward. I would rather believe that Matt's hearing something in the heart that we're not understanding, and that they give us the speed up just as a sort of shorthand, because
Yeah, it's
anyone's
more than
heart
just the
can speed up for countless reasons. Like the idea
Well,
that they're
Matt should
lying
know.
automatically.
He should know that polygraph tests are not admissible evidence in
That's what I
court
mean.
for that reason.
Yeah.
I try not like I'm trying to give credit to the show in the sense of like he's hearing something else. It's more complicated than just a speed up or slow down.
It works. It says it works, and it seems to work in the show. And he's got extra senses, so like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So Powell, he pins Matt to the wall with his badge before declaring that he had nothing to do with Hector's death, and as mentioned, he has a steady heartbeat. And then Powell threatens to have Matt disbarred for interfering with a police investigation, I suppose with reference to when he showed up at that guy's apartment to, like,
For no
get
reason
him.
at all. And
It's
have that
just
big
like,
fight.
oh, all right, I don't know how you're going to explain that, okay. And then insinuates that he knows some people who'd be more than willing to beat Matt up. And then Matt says that there would need to be more people than last time. So okay, yeah, that is a bit of a problem. It's like, shouldn't this concern you a little bit, Matt? Like you're blind,
Well,
and yet
I mean,
you managed to take out two guys.
Powell should absolutely be 100% convinced that he's lying about being blind, and there's this elaborate fucking show, and then it's almost
It's been questioned
almost
before in the
frustrating.
seasons prior. People have been like, "Are you really blind?"
Well, yeah, and a lot of those people, like Foggy or Karen, for example, will have the explanation in detail, and they'll know that he's dead, or blah, blah, blah. But for Powell, this is a lawyer who's surprisingly good at hitting people. However, his dad was a famous boxer, or not necessarily famous, but famously a boxer, as in they know he's a boxer. So, like, you could see how that got there, I guess. But, even though that scene, he's still doing shit that's kind of like, what the fuck? But, sure, I'll accept that that's how he's a good fighter, but at the same time, it's like I just don't believe he did all that blind. There's
no way.
And so at that point, it's just like I'm gonna expose the shit out of you. Do you remember? And this is no real spoiler, but there is a Daredevil equivalent in Angel for one episode. It's a bad guy, Fringy, the woman who's blind, but she's got super senses, Daredevil style, and she's used as an assassin for a certain organization. Do you remember anything about what I'm talking about here? Season 1.
I don't actually. No, I don't remember this.
Angel and Lindsay have to work together to stop her. But in any case, Angel recognizes that she's not necessarily faking her blindness, but a similar situation to Daredevil. And he almost exposes her by throwing something at her, and she catches it. Like that kind of thing is something I would expect Powell to be interested in. I would expect him, especially after being beaten to near death by Matt, that he would make it somewhat of a mission to expose that he's a lawyer that lied about being blind.
Yeah. You think so?
So what I'm saying is like it's pretty huge. Like we don't see it as huge because it's not a superhero. Like he can't connect it to Daredevil. It's like that's not really. This is a regular issue. Like a big one.
Mm-hmm.
If Matt Murdock, famous lawyer from Hell's Kitchen, was lying about his blindness,
that would be a scandal of the ages.
That'd be a disaster. It's akin to the boogie lying about. It would be.
Oh no, Matt would end up on Lolcow Live.
That's right, he would. And it's just that in previous instances, like Matt would generally make some effort to like conceal his identity if he needed to do Daredevil stuff while not in the costume. Defenders is not good, but again, where he steals Jessica Jones' scarf to use as like a mask to conceal his identity, something like that. But whatever. So Fisk is he's gone to Red Hook, which is like the port that he's interested in, but it's kind of run down. It was where that where in the prior episode, where the truck got taken, and so
Mhm.
he just goes out there and he just reveals
Can
like he's got a little
I was just gonna say for chat, just before you get to that, this is the crew. Why don't you go ahead
this
and
is
name them, chat? Go ahead.
Do your best.
This is the Kingpin crew as we know them now. Remember, we're in 4 episodes in, so
They've had a decent number of scenes.
look at
all
them.
3 of them.
Our favorites.
Yeah.
Oh, these lieutenants.
Yeah. Great.
It is still such a like. What the fuck?
So Fisk, he just has like a miniature sort of there, and he's outlining his plan to revitalize the port, and he wants to get the message out swiftly, which prompts Sheila to point out that Fisk can't just do whatever he wants, which is like silly. Why would he just be like, oh yeah, I want to revitalize the port, let's do it? It's like, what?
Why did anyone else think of this?
This is actually like low-key one of the worst fucking Kingpin scenes for how much damage they've done to him. It's...
Like, he doesn't... Like, he was a property developer. Like, he knows how it works.
He knows better than all these people how it fucking works.
And instead he's just like, yeah, we're gonna build it straight away. And then Sheila's like, oh, you're like the mayor, you're not God. Like, you can just do whatever you want.
It was Yorinobu, right? The whole Yakuza getting the buildings that they wanted through the real estate was a big plot point. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the
that was
first
different.
season,
And it was Miss
Yeah, once upon a
Cardenas.
time, Fisk was explaining to people how this worked, and now people have to explain it to him. Why?
To him how it works, yeah. Like that, oh, you can't just like build whatever you want. Like you can't just do whatever you want. You're not the king of New York.
Listen, Wilson Fisk, he's old, okay? And people change when they get old.
He got shot in the head. Maybe that affected the part of
Maybe that had some
of you can't just do whatever you want when you're elected mayor. So so this is really awkward. Fisk, he asked for Daniel's absolutely worthless opinion on the matter. Like, why would he ask him, like, oh, what do you think, Daniel? Like, who cares what he thinks? He's an idiot.
Get that from, like, the show's point of view. It does come across as though Sheila is aware of how stupid of a question that would be, like, asking the TikTok man for opinions on this. And then it's like, well, by extension, then the show recognizes it. And so we're just losing all over here. TikTok man shouldn't be here. Kingpin asking his perspective is fucking pointless. Like, and the show seems to agree with that. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just like, why would you ask for his opinion? And it's like, I guess it's just so that Sheila can then reiterate what literally. I feel like everybody knows this. You don't even need to like know much about politics to know, like, oh, the mayor can't just like build anything he wants.
He's not a dictator.
Well, it feels like the way we're heading is she's eventually going to get fired, and then he's going to do some crazy shit, you know? Like, I'm just going to build whatever I want, wherever I want. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, she was the one keeping things afloat. She was the one who was really making sure that it was all okay.
Well, it certainly wasn't retard or proto-crappy Wesley, who doesn't really seem to do anything.
He doesn't do anything, really. He doesn't do shit. He's just sort of around. So, Fisk, he's like, I want solutions. You're giving me problems. And then Sheila explains, yeah.
Sorry, it's just my brain is running on with it. It's like they split Wesley down into 3 different characters and then just removed all characteristics, right? Because Wesley was good at back and forthing with Fisk about plans. Like, just being like, oh, yeah, we could do that, but this, and then Fisk would be like, oh, yeah, that's true, we got to do this, and it's like, oh, yeah, we could. And then you got the sycophant. It's like, yeah, Wesley was kind of a guy who would gas up Fisk, but in a way that's much more, I guess you call it. Well, I was just going to say more meaningful, more substantive. You watch him do it, and you can buy that they were friends. The scenes in the hospital, I mean, because we obviously rewatched it, and it's like, man, I'm remembering how much I fucking love Wesley, and I'm going to miss him when he's dead, because he's like, they had something really interesting going. And then, of course, you got, like, the third angle of the ruthless sort of butler-type character who will get any job done, and you just have to request it. It's like, all 3 of them are what Wesley was, and he's been, like, split down into these other pieces, and they're all annoying.
3 incompetent versions of what used to be one cohesive character. Pretty bad.
I will continually sim for Wesley. I don't mind doing it.
Of course. I'm glad.
They even they even brought it back up at season 3 when it came out that Karen was like, oh, Yeah, you remember you killed him back in yeah.
Like,
Well, that's the thing that happened. It's a plot point now.
you know,
It's important.
it's a bittersweet topic because I do believe it was a mistake killing him in season 1.
I agree with that.
I was sad to see him go.
He's just great. He's great, and there's never been anybody who's quite lived up to to
And
him
we've had like
Yeah.
7 of them. It's been
at
absurd.
this point. Yeah. So basically, Sheila explains he needs the council's approval to produce a feasibility study that could convince him that the project is viable. And it's like, okay, I guess that's what's happening now. Those are going to be his tasks. But before they leave, Buck. I don't know how many of you would have been able to successfully name him, but yeah, Buck.
No.
Yeah,
No?
he says to Fisk that the friction between the 5 families will continue to obstruct Fisk's projects. Because you remember
His
that guy,
specific
Luca,
wording
that
though,
tried to
right?
stop you.
Doesn't he lead that in with saying that she's right about one thing? What's happening down here is a bigger problem than you realize, which annoys me because like I can kind of just about get on board with the idea that the politics side of things is something that's new to him, and so he's not navigating it particularly well. But that side of things isn't new to him. Like he doesn't need to be told by his butler that, oh yeah, the basic mechanics of being a mob boss, they still operate. You weren't paying attention, but bad shit's happening.
No, yeah, it's like Fisk is a big baby. He has no idea what's going on. I guess when they said born again,
he was,
they meant
dropped
like
into
he's
this
a,
world at
he's a
again,
random.
fucking clone
like-
who has no history.
A reminder, he dealt with this exact problem in season 1. He had to take out all the Russians, like because he'd made it such that the boss wanted to get him and was going to leverage everybody to go after Fisk aggressively. Like he's had to deal with the problem, like friction and tension between different competing groups of criminals. He's had to deal with that before, and he's dealt with it with like decisive, huge action. So it's crazy that now, like years later, he just can't do it anymore. He's like not even aware that it's a problem he has to deal with. It's terrible.
I don't even like the way that shit Wesley talks to him. Like there's a bigger problem happening than you realize. Like it just feels kind of nobody treats
Why'd you
Kingpin as
phrase it
who he
like that?
is. You know what I mean? Like there's no fear, appropriate levels of fear, I would say.
No, I think so. It's yeah, it just sucks. But hey, we got. I know that this is your favorite scene in the episode, Mauler.
Jesus Christ, here we are. You say that
So,
as though that's not the same for all of Chow who've seen this episode too.
So Matt tells Leroy he got him 10 days in prison minus the time already served, which means he'll be out in a week. Leroy is furious. He declares that he wants probation. And Matt then explains to Leroy that this is an incredible deal, which he ought to be thanking Matt for. I do find that kind of funny. Like, you should be thanking me. It's like, all right, calm down, Matt. Like, holy shit, you're like coming across as a little bit insecure, you know, like a little bit oddly insecure about that.
I don't know where to begin with this. Just keep
so,
going.
You can
Line
interrupt
by
me
line,
whenever
I
you
think
want.
it's the
So,
only way we could do it.
yeah, so Leroy, he's about to go on his big speech, okay? It's a big speech. He declares that he's been jerked around by the system his whole life. The last time he went to prison for 30 days, he missed an SSI appointment and lost his benefits. What is that? Is that Social Security?
Insurance, isn't it?
Yeah. Which he claims is difficult to recover the benefits. And then he complains about eating trash and begging for change before saying that occasionally he wants dessert, hence why he stole the caramel corn from the store. He expresses bewilderment that the government would spend 5 times more to lock him up rather than feed him. And he then admonishes Matt for telling him that 7 days in prison for petty larceny is a really good deal. And Matt tells Leroy that he is right.
This is like soul crushing pain.
Mm-hmm.
This is Matt is. I used to think that Matt isn't allowed to be himself, but at this point, you just accept that this isn't Matt. This is
He's
not
gone.
Matt.
Yeah.
He's somewhere else. He's out there running his law firm with Foggy and Karen, and they're having a great time doing justice. And isn't that great and fun? And it's everything we wanted. But we can't be a part of that world. Yes. Yes.
Yet
there
a
we go.
fucking again, another character just a night. What's funny is we had like a roster of who is left in the MCU. Remember, this list used to be like fucking 50 characters long, and they ranged from like okay to strong. all of them have been fucking ruined with like a few little highlights left. You're like, oh, who is it? Yeah, Spider-Man, John Walker, and Zemo. It's like, what the fuck list is this? And then you're like, oh, new DLC to the list, Matt Murdock and Kingpin. And you're like, what? Wait, what? Why are they in there? And it's like, they've been added in. That's what's happening. And then both got instantly removed. Like, it's crossed off. Like, oh well, they're fucked too.
Yep.
And they're not going to be the only ones. I like this scene did not do well for a lot of people. This is what booted a lot of people out of Born Again, which doesn't fucking surprise me in the slightest. And unfortunately, strategically, they placed it before the only good scene in Born Again. So like, it's already pushed people too far away before they'll be interested in watching anymore. What like you kind of want to meet the person who wrote this, right? Like, I stole stuff. I want to be able to steal more stuff. Last time I stole stuff, I couldn't steal more, and I was unable to get things that are tantamount to people just handing me stuff. And so then I had to start begging. You're already just like, you're just describing, if anything, you're lucky to be able to still be fucking begging for money. The fact that you've done so much goddamn stealing. And then it's like, why can't I just steal with no one being able to stop me? Explain that to me.
I want pudding, goddammit. Pudding tastes good. Sometimes I just want something that tastes good.
I can't believe we're at the point where a character is saying, the reason I steal is because I want the thing. Like, I know! Obviously! That's like the whole point!
I did assume that it would be odd if you stole shit you didn't want.
And then the whole, like, they spend 5 times more to keep me here than they do to feed me. It's like, they got no fucking obligation to feed you. What are you talking about? They're spending money trying to keep you away from people in society who are trying to work with it, to support it, to build it.
They feed him in prison, right, as well. So it's not exactly as though he went hungry. And then, the point about it spending 5 times more is because, like, at this point, you are spending that money to protect the victims of your crime. It's not spending money on you, though you do seem to think that everyone has a right to do that, so...
There are people making society function. Maybe this system is in place to try and protect them from people like you, trying to steal all this shit.
Well, yeah,
because... Sorry, there was a way to reconstrue this scene, which the writers couldn't do because they somehow have convinced themselves that the criminal is the one who's been hard done by. But you could have rewritten this scene where, Matt his faith in the system is kind of shaky at the moment. And here he is. He goes to a guy. He's trying to represent him. He's trying to show him that the system works. But the guy's behavior is so unrepentant that Matt realizes the system is kind of doomed. Well, he thinks temporarily until he redeems himself later. The system's never going to work because the people it's supposed to stand for and help are like this. No one wants it. On the one hand, you've got like hardened criminals like Kingpin who abuse positions of power and authority. But then when Matt steps in to try and help the little guy is just as shit as the evil big villains are. So what's the point in doing anything? That can challenge his faith in the system, and he needs to rediscover that faith over time. That would have been okay. I would have been fine with that if the lesson we take from looking at this guy is, what's the fucking point? It doesn't at all work if the lesson the show wants you to take from this guy is, oh, look how unjust the system is because he's not allowed to, jam the stick in his own fucking bicycle wheel and then blame somebody else. It's just, it baffles me that these people are employed to write this stuff.
There's a reason why small crimes, even if they are just the theft of little tiny things, needs to be prosecuted and enforced. Because once it becomes acceptable in a society that it is known that if you steal small things, it is okay and you cannot be stopped and the law doesn't care, then that will encourage everybody to just do that. We see this in places where shoplifting is essentially allowed, and it's fucking insane. It's nonsense. Obviously, there's a reason why.
Have you seen?
This is like written by babies.
Have you seen House? No, Fringy's seen some of it, right?
I've seen House, some of it,
a long time ago.
So
I've seen a couple episodes.
Something they do in House every once in a while is he has to, like, through obligation, deal with small cases, quick ones, and they're usually done to break up the episode, or they're done because they're pretty funny. Like, someone comes in, they're like, I've shoved a trumpet up my ass, and then House has to deal with that, and it's just kind of funny. Or, a lot of them can be puzzles. Like, they'll give you a selection of information, and then House will put something together, and you'll just be like, you've been cheating on your husband, that sort of thing.
Yeah, he has to convince everybody that it's lupus, yeah.
In a world that's not cringe, that's what this would have been. Matt coming in to do an obligated
Yeah.
like sort of case, and he says like, "You're getting this," and the guy's like, "That's unacceptable. You have to get me blah blah blah." And then he opens up his sheet and says, "You stole this. You stole this. You stole this. You stole this. You did this. You killed this. You did this. You did this. You did that." And he keeps going. He goes, the guy, the camera keeps cutting to the guy, be like, "What? What?" And then Matt's just like, yeah, you know, 30 days, you know, and then it like cuts, and that's it. It's just for a joke. That's what this would be, but they've played it like super serious, and you've had Matt basically admit, like, you know what, you are right, and changes need to be made so that you can steal everything that you want.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, this is essentially like the episode. At least this is like what constitutes half of Matt's story for this episode, because we've essentially put the plot on pause for a while here in order to do this. This is meant to be thematically relevant and thematically potent, but instead it's just like nonsense.
It does get referenced as a miscarriage of justice
later. That's right, yeah. It's like,
It's
what
an
do you mean? He
abortion of
stole it.
justice.
He did steal it. He took that stuff. That belongs to somebody. It belongs to the store.
Yeah.
Cost them money. Why should they suffer, essentially?
And now the
It's just
community
like-
has to suffer because they live in an area where stealing is a thing that happens regularly, and then it's being condoned, and that hurts everyone. You can't allow crime to run rampant, or everyone is harmed by that.
Underrated comment there. I stole that caramel corn because I liked it. Hell, I loved it.
I am the caramel corn guy. I'm right here. So, does anybody have anything else to say about that, or can we just move right on?
Yeah, I took a note to say that the music it makes this scene extra obnoxious because while Leroy here is given his impassioned speech on why he should be allowed to steal, I think even the subtitles say somber chorus is playing. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is so
music in this show is very insistent. Very, very insistent.
I don't even hear the music. I just hear the writers saying, "Isn't this meaningful?" It's like, shut the fuck up.
So, this part's just weird. So Fisk he's listening to a classroom full of children singing "We Built This City," and like it's not good. And he's just sort of sitting there, like, awkwardly listening to this.
I think they actually I read somewhere that they recorded it once, and the kids were actually quite good, and then they recorded it again to make it sound worse, and then it becomes so bad that you struggle to believe even kids are shit enough to produce that performance.
Well, and on that note, right, there's a certain math that needs to be done here. For every, selection of great scenes in the Netflix show, there's probably some here and there that we'd all agree, like, oh yeah, that wasn't a particularly good one or whatever, but there's an average that gets created, and an enjoyment level that doesn't get ruined by any one bad scene or whatever have you. In this now, all of the Kingpin scenes we've had, he's in therapy, he's getting schooled on city planning, or he's cringing at children. Like, I need the people who made this to sit down and just be like, do you know who Kingpin is? Do you know what people enjoy about Vincent D'Onofrio's portrayal of Kingpin? It isn't these things. It isn't him being shit at his job, being like confused and freaked out by shitty singing from children, and it's not sweating while being cucked. Like, these are all in the list.
Think about, like, from where you began with Kingpin. Like, Kingpin was so scary that when the guy that Matt was defending, when he said his name, he fucking threw his head through like a spike. That's how scared he was.
Terrified of him, yeah.
Never say his name.
And then that, like, over the course of the season, it starts to ramp up just how much power he has, to where, like, Matt finds himself essentially like, on that there are many corrupt cops that are like gunning for him, that makes it impossible to achieve his task, that like anybody that he's helping or trying to, these situations he's trying to resolve, it's like every one step forward, two steps back. Like, Kingpin was established definitively in season 1 as being like an almost unstoppable force with how much power he'd attained. And then of course in season 3 you see that he was able to work his way from being in prison to essentially being in charge again, with able to have like FBI agents that were essentially his bodyguards, like they were working for him. Like, this is who Fisk is supposed to be. He's supposed to be somebody who's incredibly successful at just amassing immense power, institutional power.
Shout out to season 3 for the change in set that was very gradual across the whole series, like the
gradually
his
getting more
apartment?
Yeah, like-
item.
Yeah.
it
More
starts a
furnished
lot
over
more
time.
prison-y, but it just gets more and more and more like a home.
To the point that he gets his suit,
Yeah.
he eventually gets his suit back. It's like, yep, it's a gradual just showing that he's gaining power, but now he's just like a goober. He can't do anything. Most of the scenes are just about him being incompetent because we've decided to reset him. We decided to have the Hawkeye and Echo continuity be relevant when nobody cares to put him in this position. So it's like, oh, you got to build him back up to being Kingpin, but in the meantime, you just got to watch him be embarrassing.
The writers would tell you that this is incredibly clever parallelism because, both like the hero and the villain are being suffocated by the system, one of which, one of them wants to run the system, one of them wants to uphold the system, but oh dear, the system is letting them both down and they're sitting there having to do things they don't want to do and it's horrible. And this shakes their faith in something or other. But it's like there are ways to do that, even if you want to do that. And I'm not convinced you should have done when you had so many more interesting stories to tell, like Kingpin's actual rise to the mayoralty, as opposed to him already being there because we didn't find that story interesting enough. Even if you want to do it, there are better ways of doing it than this. It's just and over again. I think we sort of got the point after the fucking 4th marriage counseling scene. We don't need to keep going on with it.
Yeah, just excellent work. This is the way that you express that kind of connection, This is the best way to do it.
So while Fisk is sitting there very, very much not enjoying the performance, Daniel shows Sheila an article from the BB report, which calls Fisk a union buster. And then he tells her that this is his fault, that he was responsible for the leak. So Sheila tells Daniel she'll handle it. And then, the performance is over. Fisk applauds it and then tries to escape as quickly as possible, which is like, in terms of like a joke, it's like, all right,
He doesn't want to listen to the annoying kids. Like, okay.
It's like, all right.
Yeah.
So Sheila tells Fisk of the leak, and how it's gonna mess up his plans for the port. And he's furious and he tells Sheila to organize an all hands on meeting before complaining about all of these engagements that he has to do as mayor. This next one it's the Latvian Heritage Day, and the Latvian singers that are there also sing "We Built This City," but in Latvian. And Fisk is really like, okay, yeah, all right, they sing the same song, but it's Latvian.
I don't get Sheila as a character. We're going to be coming into some actions soon that don't reflect at all what I would consider to be the writer's attempt at making definitive the kind of person she is, right? She says, there is, like, regarding this whole section that, because of what, why am I forgetting his name? I'm just going to stick
Daniel.
with TikTok guy.
Yeah, okay.
He, the mistake he's made or whatever. But she says, there is no we. I was here before you. I was here before Fisk. I'll be here after you're gone. Like, to me, that in and of like a single sentence in terms of telling me what a character wants to do, I was like, that's not too bad. If that's who she is, there's something you can do with that. Like, she's only here for her own career, and maybe there's more to it in terms of like an altruistic thing. But that she doesn't actually really care for anybody on the team, not even Fisk. She's just here to make the differences she can while simultaneously taking care of her own career. But is there literally a single reference to that line being supported in this whole series, other than that, like just that line?
No, she doesn't seem to be career driven. She seems to be. I don't even know why he employs her. Actually, she's just sort of around.
I mean, the closest you're going to get really is just like in the way that she is the representative of the system, right? Like she is there not because the point of surviving in politics isn't actually to do things that help people. It's to do pointless shit that gets you votes and not to do things at all. So as the representative of that kind of philosophy, like effectively that line is being represented every time she tells him he can't do something, which is basically every time she's on the screen. But you kind of think he would have noticed this at some point, and probably way before this. Like, he's just been elected, is the other thing is worth stressing. He's not running up for an election. He has just got into office. And most people understand that if you're going to get anything done in politics, it has to be done very, very quickly before the system starts suffocating you. He's not an unintelligent person. He should have, at some point, probably 2 episodes ago, the last time she said, oh no, you can't actually do the thing you ran on because you're not allowed. he should have sacked her and done it anyway. And then, again, the more interesting story to tell is how he marshals public opinion as the kind of populist candidate, but they don't understand what they're doing with that.
I think the way that you would want to play it is not especially in a show that's better than this one, is not that she presents the actual legal and moral issues with like going forward with the thing, and then you don't want him to just be like, I fire you and do whatever I want, la 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 la, like which is what I expect them to ultimately do. You'd want instead that he knows how to subvert it legally, but kind of deviously, and she's there going like, no, we can't do that, and then he's just like, and then next scene you find out she's been demoted, and he's like, oh, I think you'd be better suited in a different role, that sort of thing, because she's getting in the way of that. That sort of thing would be totally fine with me. But what I guess I'm highlighting is like, yes, all of her actions are usually suited to that of the red tape aspects of everything, and the conventional way of making yourself a stronger candidate and these sorts of things. But that line made me think that they were going to do a bit more with her, that there was going to be a second dimension, that maybe she was self-interested, or that she sees this role as mayor as far more important than Fisk even realizes, and that she's not going to let him destroy it
by an enemy,
or that, or something. But
something.
What I'm trying to say is that line has not gone anywhere for me. I was kind of like waiting for what it was going to mean, but it's just, that's it. And then of course, saying there is no we, I was here before you to TikTok man, I would say from that she is going to do whatever she needs to do to get him off the fucking team because he's worthless, and to let everyone know just how worthless he actually is. She's not with him, she's not going to support him, that sort of thing. Which, obviously, some foreshadowing here, that's going to run completely counter to an upcoming scene.
Yep, so Fisk is at the all-hands-on meeting, and he is fucking mad. He's screaming at them, and he's like, "I will find out who leaked the info. I'll find out. I'll get." Sorry, I need to remember that if I'm gonna. I need to do the Fisk voice. I will find them. I will get them. So Daniel steps forward to take the blame. And then Fisk orders everybody to leave, which prompts Sheila to also step forward to take accountability for his mistakes.
Why?
And then, I don't know, she just decides to do that rather than letting him sink.
Why would they give us that line just 5 seconds ago and then have that happen? I don't get it. What are you telling me, show?
I don't get it. Doesn't really make any sense. So, Daniel basically just goes full sycophant, like in this next bit. He's like, "Oh, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve the job. Mayor Fisk, you'd be so right to fire me or punish me." And it's just like, yeah, that's it. And then because of this works, Fisk is like, okay, Fisk decides not to fire him or Sheila.
There is no amount of sycophant lines that can make up for the mistake. Like I said, the mistake is an implication of his complete lack of understanding and intelligence and loyalty. There's nothing, you can't go like, oh, well, I believe in you more than any other candidate. You're like, okay.
It is funny how loyalty is the trigger word as well. It's, as soon as he says that, he's basically like, I am completely retarded, but at least I'm loyal. And Kingpin says, yeah, fair enough. I like that. Stay on.
Basically, that's what saves him. He says that he would be eternally loyal to Fisk and believes in him. And so Fisk then claims loyalty and courage are rare qualities. And that's why he's keeping Daniel around.
What is the proof of either? This whole topic is about how he leaked information from your office that fucked you.
Yeah, because it's not a matter of loyalty
to a reporter.
It's like loyalty and courage is not even relevant. It's incompetence. It's stupidity. That's not going to be fixed by loyalty and courage. You can be loyal, courageous, and dumb. Like, that's not mutually exclusive.
The writers unironically unlocked a scene where he could beat someone to death, and it would have been like, yeah. But no, they just go the opposite way, I guess, because subversion. He's a different kind of Kingpin, okay? Because he does threaten
and then, of course, you see exactly where this is going to go. Like, inexplicably, Daniel is going to amass greater power as a loyal henchman for Fisk. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. I would be fine with that if they showed him being highly competent from the beginning and offering a specific set of skills that Kingpin needs and doesn't have. Like, if you show the changing relationship between Daniel and the woman who says no all the time, whose name I don't remember, like, if he's kind of new media guy, he's way more in touch with the way politics is now done in the city than she is, and she's this creature of the old establishment. And over time, his skills prove so useful that she is pushed out of the way by him. But he has to be shown to be competent and good at something before you get to the stage where Kingpin might find his loyalty useful. There's no point keeping a fucking ignorant piece of shit loyal to you if he doesn't do anything for you. And he doesn't do anything for him, so what's the point?
He was loyal before this happened. So you're quote unquote loyal. So what are we doing? And of course, what you want from a scene like this, if you have to make it such that Daniel not only survives this scene, but actually gets like to keep his position, you need to do what Penguin did when Victor fucked up, you know? And he's like having him dig his own grave and basically be like, you need to, like, it doesn't matter what fucking words you've got. I don't care about apologies or explanations or anything like that. It's like, you need to act, you need to be fucking good at your job. No more excuses, nothing of the, like, and if a scene ran somewhat like that, I think it would be a lot more interesting if Kingpin said, like, you get the one chance, you've lost it now. That's gone.
Yeah,
so anything you fuck up in future, and you need to start gathering wins. Like, you need to start showing me why the fuck I should even listen to you. That sort of stuff.
Well,
but no, we don't get any of that.
Feels like it could be a scene, right, where he's like, Daniel, I want you to come over for dinner. Vanessa's gonna cook filet mignon. To come over to dinner, and then he brings him over to his house.
I get to see his hands,
like,
the famous hands.
Well, it's just just like almost disarm him in a sense, and then just have like a very stark sort of like reminder of like this is what's because if Daniel. Because, like, you already got to accept that he's, like, a sycophant, which is kind of weird. Like, I don't know why he would be. I don't know, like, if he admires Fisk being a criminal. Like, if that's something in particular.
Well, yeah, like, does Daniel know about the 3 seasons of Netflix Daredevil or not? I don't know. Maybe.
Do the writers know about the 3 seasons?
But, it's fucking whatever. I don't even like talking about this character. It's such a waste of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they could have done.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Is like all the Fisk scenes, like they're just wasting so much time. It's insane. Why are we spending it on this shit? This is probably the most interesting one, and it's terrible. And it's like, why?
Yeah.
Like, well, because he's chewing out TikTok man for making a huge mistake, but simultaneously not really. Forgives him instantly, but then says, do it again, and I'll get you. Why? Why not get him now?
Yeah, I don't know. So, we got another BB report where a lady says that Fisk is unreliable.
This is kind of like the only like accurate thing in this entire show is that you have a voter basically saying, "Oh, look, I don't like him. He's so unreliable. He tried to do a bad thing by getting rid of the garbage, and that's bad. But also, there's still garbage everywhere, and that's bad. So I can't trust him." Like that's believable of a voter. Yeah, I can understand that one.
By the way, Sheila continued to cover for him in that scene. I still don't get it. It was just to add on. She keeps trying to take the fucking bullets for him. I don't. These shitty characters. I don't understand what the fuck they're doing with any of them.
So Matt, because the Leroy plot's over now, he can get back to the actual plot. So he goes to the alleyway where Hector was killed, and he searches for the missing casing. And this is basically what happens. A motorcycle races by, and it kicks up a coin, which gives Matt the idea of nudging an empty beer bottle that's there down the street. And the beer bottle rolls and like turns into a stormwater drain. And he reaches inside, and he finds the missing casing, which is engraved with the Punisher logo. So we are to conclude, casing got fired, fell on the ground, rolled all the way down into the stormwater drain, and that the only reason Matt was able to find it was because a motorcycle kicked up a coin, and there was a bottle there for him to nudge so that it would roll down exactly where the casing went.
Well, sometimes you forget that gravity exists, okay, and things roll downhill. All right. Sometimes the whole world forgets that if you shoot a round object on a inclined surface, it might go downwards. It happens, Sometimes you forget.
It needs to be understood, okay? Remove the engraving and remove Punisher and all that stuff. Just remove it. What was Matt's plan? Maybe if I can find the bullet casing, I will find what? What was I going to lead to?
Well, maybe Matt thought that the bullet casing would be stupidly and conspicuously engraved with a very important piece of information to solve the case of Hector's murder.
This shit is fucking terrible. The writers were like, Matt needs to get onto the bullet casing because it'll give him the clue he needs. And it's like, how do you get him super invested in finding a bullet casing. Why would he? What would he be thinking about? Like,
They
oh, I
they already
know that
know
if
the
I can find that
caliber.
casing, I will find something that's going to lead me to the next. And the thing is, it wasn't hidden. It wasn't deliberately like covered up because
No,
they knew.
it was it was lost. It was lost in a place where it could be recovered.
And I
So
assume that the Punisher people, like the reason to engrave these bullets is so that they can be discovered specifically.
So that was
It is
actually
a
something I was
calling
thinking
card.
about. It's incredibly retarded to brand your own bullet casings so that everyone knows who's doing the thing, unless it's something you actually want them to find as a sort of
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a calling card.
So if that's the case, like all of this is fucking so stupid. Like the person is shooting him with stuff that's supposed to be traced, but that it accidentally isn't, but that it thoroughly
Why
like
not just
astronomically is because the blind hypersensitive lawyer fucking kicks over a bottle and discovers the location of the like all of
well,
this is
writing
so
wise, why not
horrendous.
just have it be there at the scene and they find it and it has the
You're
logo
right.
on it?
There
Why
is
not
no
just have it?
reason.
Why are you wasting time?
There's no reason why the forensics guy couldn't have said like there was yeah, we had the bullet casing. There was like a skull
Yeah, it's
engraved on it. It looks a lot like that logo that the
the
Punisher
vigilante
uses.
guy,
Yeah.
and then he could offer his perspective on what he thinks about it, and then some of the other cops might be there as well in the autopsy room, the morgue, and they say their perspective on the Punisher thing, especially because we know the cops are like partially Punisher admirers, you know? None of this occurs.
They made it so much more complicated and stupid.
I
Unnecessarily,
don't know why.
needlessly.
Is it
And
just to pad
well,
time?
that's the thing, right? It's like it's a whole extra scene that could have gone to any character to make this show more meaningful, but oh well, never mind.
So, with the
Oh, by the way, this
casing,
would have
yeah,
also, if the casing was available from the start, and Angela was, if she knew about the casing from the get-go, then she might have a reason to believe that it was the police, because a lot of the police like the Punisher guy, and that might
when they had
give
the
her a
tattoos and
reason to
everything,
suspect the
yeah.
police. So
But
that would
instead,
actually kind of solve sort of a minor issue from
Well, we could
earlier
also
and
get
save
a
time and open up another scene.
could potentially listen to what she has to say about the Punisher. What does she think about him?
Yeah. Yeah, Matt, you're the one who defended him and he went to prison and he's crazy in the coconut. Or is he? And where is he now? I don't know.
Hmm.
Ooh, this could give us a way to explain what's been happening with the Punisher lately.
Matt picks up a scent on the casing and he uses it to locate Frank's underground base. And he goes inside and is inexplicably caught off guard by Frank, which should be impossible.
Actually impossible, yeah. Daredevil, on his way in, like walking through the little hallways, he should already know exactly where Frank is.
He should already know, yeah, he should be able to smell him. He should be able to hear his heartbeat. Matt's senses are, it's like Spidey sense kind of in terms
Well,
of
it's,
like
Yeah,
the
kinda.
ability to
so
detect things in the
He
environment.
has like proximity, like a big proximity 3D scans around him sort of
He
all
can
the
smell things
time.
that are very far. I mean, he tracked the scent here. Case in point, like he can smell things that are really far away, hear things from really far away, sense like vibrations in the ground. There's no way he's caught off guard.
yeah, and Frank's not equipped with the season 2 powers of well, I think Nobu had it and then the Hand have it, right? Like the suppressing your heartbeat so that you can't
Yeah,
detect.
that's right.
Frank is not
Which
that kind of
makes sense.
guy.
Frank's
Also,
a guy. He's just a guy.
forgive the easy misunderstanding here, but you have to understand what I'm saying. They treat this scene as though Matt is blind. Like
Yeah.
that is the extent to which his perception works, because not only does he not realize where Frank is, but Frank runs at him, which what looks like 3 meters in front of him, as though the writers are like, "Well, Matt's blind." You're like, are you... like, bro.
You know what, writers? True.
Like, it's-
Another big W for the writers of Born Again.
I almost fully believe that was something that they thought. They were like, "Well, yeah, he's blind." You're like, "Oh Jesus!" Like, yes, he's blind. Like,
We're
never
not gonna
mind.
make it. People,
We're not gonna make it.
So we got a lot to talk about here. So again, feel free to stop me at any time. Now, this part I find so odd, like the beginning of the scene. Matt asks Frank why the Punisher logo was on the casing of the bullet that was used to kill Hector, and Frank, in what sounds like an ADR line, says, "Ah, for Christ's sake, bunch of bullshit fanboys, huh?" And then you see him say, "What does that have to do with me?" And you see Matt say, "Nothing to do with you, silly me." This doesn't make sense. This is like an illogical exchange. It was made illogical by the ADR. Like, I'm confident at this point that the line "bunch of bullshit fanboys" was added in post, because now it's like, well, like, how does that even make any sense? If Frank indicates that he thinks that this was
Acknowledges.
done by imposters, why would he then say, what does that have to do with me? He's already said it has nothing to do with him, effectively. And why would Matt say nothing to do with you, right? Silly me. It's like, what do you mean? He's indicated that he didn't do this, that it's fanboys, which seems to be something that actually exists in the world. So, like, the conversation doesn't work.
So, it also, I think it is out of character. I think Frank would be fucking furious if people were killing innocent people in his name or using his iconography.
He wouldn't just be like, fuck it. You know,
Which, of
who
course,
cares?
we're going to see in episode 9. He will come around and help Daredevil to take him out, but that doesn't justify this attitude in this sequence.
Nope. Just doesn't work. The ADR actually makes it worse. Which is fascinating to me, that you insert a line that actually breaks the conversation.
Yeah.
So, Matt tells Frank he could use all of his tools. Yeah, this is something that is what I mentioned. Is I remember, because I think Molo, you and I were both kind of a little bit confused as to whether, like, Frank definitely knew that Matt Murdock was Daredevil, because, you know, like, he comes at the end of season 2 when Matt's got his mask off to help him, but you know what I mean? Like, but I guess we ought to conclude he definitely did know. Or found out at some point between then, or that he did find out in season 2. I can't remember if he mentioned, like, Matt and the Punisher show. I only watched the first season, but
I didn't
he knows
watch
who he is.
either.
He knows who he is. So, in any case, yeah, Matt tells Frank that he could use all of his tools and skills to be of service, which prompts Frank to ridicule the idea of Daredevil. And then Frank declares that his attempt to, like, you know, try and be of service and save lives has made his life worse. It's like made him to where he's ended up here. Which, you know, as a line, it's like, well, again, this is another instance of what are we to conclude that Frank has been doing since the end of Punisher
Maybe
season 2, which
episode 9 is going to give us the substance on that, but, like, yeah, it does feel a little like this is a result of the fact that we haven't had any, you know, Punisher content now since the end of season 2, and he has to be here. So what's the explanation of the writers? Like, we'll deal with it later. You're like, well, okay.
You should be prepared to deal with this. It's gonna be important.
It is the challenges
can't
of
shrug
doing
this one
this, and you
off.
have to solve these problems. Why having him say, like, I was the Punisher and then I was here, like, okay, that's just literally like the meta description. You might want to try a little harder than that.
a lot of people are saying as well that they believe that Frank knew that Matt was Daredevil in the court scene, that was the scene where he figured it out. Which, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying it's like a problem really in this case. It was more so that it was a thing that made me go like, I wasn't too sure myself. But in any case, Matt makes fun of the idea that Frank sees himself as a victim, and Frank tosses his coffee mug at the wall, and he says, "I didn't use that pussy ass word my entire life. You don't put it in my mouth. You understand that?" Which, you know, it's like, yeah.
Well, so
and
this scene started to, you know, I was already in a pretty negative mood thanks to the first 3 episodes, well, 3.5 episodes, I guess you could say. But this scene started to grow on me. I was like, like, I guess I like some of these lines, and I really love the acting in this scene.
Oh yeah.
So, Matt asks Frank if he's hiding in his underground dungeon, which enrages Frank, and he declares he doesn't have time for Matt's candy-ass hero shit, which, of course, feels a bit like a reprieve of the conversation that they had up on the roof, right? Of, like, you know, the view that, like, Daredevil is somewhat performative and ineffectual, rather than, you know, his more committed philosophy of just, you know, just kill them and then it solves the problem permanently. And then Frank says, "I don't think you came here for my help. See, I think you want my permission. You want to get your hands on somebody, huh? Want to hurt him? Maybe you're a little scared about what that means." And Matt chuckles at this observation, but Frank, he's not convinced, and he declares that Matt is guilty before elaborating, "That guilt, that shame, that's my home, Red. And I can see it on you, I can smell it on you, it's all over you." Which is like, it's like, now it's starting to kind of ramp up a little bit in terms of like, oh, we actually like doing character right now.
Yeah, it starts to evoke, some of the best shit from the Netflix series, which is these two basically clashing on their ideologies and bringing some bitchin' acting along with it. And so you get a bit of a sense of like, man, I remember liking this show. I remember liking Daredevil. Yeah, and I don't know. It's a weird experience because it's been so fucking awful up to this point.
It does feel out of place. It feels strange to have this, like a little oasis, sort of.
The oasis in the desert.
Kind of, yeah.
A little bit, yeah. So, Matt, he attempts to leave, but Frank asks, "How's that friend of yours? You save his life?" Matt pauses, turns around.
It's just so funny to me. It's like that friend who has mysteriously been not mentioned really at all.
Not mentioned up to this point at all, yeah. This is, this is the first, it's like, it is kind of remarkable, isn't it, that he's just, like, he hasn't been brought up at any point, even though that was the beginning of this story. But
well, it makes me wonder if that little funeral pamphlet thing is reshoots or not.
I'm confident that's reshoots. I'm not so sure about this scene. I think this could have been original. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure. That we wouldn't have even seen Foggy's death. It would have just been that Foggy was dead. And that we didn't even know, like, why or how it had happened.
Yeah.
Matt pauses, turns around and says it's not about him. And then Frank yells, "Say his name, you coward. It's not about him. You hate yourself. It's eating you up because you ain't done a damn thing about it." And Matt punches Frank and grabs him by the collar before regaining his composure and releasing him and turning to, face the wall. And Matt apologizes to Frank, but Frank retorts that hitting him was the first honest thing you did.
And dude,
again, it's just like,
the acting
okay,
is so
now
fucking good.
It is really good.
Charlie Cox really looks like he fucking hates himself for giving into like
for
the
having
rage.
done that. Yeah. No, he's working his ass off in this scene. That's for sure. So Matt reiterates that it's not about him, but obviously this time around it's not he's not doing as good a job of trying to make it seem like that's the case. And then Frank says he talks to you, doesn't he? You hear his voice. You do, don't you? And then Matt he starts breaking down, like he's trying to maintain his composure, but it's not working. The cracks in the facade. And Frank explains that he hears the voice of his son, who urges him to keep going after the bad guys. And he explains that he can see the turmoil in Matt, and that it will keep eating away at him unless he does something. And Matt very tepidly explains that he did what he had to do to stop Bullseye and let the system take care of the rest. And very indignant, Frank turns around and says in what is definitely an ADR line, "Every day Bullseye goes to the chow hall, eats his slop. He gets to breathe the same air that you breathe. You feel good about that." It's, I don't know why this is ADR.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
This should be a really
what was it originally?
Well, wait. So remind me, because I think we've had this conversation, but I just can't remember the results, so to speak. So, like, Bullseye, is he exclusively reshoots?
I think he's exclusively reshoots.
That would explain all the ADR that relates to Bullseye, then, I guess, right?
I guess what it is like, so if we're to conclude that this scene was originally shot for the show, which it's, maybe it wasn't. Like, that's the thing. Maybe this is reshoots as well. Who we meant to conclude actually killed Foggy? Like, Foggy.
If
this was in, it means that Foggy was dead. But who killed him?
Do you think the original thing was that they kept it a secret and that they were going to do something with it later? Because saying he gets to do this, he gets to do that, it's like, yeah, we get to keep it. We're not sure who we want to be the one that killed Foggy yet. Yeah.
And also, worth noting, it is kind of interesting that he calls him Bullseye, because, like, Bullseye's not, like, a name that was ever, like, given to him in the Netflix series. Yeah. It was just Dex. He never had an identity as, like, a villain. So it's kind of weird that he calls him that, but I guess Bullseye is now like a term that's out there. I guess.
Yeah, but we know Bullseye, so there.
We know he's Bullseye, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's what.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't know
but,
if-
you know, whatever.
I don't know if the implication is that there's a whole ass season of content that relates to him between, that we didn't
Maybe.
see. I don't know.
It's probably worth showing it, but Matt screams he got life, and Frank asks, "How about old Foggy? He got life?" And it's like, well, it's not bad. It's not bad
That
as
might
like
be the line where I
little
was like, "Oh
exchange.
shit, that
Yeah.
I do like that enough to say like
Yeah.
good job." So well done, writers,
not
you did
bad.
it.
Somehow.
And
Against
the
all
fact
odds.
that you have him sort of shouting that like that to me is Matt basically saying like the system fucking works, and then Frank
Mhm.
being like, no, it doesn't, because it's
Yeah.
not fair, like because that doesn't make up for what happened.
Doesn't fix the problem. So, yeah, and the performance really good.
Very
He's
good. Yeah.
they're putting their all into this one. So and with tears streaming down his face, Matt says, "Foggy, he was the kindest, purest soul I ever met. And guys like you and me, we can work a lifetime and never measure up to his decency." This line, I think what annoys me about it is you killed him. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? You got rid of him. You
didn't have to.
you
Nobody
jettisoned
wanted it to
him
happen.
from the show. And of course, Karen's nowhere to be found. Karen doesn't show up. She hasn't shown
Yeah,
up yet. We're at
turns
episode
out-
8. Karen hasn't shown up yet.
So I had read on an open bar episode like way back, the thing said episodes 1 through 6 will move to 2 through 7, so a new first episode gets made and a new 8 and 9 get made, and that's why we'll be seeing Karen in episode 1 and 8 and 9. She wasn't in 8. Neither was Punisher.
And neither was
Uh-oh.
Punisher, because this is the end of the scene. Matt says goodbye to Frank and leaves, and we do not see the Punisher again up to where we are now, episode 8.
Oh, that's actually someone just mentioned, and that is fair, that they said that you guys missed a major part, which is John Bernthal had a hand on what was written for his character, or you wouldn't do it. There is a good chance that the reason why the lines are so much better here is because he would have forced them, used his leverage, sort of thing.
I mean, I feel like it's the only thing that makes sense. Why is this scene like inexplicably, notably good when the rest of the episode is absolute dog shit?
Yeah.
Like
I said, this is like weirdly out of place. It's like they fucked up and they made a good scene. It legitimately is bizarre how this made it. Because you think that there would be some other good scenes in the rest of the show, but there hasn't been any.
No, and it's like actual experiential whiplash of like an emotional state of watching this scene, coming to a point of being like, man, that was actually pretty good, and then it cuts to Kingpin, and you're like, oh,
No.
like here we fucking go back to this shit, because and that's how much like what they've created now, which is really bad, by the way, because Kingpin, whenever he showed up in the fucking first season, it was like, whoa, here we go.
Whereas now it's like, all right, what cuck shit's gonna happen now?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one good scene in the whole show.
Yes.
Up to, episode 9, maybe there'll be a good one. I doubt it. Because episode 1 sucked, and episode 8 is terrible as well. I know we're jumping the gun there, but that was pretty shit.
I think that's
too.
fair. Like, I agree with you. There's not another scene that comes close to this one, and I still would hesitate to call this scene like great or anything. I'd be like, it's good. It's good.
It is good.
Yeah. That's the most I think I'm willing to give it. So, but that's the scene. Unless anybody else had anything else they wanted to add about this scene.
But like,
before we move on to the
even though the scene is good, like water in the desert, the best water in your life has nothing to do with the water.
I mean, I think there's something to do with the water in this scene. I want to give them that credit. Yeah, as in, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying it is a good scene. It is a good scene. It's a shame that we used to get these scenes often in most seasons, and now this is
what I mean, man. It's like
it is conspicuously out of place that we get a good scene.
You almost watch it, and you're like, it'd be really cool if there was a whole show like this. Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy?
It was 3 whole seasons.
It was these. Well, yeah, it was those scenes that are in like an odd sort of way responsible for Born Again. Like all of those good scenes got people to like Daredevil and all these characters, and then years happen, this show occurs.
Well, and I've seen assessments of this being like, Man, you get those shitty scenes like with the guy in who wants the probation and stuff, and then you get the great scenes like with Punisher. This is such a mixed bag season. I'm like, what the fuck? Name one other scene as good as the Frank Castle one. It's like, what are we
To be
even
clear,
talking about?
this is like a jar of jelly beans, and one of them does not taste like shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
which
And
And
you've got to,
it's always like been included begrudgingly as well. It's like, well, we have to give them something because they really like this
gotta
dynamic.
give
So
him
I guess
Punisher.
we'll throw it
also
in. And even though it's slightly awkwardly thrown in as well, because the lead up to it doesn't make a huge amount of sense, and even though we're jumping to somebody else's death that we haven't addressed before, when there's a more recent death that we're also not addressing because we can't be bothered. Besides all of that, it's a good scene.
then I was going to say as well that I don't disagree with the notion that having a scene as good as this among all of it can actually accentuate just how fucking bad everything is.
A little bit. This scene kind of annoys me, which is not the fault of the scene itself. It's not the fault of Charlie Cox or John Bernthal's contributions. It's literally just like, God damn it, you know? It's like this, it bugs me in a sense that it's like these characters have otherwise been paraded around very sloppily, and then like you just get one instance of like, oh, it would have been nice if the whole show was like this. Oh, well, damn, that was asking for too much. Shit. Whoops. Oh, well. So yeah, Cuckpin, he's having dinner with his wife, and she asks if she should feel safe in the marriage, prompting Fisk to explain that he's good at persuading people, but he's not so good at forgiveness. He insists that he's trying and that he would like for things to be the way they were before. And then Vanessa says she's not the same woman as when he left, and Fisk tells her that she's even more extraordinary.
You know what? You're definitely right, writers. She is more extraordinary than ever.
Now,
You've
when a
made
woman
that
cheats on
very
her
clear.
husband, she's more extraordinary than ever. It's
That's
like,
right.
fucking
She's
hell.
better at him than his job. She was in the right for cheating on him. She is just so extraordinary. She extraordinaries all over the place.
Stuff like that, you know, we've had so many references now. It's like Kingpin. Who's enjoying the Kingpin scenes? Like, actually, seriously, they're all so terrible. And I still like. I outright hate the fill the hole scene too. I know a lot of people like that one, but I thought it was shit.
Fill that hole.
I enjoy them ironically. I mean, it's always sort of funny to see what new depravities they foist upon him. I love the bit where he said, oh no, it might be later in this episode actually, the bit where he says to the guy who fucked his wife, we've shared the same experience.
Oh.
It's very funny. I love that scene, but not for the reasons they intended.
I used to like him though, the character, but I have to say goodbye at this point, you know? Because you ain't getting him back.
So Matt heads back to his apartment and has a conversation with Heather that's so dull that I don't even feel like there's anything to be said about it. Like,
Oh, you mean like all this
I,
is?
yeah, I was really struck with this scene of how little like any of this is like matters or is interesting at all.
I actually regret saying that because I would have preferred all of their scenes were like that, but there is one
They start to get
episode
worse.
8, right? Where
They start to get a lot worse.
that scene is in competition for the worst scene in like the whole series, which is saying something. It's like, good for you.
No, Heather, she would, in a sense, she was safe just being boring. She becomes pretty insufferable. By the time that we're getting close to the end, and really is making you like, dude, where's Karen? Can we bring Karen back?
Where are my
Please?
characters?
Can we get
Who are
rid
you
of Heather?
freaks? Why are you here?
Karen.
This is worse than Skinwalkers. They're just not even bothering anymore, you know? They're like, nah, we're just weird aliens.
So, Fisk has his own subterranean lair, and he ventures down to it as Matt heads up to his rooftop lair where he's got several Daredevil masks displayed. And he picks up his baton and begins practicing. Meanwhile, Fisk, he eats dinner next to a cell that's holding Adam.
So, I had mentioned this to you a couple of times off stream because I just couldn't stop finding it so fucking funny. There was a tweet that I'd read a while back. I don't remember exactly when, and I don't know if the source was anyone official or if it was someone with like leaks or whatever, but they said, fear not, right? Like, don't worry, Vincent D'Onofrio has lost a lot of weight, but he will get fat in Born Again. So don't panic, everyone. He will be fat. And I remember laughing my ass off reading it, as though that was like That's what we need to make sure we nail. And so when you see this sequence and this beginning, you might be like, why are we showing this? It's like, unironically, and this is true, this is them explaining how they get Kingpin fat. Because he starts eating sausages and pasta.
Next to the person who cocked him.
I
who's
don't
in
know
a
where to
cell.
begin explaining, like, guys, this is not something you need to be worrying about compared to the writing, okay? You don't need to explain to me why he's fat. Like, I don't need to...
That just
like,
happens.
I think we
It's
all
okay.
understand how
It
that
happens.
happens,
It creeps up on you.
And it's just like, okay, sure, he's fat. Thank you. But what the fuck are you doing? Like, just in general. And yeah, I saw someone summarize it as, Kingpin goes into his, like, secret goon cave to eat sausages with a naked man in a cage. It's just like, what? What? What?
This is what those seasons were leading to.
Yeah. And, no, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, Platoon is right. A lot of it's very funny once you get over the loss, you know?
Just he's eating dinner next to the guy whose wife fucking cheated on him with. What the
I
fuck?
don't like... And they're like, yeah, Kingpin's coming back, boy. And you're just like, what are you talking about? Like, what is this?
So, like, where is this? Is this at the
His
like?
underground lair.
It's his underground. So, like, it's not in Gracie Mansion. The mayor of New York doesn't have a basement dungeon with inexplicable backlit
I mean,
mood
hey.
lighting.
When he got the job, he was like, ooh, a goon cave, yes. They're like, yeah, it's a major feature. You get to do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, they installed it in the 1940s.
Really quite remarkable.
Christ, man.
Gives us a speech about how
That's it.
LaGuardia used to build this cave, and like he started, you know, he's
LaGuardia,
my
you
favorite
built this
mayor.
goon cave. I think it's quite brilliant, actually. The duality of man.
Ever since Vanessa cheated on me, I spent more time in the
I
goon
mean,
cave than
yeah. I
intended.
enjoy your company, Adam. It reminds me of why I do what I do. I love New York, and I love being cucked. It's beautiful,
Big
really.
I forgot.
Spend a lot of time down.
What, is it Heather? Girlfriend name?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
she.
can't remember.
One of the things first thing she says to Matt is, "You're avoiding me, aren't you?" And I remember thinking to myself, like, yeah, like, 'cause you're just all of us are. Yeah, we are, 100%. But we're running out of time to be able to avoid her. I was just thinking, along with these two, because this is supposed to be hype building. Daredevil's coming back, and so is Kingpin. And the thing is, like, the reality, the context is, you took Daredevil away for no fucking reason, and Kingpin, you guys don't know how to do Kingpin, so I don't even, like, what you're telling me is coming back isn't even close to what you think it is, and,
Yeah,
man, it
the
just
two
sucks knowing
people-
where all of it goes, you know?
The two people they
It's,
are clearly not familiar with. Oh, they'll have a showdown. Those two people. Oh boy.
Oh,
It's kind of funny. Yeah.
just one last thing as well about that Heather scene. It really pissed me off because I remember we talked about it as we were watching it. There's a quote from Matt where he says, in regards to White Tiger, a client who was proven innocent still ends up dead and no one cares.
Proven innocent. That's a weird thing for you to say as a lawyer, bro.
Proven not guilty.
First of
Proven
all,
innocent.
yeah, that, but like, a client who was proven innocent still ends up dead, implying, had he been guilty, he deserves to die.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
That's
Like,
super weird from Matt. Like, what are you talking about? Like, even if he was found guilty of manslaughter, you think he should be executed? Or
I
that,
thought
like, it
Matt
would
didn't
make
believe
sense?
in,
Like, it would be like, you should
Well,
end up
executed,
dead.
but not intentionally.
that doesn't really make sense with Matt's attitude on like whether or not, you know, like punishment is even an effective deterrent. Obviously, you know, I guess death penalty deters them forever, but like the idea that it would have any impact on other people as well, you know, it's just weird. It's just a weird thing to say.
I think it's obviously it's just written badly. Like, they obviously wanted him to say, an innocent man died and no one cares. That sort of thing, like, through after being cleared by the law system, but they wrote
made
it in
more
such a way
complicated.
that the implication is Matt would be okay with anybody dying if they were found guilty.
Even though Matt is like so aggressively against killing people that he doesn't even want to kill Kingpin. Well, I mean, he wants to, but he won't do it. Matt is very pro, essentially, human life. Like that's really fundamental to. It's the reason why he doesn't get along with Stick, because Stick doesn't have that attitude. You know.
Oh,
and
whatever. That
Punisher
was
as well.
like a whole ass 2 seasons ago or something. Nobody remembers that.
We're never gonna hear Stick's name ever again.
Oh.
Nope.
So that's episode 4. Episode 5 is the bottle episode. It's the filler episode. It is the filler episode. It's basically
And we got to
you could
get out of
cut
the
it out.
way immediately. Filler isn't bad. That's fine.
Filler is not bad,
Yes,
but this
it
is
can
pretty
be
bad
it
episode.
But this is
good.
bad. This is bad filler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a bad episode. And this one is noteworthy because when you watch the credits, barely anybody's names appear in this one. Kingpin is not in this episode.
Nope.
Very few people are in this episode. The only people in this episode are Matt and one other person that we're about to meet. So it's St. Patrick's Day. They really want us to know it's St. Patrick's Day. They show people out celebrating St. Patrick's Day, and then a woman in the bank is like, "Oh, it's St. Patrick's Day." It's like, yeah, I get it. St. Patrick's Day.
All right,
I
yeah.
remember
I'm pretty
that,
sure
yeah.
this episode, and also I think this episode came out a while after St. Patrick's Day, if I remember correctly, because this came out
St.
on
Patrick's Day is a different day in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
because episodes 5 and 6 released together, which I would say that tells you something about how confident they were about episode 5, that they felt like they needed to release an additional episode along with it. That should already tell you a lot. I figured they would just try and sync it with St. Patrick's Day, because St. Patrick's Day is like earlier in March, right? Or am I... When is St... Hold on. Give me 1 second.
And someone just mentioned, do they realize Matt is Irish? I don't know if you're talking about the writers or us, but it's made very explicit in this episode, so it'd be hard to miss. But
Yeah.
either.
Yeah, St. Patrick's Day was the week earlier, which I find kind of funny. Like, it's just you're a week late, but okay. Whatever.
Oh, well.
Not a big deal. You can do your episodes whenever. I just figured they'd try and actually sync it up on the 17th instead of a week later. But anyway, he heads to the bank.
The premise
yep.
is just good because like we've just done, is it Latvian awareness?
Yes.
And now it's
Latvian.
Latvian awareness. Is not quite what I meant to say, but we'll run with it.
Latvian
Then we've had
Heritage
a
Day.
yeah. Then it's
made
St.
me aware of
Patrick's Day.
Latvia.
So like I was watching these things basically back to back, thinking, oh god, are we gonna do? Are we just doing this? Is it now going to be themed episodes for the rest of the show? Which
Well-
community will we get to do next? Next one will be the Italian American Awareness Day.
Get them all. Make it a
No.
themed episode every time. I saw someone mention in chat, when your show has this few episodes, you shouldn't be doing filler. I don't think we'd be saying that if it was an excellent filler
It was a
episode.
good episode. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I remember
of
filler
which-
episode-
There are many in all kinds of shows. Some of the filler episodes in Buffy and Angel are considered some of their best. So it's like
Mhm.
it's really good flavor. It can break up the main plot line if it's gotten particularly intense or something. I'm totally on board with them. In fact, I kind of love them as a writing challenge. Like Midnight, I think it's the best episode of Doctor Who, and I don't think they'll ever, certainly not now, be able to make a better one. Is arguably it's like a bottle filler thing you could put anywhere. I think it's important to his arc generally in season 4, but I was just going to say that like it can absolutely be considered filler, and it was constructed as filler. They were like, we need a low budget, whatever the fuck episode to fill in this season. Go, and that's kind of how you would define it. The point being, no hate to filler, really, honestly, no hate. I just don't like this episode.
And I mean,
Filler,
you
that's
know
the thing.
me, I
Filler can
like
be
bottle episodes.
fulfilling.
That's true. And I like my bottle episodes. I don't like this one though.
I
So,
agree. Bottle
yeah.
episodes can be great.
Matt heads to the bank and he meets with the assistant bank manager, Yousef Khan, who is Kamala Khan's father. You're Miss Marvel. This is Miss
I like
Marvel's dad. And this
The way
is
they sort of
Daredevil.
pan up to his face as though you're supposed to recognize who he is. It's like,
Well-
it's him. Wait, who?
Like his theme music should play when it pans up.
So I already knew he was going to be in this. I just couldn't.
didn't.
I couldn't place him as in like, where the fuck is he going to be coming in? And obviously, this is how. Just randomly, he'll just be fucking airdropped in as look. Is the MCU, so
No.
you get access to random characters. You're like,
Again,
okay.
It's not necessarily a big deal, but it is hyper coincidental
They make
that
it a big
Daredevil
deal.
would meet the father of another superhero in New York.
Yeah, and to be
a city
clear,
of, what,
this
5 million
isn't
people,
with
6
purpose. Like
million?
Matt doesn't know this.
No, this. I mean, he will know this soon though because Yousef keeps talking about her like all the time.
Oh god, yeah, it's
Just keep
fucking cringe.
bringing up,
But
"Oh,
there's
yeah,
also
Miss Marvel."
it is a major coincidence because he's supposed to be meeting with someone else, right? But he's replaced.
He's meant to be meeting with the bank manager
Yeah,
and Yousef, the assistant bank manager. So yeah, again, doesn't actually like matter, but it is like pretty remarkable coincidence in the city with this man. And then plus there's the fact that because they don't live in New York, they live in Jersey City, right? I know it's like all the same metro area, but even then, it's like, oh, that even accentuates how, because like in Defenders, it's like what's Hell's Kitchen. That's like a neighborhood. Obviously, they're kind of all over the place to some extent. Like Luke Cage is in Harlem, but whatever. It doesn't really matter. So Yousef mentions that Kamala is visiting California and that he lives in Jersey City, which has its own superhero in Miss Marvel. And then he shows Matt a custom Miss Marvel Funko Pop.
I wanted to kill myself at this moment.
I wanted to kill other people.
So
they
and
should
also,
be punished, not me.
It's twofold, right? A lot of people already know the cringe, which is it's a fucking Funko Pop, and it's in the fucking content now. Like it's like, look, Funko Pop.
Wait, sorry, because a few people have mentioned it. I can't remember. At the end of the Marvels, they don't move it. Do they move into? Where do they move? Do they like leave New Jersey?
You realize you just asked us to recount to you the plot of the Marvels.
There is a bit toward the end where someone, and it might be them, moves into, is it Monica Rambeau's old house somewhere in like Louisiana or something?
I don't think. No, they're helping them move, right?
They're helping Carol do it, right? Or do they move?
I don't think they move. I'd have to check, but holy fuck, that would be funny if they just forgot that.
That'd be funny, but who cares? I don't give a shit.
It didn't work out. They couldn't get the loan or something.
On the topic,
doesn't their house gets trashed?
Yes,
in the Marvels.
Yes, but I don't think they. To be fair, it's like I know this sounds. It's a living room. The rest of the house is okay. They just need to clean it up. But like, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think. God, this is stretching my memory. I don't think they moved by the end. That's what I put my money on if I had to.
Or they were helping Carol move into the house.
I think so, yeah. And she's with Kamala in like a truck or something, and the implication is that she's going to mentor her. That's all. I don't think they moved.
Sure. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, never mind that. Who cares?
Well, so I was going to say, like, this...
the custom Funko Pop.
Yeah, this is cringe on its own, and it's obviously super, like, cynical merchandisey sort of thing. But, like, you can put all that to one side. I wouldn't recommend it, but, if you want to put all that to one side, what the fuck are you doing? He's blind.
Yeah, he can't see.
And of course you'll be like, well, but they account for that. It's like, no.
It's the best way to enjoy a Funko Pop, to be fair.
That's fair, yeah. But what's funny is Matt probably can make it out because of like the vibrations, whatever have you and stuff. But like, obviously he doesn't fucking know that. So rude to hold up a Funko Pop and be like, hey, blind person, check this out. And then, the way I see it is that the writers were like, obviously he can't see it because he's blind, so we'll just throw in that it's like, oh yeah, sorry, and puts it down. And then it's like, but why would he ever do that? Like, I don't care about this character, but he is like, he's supposed to be like a caring person.
Yeah, it's and then of course on a meta level, what are you doing? Why are you like referencing Miss Marvel in the Daredevil show? How much overlap do you think that the audience actually has there?
They really are pushing.
I know you're like,
Miss
it's
Marvel
like a fun little reference, but like really, what are you doing?
It's weird how much he talks about her in this Daredevil show. This feels more like a Miss Marvel episode in an odd way because of how much he goes on about her.
And like Matt has to point to his face, like, oh, by the way, and it's like, oh yeah, you can't see. Jesus.
Yeah. So.
And just to be absolutely clear, like he saw him with the fucking. He knows, okay? There's no like, just interesting glasses you're wearing there. I'm guessing you're just...
They're blind guy glasses. Those are blind guy glasses. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
So Yousef is confused as to why Matt's firm takes on so many clients who can't pay when their business is underwater. And the Daredevil theme plays, the new one for this show, plays as Matt exposits the purpose of defense attorneys in the justice system. He says that defense is inherently difficult because the entire system conspires against defendants, and that he serves a vital function in a city which depends on defense attorneys. And the theme is playing while he says this. We're like a minute into the episode.
The whole system conspires against defendants.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say.
The basis of the legal foundation is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, like if anything, the system is such that there's a huge threshold you have to cross in order to essentially take away people's rights. But whatever.
No,
This
we
is
clearly
Matt's
established in the last episode the system is biased against defendants who steal shit.
Yeah,
And
that's crazy.
That's bad.
Yeah. So yeah, I find it so funny that the theme plays. It's like, what are you doing?
That stuck out to me fucking hard. It's like, you guys are just spamming this stupid shit now. Like, oh, such meaning. Look at the meaning. You're like, shut up.
So yeah, Yousef is like, yeah, that's cool, bro, but like, we can't give you a loan. He's a bit nicer about it, but yeah, he can't get a loan.
You can join Captain Falcon in the No Loans Club. Gosh darn.
Yeah, but at least in this case, he's not, he doesn't have the Avengers Fund that doesn't exist to back him up. So so this is a coincidence that actually matters. As Matt is leaving the bank, 5 Irish bank robbers gear up to rob this bank.
Which he would hear.
What are the odds of that? He would hear it. Well, he does. We're meant to conclude that when we see him later, that's happening at the same time as this scene.
Nope, that's too late.
I think we... are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure they said the same line of dialogue.
Yeah, so you just said they're gearing up, and I said he would have heard that.
Yeah, right. That's of course. Never mind. It's worse. Yeah, it's worse. Don't worry. So but yeah, that's pretty convenient. And the leader, his name is Delvin, and he exposits in what I'm sure is an ADR line that they are robbing the bank to acquire the $1.8 million that Luca had been ordered to pay in restitution to another one of the criminal leaders. That line is for you because you probably fucking forgot that was something that they have as like an ongoing problem for Fisk.
Luca's payoffs are next episode, right? Or is it the one after?
No, not. It's Delvin, not Melvin. It's Delvin, brother of the Joker.
Delvin, brother of Melvin.
Brother of the Irish Joker. Yeah. So the bank's power, including its surveillance systems, are knocked out as the mobsters enter and take control of the bank. And we see that Yousef, he sneaks over into an office and attempts to call the police, but it doesn't work and he gets caught. And meanwhile, you see that Matt overhears the robbery. And it's so weird. He's on a call with Kirsten. You remember her? He's just talking to her. And when he hears it, he just says, call the police and hangs up.
It's so funny.
That one was bizarre to me.
I loved it so much. Kirsten, call 911, hangs up. And you're like, what? For what?
What?
For what? Just in general, like, have a chat with him.
I was in a call with my blind boyfriend, and he said to call you. Did he mention anything? Or
how did they not catch this? Because you see him hang up on her. He presses the button. What? How are you this stupid? That's not how the police work. Like, that's it. They gotta know where the fuck you want them.
Press the society alarm button.
It's such a joke.
Yeah. Matt casually saunters through the front door of the bank, which none of the robbers locked or guarded.
Which they do a nice little fucking lampshade of. It's like, hey, retards, exits, entrances. That's like the most obvious start to robbing a fucking bank.
So basically, because these bank robbers are incredibly incompetent, Matt was able to get inside the bank in order to subvert them because nobody was guarding the door or locked it. Like, if he walked up to the door and it was locked, he'd just be fucked.
Do you see how awful the solving of problems is for these writers? It's like, how do we get Mac back in the bank? And then, of course, instead of just fucking suggesting the obvious of why didn't you just have him in there to begin with? We can have countless ways the police can be brought to this situation. We don't need Matt to be the one that, makes the alert. But they're like, oh, I know. You'll go out, you'll call the police, and then you'll go back in. And then another writer said, well, but how can you do that when they're on the doors? It's like, they just won't be. Wow.
And they're like, yes, this is why we get paid more than most people.
We're pretty good at this, man.
I feel like it is that reminder. It's like, they get paid more than most people to make this. Like,
they just
win. Fast food, like, you just get paid a lot more money.
Just win. It's so clever.
They just weren't, yeah. No, but it's funny because Matt, he's whistling as he walks up the stairs. It's like, look at that Riz.
Hee.
The reason, by the way, if you don't know why we keep saying that, it's one of the few things that people consistently say about the show, like, as a point of praise, which is that Matt has Riz. That's not an uncommon way of trying to signal praise for this show.
You should probably just assume your show is fucking dead when no one's talking about the meaning and they're instead talking about shipping or Riz.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Caitlin and Vi
So
had a lot of Riz though. To be fair, they
Mhm.
were rizzing it up that whole season.
what is Riz? It just means cool, basically.
Well,
You've got like some sort of aura that's
it's
positive, like and
charisma.
kind of interesting. Yeah,
Charisma,
Charisma.
particularly towards romantic interactions
that's
and
what it means. Yeah,
attractions. The
Matt's
smooth
got that.
talker, ladies.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so the robbers finally lock the door as Matt is placed with the rest of the hostages.
Yeah.
And he starts examining their heartbeats, and he notices that one woman amongst them is like distinctly calm.
Curious.
Which I mean, yeah, and it's wow. This is what this intrigue. So, Delvin, brother of the Joker. No, sorry, the Irish joke. Fuck it,
Delvin,
brother of the
Delvin.
Joker. He tells the hostages to stay calm while they rob the bank, or else they got shot. Which prompts Matt to just tell Delvin that killing people entails different charges to robbing a bank. Like as if that's something that anybody
By
would
the
need to be
way,
told. Hey, do you know there's a difference between robbery and murder? It's like, yeah, I think everybody
yeah.
knows that,
You know
but
that murder
okay.
is worse.
Well, and they've already beaten the shit out of people, and he's like, "Hey, bro, if you hurt people more, you'll get in more trouble." I just like, man, I feel like you're smarter than this. You know who you're dealing with here, and I don't even like. I'm kind of chill with the actor for the leader of these guys, but it's unfortunate the script he's dealing with is so crap. I've never
Yeah.
really been that fond of lines like he says as part of the explanation of what's going to be happening. He says, "You've all been to the movies. No need to explain." It's like, that's such a
Yeah, no, it's a
writer
little bit annoying.
line.
It is a rider line.
Like
It
he's
is.
a fucking bank robber. He's got the operation to organize. He's gonna have strict orders for everyone here. He's not gonna go, "You've
Mhm.
been to the movies. You've seen how this all goes." It's like, what are you talking about? It's like you don't want to have to
Yeah,
go through the motions of explaining a bank robbery because you know the audience, much like you, the writer, are going to be like, I know, I've seen these sorts of scenes before.
I don't know, man. It feels like you could be way more efficient.
Just
I
find a
don't know
more
why,
interesting
but
way of doing it.
my mind immediately goes to the three-leaf clover from Grand Theft Auto 4, where that's the bank robbery mission, and it's like, yeah, there ain't that much dialogue. It all gets conveyed pretty clearly. Get down on the ground, open the safe, like pretty, you know what I mean? And then actually having like character as well,
Yeah, well,
like them having arguments with each other, like
think of
Packy having arguments with Derek.
in Firefly, right? Jubilee, he's got a. It's a standard moment of I need to tie someone up and tell them if they attempt to do anything, I will kill them. Pretty normal thing. We've seen that a million times and all kinds of stuff. How do you make it more interesting? And it's like referenced as one of the most like terrifying parts of the whole show. What he says to Kaylee. Well, my point being, of course, just that you can make anything awesome. You just have to kind of do. You have to kind of work.
There are a few people obviously bringing it up, but of course your mind goes back to Heat, the film that everybody
Yeah.
tries to do. They don't tend to do it as successfully.
No.
In terms of the heist, the bank robbery scene. I would say I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to be going for something. Well, I guess maybe not because of the way that it all plays out, but that nevertheless, there are many examples of just how to do this, and we're already off to not a good start at this
Well,
point.
they're already, as you mentioned, hyper incompetent, but it just keeps rolling in. It's like they're not doing it. They're not corralling them into a single like controlled area. They're just
Mhm.
spotted around the room, and they're all free to do whatever they want. One of them, they show in the montage, like at the beginning, nearly gets a gun off one of them. It's like you guys
Yeah, he
suck,
like
Yeah.
goes and grabs it.
and you
Yeah.
haven't,
That's
and
pretty-
They do
that's
that.
happening even though you've got nobody on the exits and entrances. How is that even like?
I think my favorite one though is that the idea that these really hardened criminals who are robbing a bank, if someone says, "Hey, I really need to go to the toilet," they just say, "Yeah, okay, go off."
We'll
Yeah,
get to
we're not
that.
going to be here long, so I don't give a
We'll get
shit.
to that.
I
It's like
almost,
if
You-
you want me to believe them, just no, sit there and piss yourself because there's more
I was gonna
important
say
things
like,
happening than your bladder.
we can move forward and back. But when I was watching it, I fucking said that. I was like, just make him piss his. But they would enjoy it. They'd be like this uppity fucking lawyer trying to be all this that. Yeah, piss yourself. Go on, fucking piss it. Like they would enjoy it. It's stupid that you're like. I will personally take you to the toilet and make sure that you are taken care of at this moment of fucking bladder expansion. Why? I don't understand why like you don't take any opportunities to make anything interesting happen. You instead rely on all of these like they're all like shortcuts. Like classic writing shortcuts, and most of them, there's not an explanation of how you do it as a writer. It's just make it so that's the way it is. You can just do that because you're the writer and you can write anything you want.
Also, that
So,
thing where they put everyone's pants around their ankles so they can't get up and run away.
well,
I
no,
mean,
they don't even mind letting them just
they
talk
could
to
just
each other.
they could just have a bunch of zip ties. It's a cheap way of just, everybody start getting fucking zip tied to different things. There we go, done. And for the record, I know you can escape a zip tie, but the average person isn't going to do that.
But
It's hard to escape
yeah,
it stealthily.
That's true too.
yeah, which is probably the relevant part. So yeah, after Matt tells them the obvious, one of Delvin, brother of the Joker's Gooch, strikes Matt with his rifle. And then Delvin wants the bank manager to identify himself, but as that happens, the police, they're here, they arrive on the scene. Which is obviously not part of their plan. They figured that they were going to get in and out with no police presence at all. And so then Delvin specifically asks Yousef to identify himself. Like I guess he just decides oh, you look
By
important.
the
You've
way,
got billing in the credits. you must
if
have information relevant to me.
if you track it, are there anybody on the entrances and exits?
I don't know if we see anybody actually. There's a guy looking out the window who sees the cops, but I don't know that we actually see that there's
Like
anybody.
they've even had some randy wander in, and they still haven't got that controlled.
They play real loose with where they are and what they're doing because they need them to be wherever they need them to be in order for the plot to progress.
Even though they all have
I
fucking
think we're meant to
individual
conclude-
colored masks to try and help the audience remember.
So Yousef claims that he can open the vault, he can do it. Which we'll see if that's true later on. But then Delvin, I'm just gonna keep laughing at his name now, and the red goon. This will help you figure out who's who. So Delvin, he's the green one, and then there's the red guy. They step into an office to discuss their plan, which Matt overhears. And this is the plan. This is the way that they delegate the jobs. Blue Goon is going to take Yousef downstairs to open the vault. Red Goon is in charge of crowd control, and Delvin is going to negotiate with the police directly. And while this is happening, Matt deduces that Yousef can't actually open the vault. He made that up because he was kind of panicking.
Yeah, this was like a double whammy of what the fuck. Because for me, when he's struggling and moving around the notion of opening the vault, I was immediately struck by he would just open it. Like everyone in these situations should. There's no reason why they shouldn't cooperate with the people who are threatening to kill them. Even the everything that's in charge of all that, just do it. Just open it, give it to them. It's the most straightforward thing. You have no ultimate unless, of course, it's a situation like, I don't know, Civil War, where they're trying to get at a horrifying virus that's going to kill everyone. I could see an attempt to want to prevent them from doing it. But if it's just money or whatever, just cooperate. So I was confused why it was taking him so long, why he was being so weird about it. And then the show is no, he doesn't know how to open it. And I was just confused. What's happening? What's going on? It's why would he lie about that? And it's well, because it locks him in now. So he has
locks
to.
him in, and he's the only character that needs to be relevant because he's Kamala Khan's dad.
Yeah. It's so pathetic.
We want to see what's going on with him. Yeah, pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
But then, of course, you do wonder, wait a minute. Had Matt not been here in this very time, and had he admitted, like a normal person, I can't open it, would they have been fucked?
Kamala Khan's, basically, they wouldn't have been able to get into the vault, and I guess Kamala Khan's dad would have died. Here in this bank.
Because they would have probably tortured him in the hopes that he could open it, and then he couldn't.
And then he couldn't. So if Matt wasn't here, he'd be dead. And that would be, I don't know, I guess the punished Miss Marvel arc in the next season of television.
There's that aspect, but I'm also just, these robbers are so, the list of how their incompetencies is fucking hilarious. They just...
Well, yeah.
They had no backup plan, no way to get into the vault.
To on the nature of it, because Yousef is the assistant bank manager, he can't do it. The bank manager could do it, I believe, but the assistant bank manager couldn't. So basically, their plan fucked up because the bank manager didn't show up to work that day. They were fucked.
It wasn't even that. He said he was 3 hours late or something like that. He was just a little late. That's oh well.
He had an emergency, I think, is the line that's actually used. Yeah.
That's just so funny though. The odds.
They started their entire bank heist without checking to make sure the one person that they really need to get the money was actually there. And man,
that is pretty funny.
Y'all
because it feels like relatively easy to do. You just go in and check. You know, and
By
there's
the
no
way,
reason for them to actually be able to. Yeah.
This is what I only just realized. You know, they have them take their masks off in the room to talk because, of course, it's like, well, no one can see their faces. We're all good. They're next to an open window with the police outside.
Yeah, pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
Pretty
You fuckers are so stupid.
It's a one-way window.
So, Matt, with this information, tells Yousef to stall the robbers as best he can when they take him down to the vault. Which you figure that hearing that he'd be like, "What are you talking? What? Like, and how's it like to do what? How's that gonna help?"
Oh man,
like, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he say like, "Why would I do that?" Like, I mean, obviously, I guess he's got to stall them anyway because he can't do shit. But like, what's he gonna like? Why? What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, not a lot of information to act on.
There's also one point out as well, is like, because you got to keep all this stuff in track. It's like, don't they have an insider at the bank? Like, how could they have fucked this up so badly when they have more information than the average robber ever could?
He ain't here.
Exactly. You'd have her. They would be like, "Are we all good to go?" And she'd be like, "No, abort. He's not here. There's no point."
Yeah,
they would just check. They'd wait for him to arrive. They'd have
There's
someone
that too.
behind the bank to make sure. He has arrived.
We're only like 5 minutes in. Great filler episode. Oh wait, no, sorry, we're way further than 5 minutes in. Never mind. We're like a third of the way through the episode.
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But hey, look, it's about to. You remember Detective Kim? You remember her?
I will admit that when I saw her, I was like, I know you. Where do I know you from? Like that was my experience.
Episode 1, in the opening scene, she was talking to Cherry. Detective Kim.
Detective
She's here.
Kim.
She's arrived on the scene, and she's in charge. She's going to serve as the hostage negotiator.
Which is another kind of like,
really
how do we contrive a way to get her in? Well, she's just the acting chief hostage negotiator. It's like,
God.
only has the bank manager not shown up for work today, but the chief hostage negotiator hasn't shown up for work today. So we've got an acting bank manager and an acting hostage
St. Patrick's
negotiator.
Day.
It's all the same.
They're drunk and they have a hangover.
All the writing challenges, it's all the fucking same solutions. Why is she here? She wouldn't be. And they're like, she just is. But why?
Because he's not around. You know, that's it.
We're so clever.
I just find it funny that she showed up, and then like 5 seconds later, she gets a call from Delvin. It's like, I know it doesn't matter that much, but that's stupid. Like, what are the odds of that?
I can't resist getting to it. It might be my like primary just you're such a fucking moron whoever wrote this moment. She's talking to Delvin, Delvin, the brother of the Irish Joker, and he says, like they're having a back and forth as usual, but the way they do this scene in terms of editing and writing is there's a revelation coming that we have yet to truly like acknowledge and understand, and she says, you're surrounded. You're going to be in handcuffs or a body bag, like, by the end of this. Which I thought, when I was watching it, I didn't understand that line at first, because I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? That's like you do not threaten someone with this many hostages like that.
It's a good idea. Yeah, to
that was one of the first things, too.
You're going to die. You're going to die today. You're actually going to die! Like,
you're going to die! But the follow-up made me understand how this has happened. He says, your job is to prevent the deaths of every hostage in this bank. And there's like this musical edit of like,
she's almost surprised by that. Like,
well,
oh shit,
absolutely.
That's
She's not. It's not just her. It's the audience. We're supposed to be like, like they do like a musical cue of like a like a oh shit, this changes the scenario significantly. So you see, she didn't understand.
Kim isn't just the Punisher.
She didn't understand that they were hostages. That's why she was so flippant and threatening.
She was told.
So
bank.
First of all, what the fuck do you think they're doing? It's a whole public-ass bank. Of course they've got people in there. It's constantly being worked on. But secondly, you are the replacement acting hostage negotiator. Why the fuck would the hostage negotiator turn up when there's no hostages? What?
Maybe she's moonlighting. I don't know.
I was so dumbstruck by this. I was like, how the fuck did they make this mistake? And it's just like, well, it's so shocking, isn't it? If she fucks this up, the hostages could die. How would she not know that? And of course, there's no excuse because she starts with a threat. Nobody does this in a hostage situation. Like before,
So sort of, yeah, just to lay it out, basically, like, she shows up, she gets the call in a very lethargic way, like, it's very, her delivery
almost
is
She's
annoying.
odd.
cool, aloof,
Yeah,
badass,
like,
insincere. It's the
like,
fucking
hi,
classic.
who am I speaking with? It's like, okay, and then and she says whom, and Delvin compliments her for saying whom, like, and it's like, what the fuck? But anyway, this made me think of, it was a joke in Family Guy where it was a bank robbery, and they're like, oh, gotta kill one of the hostages, but who? And then Peter's like, oh, sorry, shouldn't you say whom? And he's like, okay, you. So that's what it made me think of, that line. But I just find it funny, like, oh, you said whom? That's impressive. It's like, what the? Okay. And then yeah, like it's and it's doing the thing as well. Like, it's kind of the same thing as you mentioned before, Mauler, of the movie reference thing, where like Delvin like tries to intimidate her by saying like, "Oh, you're following the hostage negotiation playbook to the letter." It's like, what? It's all meta. It's like really oddly meta. Like,
The
yeah,
playbook is
the
really
drill you've
shitty
seen
then.
The
movies.
person,
Yeah, the playbook.
the
Yeah,
person writing this has watched a whole bunch of hostage negotiation scenes, and so they're better than those. They know how it all works, so
which
they can.
again, to emphasize, I doubt it's advised in a hostage negotiation playbook to tell the person that they're gonna die. Like,
This is what I'm talking about.
Like, they're either gonna
There's
die or
this.
go to
It's a
jail.
disease in like the writers of Hollywood that they think for some reason that this makes them like have a step up over other content when we're supposed to be getting immersed in the reality of the situation. Whether or not there's superheroes, whether or not there's crazy fantasy or sci-fi elements, we are supposed to believe this. So constantly looking at the camera and being like, "Lol, isn't this fucking crazy?" And we've seen this in movies before, and we know exactly what's going. It's like, this is distractingly awful. You have no idea the kind of shit you're creating. There's a reason why all of the most classic and best stuff ever takes itself seriously with this stuff instead of making fun of itself or the genre it's a part of all the fucking time.
They kind of go out of their way to call more attention to it as well, don't they? Because doesn't she say at one point, "I didn't realize you were familiar with like the police code of New York City," and he says, "Ah, well, I kind of assumed it was the police are the same all over the world." It's like, why are you drawing attention to the fact that this makes no sense? Like, you could have had something interesting if it turns out this guy is like an ex-cop, so of course he has deep inside knowledge of how these things work. But that's kind of not where we go with it. It's just weird
Well, and
calling
also,
attention to something that doesn't work.
I'm now reminded, so in the mission 3-Leaf Clover, a bit of conflict is that when Packy and Derek are arguing with each other, they are revealing information that could be used against them. Like, Derek calls Packy his brother, and it's like, oh shit, you probably shouldn't have said that, that's gonna make it harder. And then Packy mentions Ireland, and it's like, oh yeah, that'll. Whereas this guy's like making it clear, like he's like just saying like he is
Well,
from Ireland, not even that he's like an Irish American or anything like that. He is actually from Ireland. It's like, why are you doing that?
why would
You're
you
just
do
making
that?
it
Yeah.
easier for them to figure
And
out who you are.
the more interesting version of this scene that's in loads of other stuff is the negotiator takes it very seriously, asks reasonable questions, but they're working at the same time with people in their scene. Basically, like, they'll say something, the other person says something, they'll cover the thing and be like, okay, that means that we've got this, and then goes back to talking to them normally. Like, it's all a game, it's all trying to figure out as much information as you can. The problem, as you've mentioned, is here, Kim is just like, what a goofy guy you are, doing
Look,
your little hostage
I feel like
thing.
it again is just to be emphasized. It is profoundly stupid to tell him like you're either going to go to jail or die. Like, I don't know why you'd be like, what? You
Well,
think
that's
that's
what you
typically do.
more-
You don't start off by trying to de-escalate. You say,
yeah.
What you more typically
you
say
try
is
to rile them up and get them. You
you
might
do
as
the
well
well.
kill
They're
everybody.
usually
Will
quite
die.
submissive, but the goal, of course, is to amp up to some kind of negotiation in a sense of getting everybody. They'll usually say, like, "Let's get everyone can get what they want here," and like, "What is it you need? What do you feel like?" And you get like there are negotiation films, like whole stories about. Isn't there a film called The Negotiator? Samuel Jackson's in it, I
There
think.
is, I think, yeah.
It's like, you start out with you try to make some kind of rapport. It's always going to be good if you can get the fucking leader of the bad guys to kind of like you and to trust you. That's just like 100 billion% the best thing possible. Instead of antagonizing them and threatening them with death as the first fucking thing.
There's probably like an endless amount of hostage negotiation material that you can just like body cam footage and documented,
there are books on it, like where
instances of this, and books
talk
on it,
about
all kinds
the
of stuff.
process.
that you can just
It's
read and look at. It's just probably on
But-
the internet.
Wait,
All these
Instead
books that
they-
the police use, that's
Someone-
probably just like public. You can just read them.
someone said, you mixed up. It's actually Denzel Washington. And I was like, oh fuck, did I racism? And then I checked it. It's like, no, they racism. Negotiations has Samuel Jackson in it. That's a different movie. You're thinking of Inside Man. I think it's a different film. Maybe we're all
so,
racist
yeah,
ultimately.
the conclusion
How
is
dare you
'cause he
try and
tells
out
them,
racist the chat, Mahler?
about he wants 3 armored APVs, and then Kim and she only has 30 minutes to do it, which she says is basically impossible. But of course, whatever. And then she asks for him to release 2 hostages. That is the exchange that they're going to make. And so Delvin, he chooses to release Matt and a newlywed, like a newly married woman, and she wants her husband to come as well, which prompts Matt to offer to stay in exchange for the husband. Delvin declares that he doesn't like Matt or lawyers, and that he is getting rid of Matt rather than sparing him. But Matt reiterates his desire to stay before then identifying himself to the robbers. He doesn't give them an alias. He tells them he is Matt Murdock. I don't know why he would do this. Why would you tell them who you are?
Don't know.
Because they take him at his word. They don't like double check or anything.
Yeah, you
So
could
if
have
he
just said he's
I'm
fucking John Smith.
Flume Flam Bloom. Then they would have just assumed that was true. But then they're like, oh, you're Irish because your name is Murdoch. And then Matt explains that he doesn't know, where his family is from and that he was raised in an orphanage. And for some reason, Delvin finds this so amusing that he allows Matt to stay and sends the newlyweds to leave.
Well, and don't underestimate, we get another fucking shitty, like, you're a Charles Dickens character, aren't you? It's like, what? Why would the bank robber be saying this shit? Like,
Topical.
it's
Yeah.
this so meta with writing specifically or entertainment,
Mm-hmm. It's like, do you mind like just being a little bit earnest for once? No? Okay.
Well, it'd be like if someone in universe is like, another person who's a superhero with a name that has the same letter in the first and second name. That's crazy how it all works out. That you're just like, shut up. Just shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Oh, another silly title for a villain. Yeah, okay.
Bullseye? Haha. What do? Do you throw eyes at bulls?
So funny.
Anyway, Delvin sends Yousef downstairs to open the vault, and while that's happening, for some reason, the hostages are just allowed to speak to one another. And they're not like whispering, they're like talking in, kind of a lower volume, but they're just talking to each other.
They're using their inside voices.
Basically, yeah. And this old man basically exposits that the robbers aren't going to find any money in the vault, but rather like safety deposit boxes containing heirlooms. And the strangely calm lady, asks Matt to stop causing problems. At which point, the yellow goon storms in and asks Matt why he's like standing up, which he's been standing up the whole time.
He was standing when they were last talking to him. I don't get it. It's such a weird little moment. And on top of that, by the way, like the notion of there's many reasons why he shouldn't give his name, but shouldn't Matt Murdock be famous in Hell's Kitchen?
Well, the problem is this: we don't care about Hell's Kitchen anymore. We're just sort of broadly in New York. I mean,
No, sorry. What I mean is he's Hell's Kitchen's like famous lawyer. So you should be famous.
You would think that he would have some recognition, yes, because the Punisher case was very high profile.
But that's the thing. He should keep making it into the news. He's connected to all the crazy vigilante, even Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly. He works with Spider-Man. He works with Punisher. He took down Fisk.
White Tiger.
Yeah, White Tiger. Yeah,
he's that guy.
And She-Hulk. There's encounters with her, which are canon. In any case, yeah. So the red goon who was standing just a few feet away from Matt is also like perplexed to see him on his feet. You got to show that. Like he's like a couple of meters away. And he's like, "Hey, what are you doing up?" It's like, what?
The whole sequence doesn't make any fucking sense. They left him standing, and then they're like outraged that he's fucking standing. I don't understand it.
Outraged and confused that he's standing up. It doesn't make. And then this is when he says he needs to piss. And for some reason they let him. They oblige his request.
we've accomplished so little. I think you wouldn't be blamed for thinking we've done the first 5 minutes. As in, like, nothing has happened in this story, really. They've entered, and Matt needs a
We're
piss.
halfway.
Yeah, we're over
halfway.
halfway. It's insane.
Yeah. I just love how he's like, I need to piss, and they're like, yeah, okay, instead of just saying fuck off. Like, piss yourself. Do it.
Feel free.
Yeah.
It's free country.
Yeah.
It's not their bank. They don't give a fuck if there's pee on the floor.
The least of their issues right now.
And also, it's just like Matt has been notably like confrontational. Like, I know, he's blind, but like you don't actually know that.
And have we just forgotten that people lie about this shit to get leverage on you?
Of course, yeah.
That's a thing. Why are you not entertaining that?
But instead, they're like, nah, okay. And they like the fact that the red guy puts the barrel of the shotgun to Matt's forehead and Matt doesn't flinch. Like the fact that he still thinks it's a good idea to like oblige anything that Matt says is insane to me. He's obviously being confrontational with you. You don't know like what his game is or if he's gonna do shit.
Yeah.
And like, not that I ever would rob a bank or anything, but if a really suspiciously confident person came in through the front door 2 seconds before the police showed up, I would probably expect he was working with them. So it's like, no, I just like at least tie him up. Don't let him go to the toilet.
Yeah.
You're gonna probably you're threatening to shoot these people anyway. So why do you want to make sure they're comfortable?
Don't know. It's just stupid.
Not nice.
So
just kind of mean and rude.
Yeah, so at the vault door, Yousef is giving the blue goon a history lesson on the bank. It's meant to be like, aha, funny. He's delaying him, but it's a bit awkward. And while this is happening, Matt naturally attacks the red goon and chokes him out. While Yousef is like, oh, hey, can you get me a snack? I'm kind of hungry. It's like, dude, what the... what? Okay.
Really awkward scene, too. Just like, doesn't he start with the tie instead of...
He does, yeah.
Like, I just don't get it as a strategy from Matt. I think that they thought it was cool or something. It just looks so awkward and weird.
And they're lucky that gun didn't fire as well. It feels like it easily could have.
Well, and is this the moment where they cut the soundtrack? And it's just sound effects? And it's super, like apparently you can't just do that and win. You need actual, like, a proper sound designer, as well as an editor that doesn't cut to random different tonal shit in the middle of it.
Well, yeah, because this is interrupted by Yousef doing his little sort of like memes of like, oh, can you get me like a chocolate bar or something like that? While that's happening, Matt is like in the middle of the fight and choking him out and having to deal with like the shotgun falling down the staircase while he's
just to be clear, right? This is done in a bunch of stuff to great effect. Instead of having like dun 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 dun, dun like in the middle of the fight, which it can work. Everyone knows that. But there's a lot of things that will cut the track. And everything feels like it has bigger impact, and it's more rough, and just like, oh shit, like this is very serious, and that's what they're doing here. But for some reason, they've forgotten how this works in full, because, like I said, we just cut over to, like, a shot of the guys in the bank, sort of just looking around, doing stuff, and then Yousef talking about his snack, and then back to the fight. It's like, what are you guys doing? You can't, like, try to crank the intensity, make us focus in on every last sound of this battle. And then you're like, oh man, I'm hungry. Like, what? What are you doing? And the sounds themselves, I remember them being off. Like the choice they had for the stock of whatever the fuck they were doing here didn't fully match. I don't know if it's because there was like a combination of echoes for the stairwell that they're in or something, but I just remember being struck by how incompetent it was.
It sounds really empty a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And like artificial, like kind of like their stock sound effects rather than sound effects that they actually captured, which it feels like they would have to be sounds that they captured, right? Like it wouldn't be stock. It's Marvel. But, I mean, I don't know. It sounds off. Something about it.
This
is
a CGI pigeon world.
So I was about to say they fuck with everything indefinitely. So.
But Matt takes out the red goon, takes his master's ass. He Daredevil, red one, and he'll use that later, obviously. And so the blue
one thing, because before this fight happens, right, the lady who's the inside lady and some of the others, they're like talking about the potential motivation of the robbers, and the statement that there's no treasure in the vault, only safety deposit boxes.
Yeah,
like that is to set up for the audience what we're going to be seeing soon. It's not the classic stealing a bunch of dollars or gold Boolean or whatever. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's done in
Unless
that
there's
sequence.
like massive gems or diamonds.
Well, so I
in
was going to
safety
say,
deposit
the way
boxes.
they do it in that
Doesn't really
sequence
change anything.
is there's no treasure in the vault. It's just safety deposit boxes. Never been like, yeah.
There's not. It's like, oh, because the vault. Yes, the vault is full of 1,000 smaller vaults. True.
It's
yes,
so
that is
retarded.
like-
The way they say it is as though this doesn't make sense. They're just getting safety deposits. Like, do you know what's in those? Like, do you...
Yeah, like why?
They're actually kind of big.
Why do you think it's guarded with a massive vault door if all the
It's
shit
so
in there ain't
stupid.
that valuable? It's a really stupid thing to say. Dumb. Like it's a huge vault door. It's yeah, whatever. So the blue goon, he figures out Yousef's been lying the whole time, but right before he executes Yousef, Matt knocks him out. Man, lucky. He was like 5 seconds later, Yousef would have been dead.
Got him.
I guess the plan was just to kill Yousef. Is like, oh, you can't open the door. You
and
die.
that's like,
I'm not going to try torture.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try threatens.
So this
You
part's
better call
really
your boss
cringe.
and get him here immediately.
This part is super cringe. So Delvin gets on the radio at this point and asks the blue goon, like, hey, what's going on? And Matt puts on an Irish accent and says that everything is going fine. And Delvin is convinced by this.
Yep.
I know for a fucking fact the writers thought they were clever because Matt is Irish, thus he knows the accent enough that he can fake it, and that's all you need. It is actually like they don't remember people's voices aren't just accents. It's a little more than that, mate. Like, any of us trying to do any of our accents to one of us that isn't the person, it's gonna be pretty obvious. You could be like, oh, I know who that is. Like I can hear. There are so many elements to a voice, and this show is like, well, he did the accent. He did the fucking Irish accent. It doesn't matter. Nobody can tell. That's just how simple it is.
Delvin, you're in the call. How did you do that? I didn't know that you were real, but you're here.
It reminded me of the bit in Hot Fuzz when like he has to like put on what's the chat, like the guy who plays the hound, like the yarp narp bit.
Yeah.
It's like, and even like to the
Michael.
point where he tries it and then there's this long kind of awkward pause and then it works after that. It's even staged in the same way, except that that's really funny and it's supposed to be, and this is really funny and it's not supposed to be.
I think, to be clear, that actually proves the point, because Angel says yarp and then has like a like, did it work? Did it pass? Because just saying the word, even in his style, is not enough. You can still hear, maybe. And then, of course, it passes. He says, oh, good. And then he says he's not getting back up, is he? And then he's like, oh, fuck. And he goes, darp?
Darp?
Which, that is fucking funny as hell. But yeah, this shit is so embarrassing. It's like, it's Irish. Anybody who puts on an Irish accent would sound like Delvin's beloved friend.
They really put a lot of emphasis in this episode on them being Irish. It's
because you can do Irish accents. You're allowed to make Irish accents.
Which is kind of funny when, Irish people historically have not exactly been favored by, like the events of history.
Well, unfortunately for Irish, they're really white. So that's just the way it is now. There's a reason why it's Irish.
All right. Well, anyway, so yeah, this works. And then Matt explains to Yousef they have to get in the vault and use whatever they find to buy themselves some time and save the hostages. This makes no sense to me. The fuck does that mean? Yeah, we gotta go in the vault and find something, and that'll help us buy time. Why?
Why didn't Matt say, can you send down someone to help here? I can't handle this myself, or something. Just one guy, and then ambush him. And then
just take them all out that way.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, just be like, I've got it open, but this shit is heavy.
Yep. No, alright, no, we're not doing that. But yeah, so they Matt starts to crack the vault using his heightened senses. He opens the vault. Yousef is surprised and he asks Matt, what kind of lawyer are you? And Matt says, a really good one. Remember? He said
better
that
in Spider-Man.
Yep, he sure did.
Better in Spider-Man.
Since I can't resist referencing it whenever I get the chance, I was just remembering, what I just said is actually what happens in Doppelgangland in Buffy. Season 3. Do you remember, Fringy? Do you? When Willow is being, disguised, and they've taken out the vampires on the front, but there's plenty inside with hostages, and so she just keeps periodically saying, can you go check on them? You, specifically, you on your own, go outside and check on them just to see if they're alright, and then Be like, oh, that guy's been gone for a while. Do you mind specifically you individually go and check that guy? And basically just trying to clear him out one by one as best as possible. It's, it's what smart people can do. What someone who has a brain might do. Matt's obviously known as a very stupid person. We've seen this in the past few episodes.
Lately,
so
yeah,
makes
I
sense.
could believe it. I could believe it.
So, back with Detective Kim, she tells Delvin that the vehicles that he needs are caught in traffic because of all the road closures for St. Patrick's Day, and that they won't arrive for another hour. And so Delvin tells Kim that she has 3 minutes to think of a joke, which if it makes him laugh, will buy her 3 more minutes. And she starts asking all of the fellow officers if they know any good jokes, and none of them just whip out their phones to look one up. They're all like
literally
trying to
Google
think of
what's a really
jokes.
good joke.
Funny
Like,
jokes.
that's all you need to do.
Yeah.
But no,
And
they're all
meanwhile,
stupid.
while that's happening, Yousef explains to Matt that a safety deposit box can only be opened with 2 keys, one that's carried by the bank manager, which he does have, which I do find kind of funny that he can't open the vault, but he does have the keys to open the vault because he's the assistant bank manager. It's like, or the safety deposit boxes rather. But in any case, there's that one,
You
and
like
then
made
one
you
that's
feel important and better, you know.
I
Makes you
guess
feel
so, yeah. I mean, good thing he has it, otherwise they'd be fucked.
They would be.
Matt searches the blue goon and then finds the second key in his pocket. And then, you know what, Rags, do you want to read what is meant to be Detective Kim's off the cuff joke?
I'd love to read it. Do you have it in text form?
Yes, I've got it in text for you.
Yes, and
Now,
Okay, gotcha. Because
as a
I know the
reminder,
joke, but I just don't know the.
this is
okay.
this is a joke that we're meant to conclude Detective Kim came up with on the spot.
which, by the
So,
way,
Rags,
when writing something like that, what you're gonna want is something that is delivered kind of poorly. As in, like, you might even fuck up the joke because you're so desperately trying to deliver it, right? But to be clear, what Rags is about to read out, she reads flawlessly, with an Irish accent at certain parts, and with perfect pacing.
yeah, do the accent, Rags. You got to do it for the quotes.
All
The
right,
quotes,
accurate
yeah.
to how she does it for the quotes. Okay, I didn't know if you
Yeah.
wanted me to do the whole thing because
You can do the whole
All
thing
right.
in Irish if you want. That's fine.
I
with me.
need
That's
to
not
do it accurate to the
accurate,
show so
yeah.
we get the full experience.
accurate.
You know, I think that's really important. All right, a priest finds a 4-leaf clover on the hills of Donegal. The priest rubs the 4-leaf clover, and out pops a leprechaun. The priest is ecstatic. He thinks, "Oh, this must be my lucky day." The leprechaun now owes him a wish, but before the priest can utter a word, the leprechaun asks him, "Father, do you by any chance have a leprechaun nun in your congregation?" So the priest says, "Hate to break it to you, sonny, but there's no such thing in this world or the next as a leprechaun nun." The leprechaun shakes his head, confused, forlorn. "Ah, blimey," he says. "I just fucked a penguin."
Now, to be absolutely clear, there's no fucking way in the million years she would have come up with that on the spot. That's impossible.
No way. It's too lengthy and too involved and too structured.
And too clever.
This is like,
It's impossible.
yeah, this
Yeah.
is.
It's just
like,
it's beyond
it's like
a
Norm
random
Macdonald's moth
person
joke off the top of your head.
coming up with a culturally appropriate joke, complete with accent change. Like, what the fuck? You'll never convince me of this shit. And of course, it's like, well, what are you saying? It's like, the writer Googled it. And they Googled Irish jokes. And they found this. And they put it in. They did exactly what the character would have done in the situation. And that's the thing, right? I would be fine with this if she Googled really good jokes, and then someone on her team suggests, hey, do an Irish one, maybe he'll like that, I don't know. And then she finds this, and she awkwardly reads it, even saying certain things, or, like, if you want to understand, like, doing the intonations wrong, or getting a quote a little bit confused, or repeating a few lines here and there, but no, flawless, from memory. She's, like, it's just, well, I say from memory, of course, this is just her coming up with the joke, IRL, like, that's all that's happening here. She's just that fucking funny.
The rule is as well, like, it's like she has to make him laugh, and if she makes him laugh, then like it's another 3-minute extension before he kills a hostage. She actually laughs when she does the Irish accent, which kind of makes it, well, the rest of the joke at that point is a little bit redundant. She could have told it like a really bad joke because she's under pressure and she's trying to make something up. she tries to put on the Irish accent out of some sense of desperation. And he's like, well, the joke was shit, but that attempt was quite funny, so it counts.
Yeah.
Since he laughs anyway.
Yeah, that would be better. But
That would be
instead, no,
better.
she tells a very long, very involved, very layered and detailed, complicated accent, described a culturally perfect
Yeah,
joke
like-
off the top of her head.
Like it shows that the robber isn't necessarily looking to laugh at a really funny joke. He wants to see how much they're willing to do, and if he can get them to do things and they'll comply with the things that he says. That's the real reason he's asking.
But no, this works. He finds it funny. But then it doesn't really work, because then he just says that she has 10 minutes before he shoots the first hostage. So it's like, oh, so her succeeding has left her with a big deadline, essentially, that can't be moved. When initially it seemed like it would just be keep telling me jokes and you'll get more time. But, oh well, that's the situation. Ticking clock, 10 minutes to go. So,
It is also funny how
Yousef-
like he's explicitly told her, like, tell me a joke. If I laugh, I will give you more time. And then like basically the next time this ever comes up, he's like, what's going on? I haven't spoken to her for ages. But that's because of the rule that was what you wanted to happen. How did you forget that that's the rule?
Yeah, well, so before we get to that, Yousef is, they're using the recovered key on several safety deposit boxes. They're like working through a process because he could see a 4 on the key, so that they start working through those numbers to see if they can find the right one. And they start talking about their personal lives, and in what really does seem like an ADR line to me, Matt explains that his father Jack died when he was young, and that he didn't know his mother until much later in life. I feel like this is ADR, because you can't see his face when he says it, and it makes me wonder, like, how much were they even wanting to acknowledge, like, Maggie? This is it.
Yes.
This
I
is
do.
the only
I
reference
quite
that,
hate them for what they've done with Maggie. It's so fucking rude.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. It's incredibly
Where is
rude. She was meant to take on the role of Father Lantom. She was meant to be essentially the mentor figure in his life, but then we just get rid of her. And also, I don't even know if it implies whether or not she's even alive. You know, like it could be read that she isn't even alive anymore.
Yep.
Like, it's just really lame, and it's annoying that, like, it was probably not even whatever they might have written initially might have even been different from what actually happened in the show. But then they were like, ah, fuck, redo it. It's just, I don't know. Anytime that you can't see their face, weirdly, like when it weirdly cuts away from their face, is a good cue that you're watching a
Yeah. It's like, what are you up to?
yeah.
Also, just
So,
no
you
updates
know-
from the vault, by the way.
No, they've just been down there, working on this, working through. And remember, they have to go through boxes with the number 4 on them.
I mean,
like,
I just
one
want
at a time.
Well, yeah, what I want to be clear about, though, is that you have all the bad guys upstairs with the hostages just basically doing nonsense with the negotiation, because this isn't going anywhere interesting. And it's like, meanwhile, the most important element has been with one civilian, one of your guys, and all he said is, yeah, getting it open. You don't
Yeah.
think maybe you should send down another, I don't know, check on it? That's the most
Pretty
important. As soon as you
pivotal,
get that, you can go.
Yep, that's a really important part of your plan here, is opening the vault. You could spare another guy.
Nope.
And you're like basically the Irish mob in a sense. Like you could bring more guys if you need to bring 2 down to the vault. You could probably
None of it was planned.
probably-
It was all
probably
just
spare
fucking.
that.
Remember, you've seen the movies. You know how this goes. It's like, the fuck are you talking about? It's like a message to
So,
the audience. Like, they don't need to explain any of this. You know how it goes.
It's all good, yeah. Whatever happens, happens. It's like in the movies. You like those movies.
I like
So,
other things. It's true.
They find the correct deposit box, and they find a yellow diamond inside it. And Matt notes that Delvin mentioned a boss who he thinks he must be working for. And then, as this happens, he overhears that the police are about to storm the bank. And Detective Kim points out that storming the bank would jeopardize the lives of the hostages. And the cop just says that people are already in the crossfire. So what? The fuck?
That's why you don't. That's why you don't go storm the building,
Like,
because there are people in the crosshairs.
there are
right
people
now.
in there, and of course, as
And
we see,
around.
they do end up in the crossfire because they start running around in fucking smoke. They throw in smoke grenades, and the hostages. So I just don't understand it.
turns
Why are
into
they doing
chaos.
this?
It would never happen.
They're
And besides,
actually
if ever it would, like, it's an absolute last resort. They would never, like, how long have we even been here? 20 minutes?
Yeah, it's not been long, like half an hour. I think it's been half an hour.
Insane.
Yeah, and then this part is particularly stupid. So Matt and Yousef, they head upstairs to confront the robbers and demand that they release the hostages immediately. And then Matt asks Delvin when he last spoke to the hostage negotiator, as though it's been a while when it's been less than 10 minutes. It has to have been less than 10 minutes. Like, oh, when's the last time you spoke to her? What, like 7 minutes ago? You know what I mean? Like, that's not
Yeah.
a long time.
Well,
10
no,
minutes.
especially not when the last request was something that we expect to be fulfilled within the 10 minutes, so it's not even up yet, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It,
But like, that's just pointed out as being
it's
like, oh
not...
shit, you are in trouble.
Yeah, like,
You know, Delvin's
they
like,
treat it like a
oh, no.
Sherlock thing, like, with that piece of information, you can now infer that this is a reality. It's like, no. You're just making shit up.
But no, that freaks him out. And then Delvin points out, like, with all of this, you know, he shows he has the diamond, and he says that one of Delvin's men had it, and then he tells Delvin to release the hostages, to which Delvin points out that Matt has no leverage, which is true. Like, he could just shoot him in the face.
Yeah, I didn't
right
understand
then
this
and
whole
there.
sequence, why he wasn't just killing him. Just get him out of there. Remember, Delvin's plan is going to make him... He's not a man who cares about whether or not people die. He's very much characterized that way. They've already beaten the shit out of people as well. Like, they really don't care about that sort of thing. So, considering the situation and the amount of threats he throws at him until... I'm just sitting there like, just shoot him. And then, of course, it's like, what is Matt's plan even?
Well, Matt's plan is basically that he throws the diamond in the air for Delvin to catch it right as the police blow the doors and throw smoke grenades inside. It's like, man, the timing on that worked out perfect, didn't it?
Gotta be a...
But that's what happened.
Gotta be a particular feel to that diamond, isn't
yeah,
there?
but he can hear them, Rags, but like, he can't account for whether Delvin just decides, I'm going to shoot you on the count of one, bang, just shoots him in the head. You know, he can't account for that, but it's okay. He tosses it. Police bust in. There are like civilians running everywhere, and one of the bank robbers is actually firing. Like, he's firing his rifle, but then Matt takes him out. He just walks behind him and knocks him out. It's like, okay, yeah, somehow that managed to happen.
It would be quite a particular feel to grabbing that diamond, wouldn't there?
Yeah, there would, because it would probably
be very noticeable
like, heavy.
If it were, let's say, something else.
A candy?
Yeah.
No, that'd be that's
something that weighs true. Much less. Point. True, yeah.
But yeah, so everybody gets captured. All the goons get captured. And Delvin emerges in a police uniform that I guess he had stowed away. And he hands the diamond to the calm lady and tells her to give it to Luca. It's like, oh, see, she was in it. She was in on it. It's like, yeah, obviously, because you singled her out. Like, you made a lot of emphasis on her as like being calm and telling Matt to stop messing things up. So whatever. And so Delvin leaves the bank. He just walks out. He's just able to just get out of there and leave the scene. And so Matt tries to leave, but he gets stopped by an officer. Obviously, because you don't want anybody to be leaving. And then he asks to see a medic, and the police officer just tells him to head outside, and then Matt just leaves. He gets the fuck out of there.
Yeah, there's a perimeter, and he just crosses it. Doesn't matter. There he goes.
Somehow, as if they wouldn't be making sure that literally everybody that's getting out of there, that they'd be checking who they are. There's just no way. There's no way that he'd be able to get out of the blockade. He'd be there for a while. There's no way. But he does. He manages to get out and track Delvin, and he puts on the red mask and attacks him. And Delvin puts up like a pretty good fight.
I'm
honestly.
so fucking bored of people being able to put up a fight with Matt in this show. It sucks balls. A lot of them are ambushed.
Matt just needs to instantly end the fight by throwing an object at someone's head and knocking him out.
What I mean.
He's done it constantly in the past.
But there's also just his hand-to-hand combat is fucking exceptional, and he's got the benefit of anticipating every move they're gonna make. He's got amazing reflexes. Why do we keep pretending like he's just a pretty good fighter? He's more than that.
One of the best.
He's an exceptional combatant.
He's a ninja, damn it.
This guy is random Irish bank robber, and he puts up more of a fight with Matt than many people in the entire series, including the Netflix stuff.
Matt beat Nobu. Like,
Yeah.
no,
He took on an
really
army of
insane.
ninjas. What is this? Why is
Yeah.
the Irishman a
Beats
ninja?
armies of ninjas.
Mhm.
The Irish
But,
ninjas
no.
are everyone knows about the Irish ninjas.
He puts
And
up a decent fight, but then, yeah.
you know why? Because of course it'd be boring if Matt just wipes him out. Even though that's absolutely what should happen. You got to make it a
What
bit
would
more of an
happen?
intense battle. Matt's a little
Or
rusty,
like a
or some
chase
bullshit
or
like that.
something. Or a hostage. He
Nah.
takes a hostage or something. Mix it up.
Oh yeah, there's ways to make this work, but they didn't bother.
Yeah, but they
Nah.
want the fight to be like this for the trailer, because it's obviously for
Yeah.
the trailer. Smashes his head into a glass. Oh, look, there's blood. CG blood. Love to see it. And then
Yeah, it looks like
breaks his
shit.
leg.
Ugh.
Breaks his leg, and then punches him, knocks him out.
You got him.
And that's
Daredevil's
fine.
almost back, guys.
Yep.
He's almost back.
So again, you got to remember this is episode 5, and you still haven't had any Daredevil action since the very beginning. Just worth noting. That
Wanted
was a
to
good
highlight
idea, wasn't it?
how bad that CG glass attack looks.
Yeah, show it. Show it. Looks awful.
I'm not even 100% clear on why. Give it like I think the wound is CG too, right, on his face. Doesn't look right.
Yeah, I think it's all fake.
We are once again in a position of why can't you give the sugar glass plus real makeup? Why?
But yeah, especially because of the cuts of this. It makes you wonder how did they make movies before they could just computer everything?
I wonder how much
It
of it
must
is-
have been impossible. It couldn't have been done.
The thing is as well is because this show again has kind of excessive swearing at times. It's like a little bit distracting considering the original series had none. Basically, certainly not the word fuck. So they obviously would have made it with a recognition of the rating that they had, which means that they knew that they were going to have blood in it. But I don't know. I guess it's just we're in an era where you don't want to actually have like real blood, which again is pretty annoying when Daredevil, the original series, is relying very heavily on practical effects.
It's like, it's not even so,
real
like, it's
blood, but prop blood.
extensive practical effects work. You would think in any situation it would be quicker and cheaper just to give him makeup as opposed to go in and like potentially even keyframe blood onto his face for every frame of shot you've got. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's somehow become quicker and cheaper to do it with CG, but I can't imagine how that might be the case.
I don't see why it would be. Yeah, and I mean, of course, it just looks worse because it just doesn't look right.
Yep.
But whatever, they fought him, and also the lady, she finds out that she's been duped. She does not have the diamond. She has a yellow candy.
Oh no.
No, I
Matt
really
got
should have
him.
checked, shouldn't I have?
He bamboozled them. When did Matt have an opportunity to grab the candy to like do the old switcheroo?
I don't know if the implication is that he had
Doesn't
it the
matter.
whole time because he picked it up off the fucking desk, but
Well, that's pretty lucky.
absolutely. But I'm also just so distracted by they show it. Could you imagine palming that and thinking it was a diamond? The plastic
No, I can't.
wrapping on it. It's impossible. How?
It crinkles.
Yeah, it would just be you definitively like this is not
And
a
it's
fucking
way
diamond.
lighter.
What am I holding? And you'd but besides, by the way, he was tossed the candy and he put it into the little pack to give to her. He would have had to have seen it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
impossible to
that's
have missed
true.
it. He put it into the pouch.
Oh well, no, Matt. Did Matt put it in the
No.
pouch? When he
Matt
gave it to
tossed him. If Matt put it into the pouch and tossed it at him, you'd have to fucking check it. You'd be a fucking moron to just
Yeah,
be like,
Matt
I
did
hope
toss
it sure
him
is in there.
He did toss him the pouch.
Okay,
but yeah, they just didn't.
That's even stupider. He never even saw or felt it.
Yep, pretty bad. I mean, he showed him it physically and then puts it in the pouch, but it's like, yeah, I don't know why you would assume. Like, he's obviously fucking with
It's
you.
It's the reason for all of this. You don't want to check?
Yeah.
This fucking
Pretty bad.
lawyer who has, sabotaged you at every single turn. You think he's gonna throw the actual thing to you?
So
Can't
yeah,
trust lawyers.
Besides, I mean,
few
I think it
days
would have been, it can make it more interesting anyway, because what happens then, right? Like, if he confirms he's not got it, I guess you could argue the same thing happens, but at the same time, it could prompt him to make some more wackier, interesting decisions. I mean, this guy's probably never going to come back, but he would fucking despise Matt Murdock.
Of course.
And of course, he's going to be able to put it together that was the person who crippled him, by the way.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's wearing the same suit as Matt. But yeah, no, that's it. He's
Just
done, and we'll
non-stop.
probably
Why is
never see him
everything-
again.
Oh,
A few days later,
like her
yeah,
her revelation too, being like, "Oh my god!" It's
yeah,
like,
like,
well,
oh,
he handed
sucks.
that to you, so you've done your job. I don't know.
hmm So
No, he
some
wore a
days later,
mask. Yeah.
Matt goes back to the bank and meets with Yousef. And Yousef informs Matt the police never found the diamond. And then Matt says that he came by to check on Yousef, not reapply for a loan, but Yousef offers to help Matt find a way to make his firm more profitable and invites him to dinner. And Matt accepts the offer, but before he leaves, he picks up one of Yousef's yellow candies and eats it. And then when Yousef sits down, he finds the diamond in his bowl of candies.
Oh
It's
wait,
like,
wait, wait.
ooh, look at that.
Someone just said,
Ooh.
"Wait, isn't it the Irishman did get the actual diamond, and he gave the woman the candy as a double cross, and then Matt gets it back after finding him. If that's what we're supposed to take from it, why even bother giving
No,
it to her in the first place?
that doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense because she tells, he tells her to get it to Luca. Like she's in on it. I don't see why that would be the case
Luca
at all.
likes
I think
candy.
we're to conclude that Matt did the switcheroo. I think that's
Well,
it.
and what I'm saying is like, wouldn't he just? What difference would it make? You just leave. Why would he bother giving her a fake?
Mm-hmm.
Unless,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
well, to be fair, none of it makes any sense. So it would. I'm curious whether or not that was the intention, but it's also stupid. But I
I mean,
can't,
either way,
yeah.
it's dumb. So who gives a shit, right? It's like, yeah, crap. That's the episode, by the way. That's it. Episode 5. The one that
Um,
people on Twitter were saying was a great filler episode. Like, oh yeah, people need to appreciate what great filler episodes look like.
Ugh.
And so is the idea here as well that Matt doesn't make clear that he was the one that delivered the diamond back because the police will obviously be like, how the fuck did you get it? And Yousef will just be like, oh, it was in my candy thing. You know,
I
like
guess
that,
so, yeah.
like, you gotta be careful with that. I don't know why Matt wouldn't have just anonymously dropped it off. Because, like, this could get Yousef in some trouble, a
It could
little.
mess things up for him.
Because
Yeah.
it's really suspicious. Like, why was it in your candy? It's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean,
Telling
does
you,
he
there it is.
even know that he's supposed to like? Because that's that you would expect there to be some pretty extensive police investigation of everything that should happen down here, and then when they go to interview him about what was going on downstairs, and say, oh well, the lawyer guy,
Oh,
the blind guy, he opened the vault for me, and like he helped me out, and certainly if there's any suspicion on him, he's not going to want to start lying to the police to cover someone.
and as someone just
So
pointed out, it would be on camera, Matt dropping that in.
Yes.
They don't
It's
have
true.
cameras in banks.
Well,
That
even though
would
they
be
should,
wild.
they do. They put a lot of emphasis on the
And that's the
surveillance
thing,
system in the
right?
bank because they fear getting
Any
knocked out.
any standard, even shitty police investigation, they'd be like, so it was in there. I'll just go check the cameras on when that may have happened.
I mean,
And they'll
and
be like,
if
so
he
this
had it,
blind lawyer dropped it in. What? I guess because, well, I guess they would also know that he was the one who. Why is he being secretive about it? Why wouldn't he just tell them? Yeah, I threw them a fake.
I don't know. I don't. I don't know. I don't know.
Also, by the way, how the fuck did you break into the vault?
Yeah, how'd you do that when
And he's gonna be like, oh
it's
man, I just got lucky. Like I was listening real hard.
that's not even though it's incredibly that's fucking whatever. That's episode 5. It's over. It's done. It took
Complete
us an
fucking
hour and a half,
mess
but we
at
did
every
it.
possible point.
Beginning to
No,
end.
great filler episode. Really good. As you can tell, I'm pretty frustrated with the kind of commentary that is being offered for this show on Twitter. But that's okay. We're on episode 6, which is back to what has been emerging is that there's something of a structure that the show has, which is the episodes tend to be paired in twos. So we had the White Tiger one that was paired in twos. I guess we just completed a pair, which was 4 and 5, which was the waste of time, like
The waste of time
into
pair.
the waste of time connecting one, because now we're going to the Muse one. We're entering the Muse arc,
It
which
is,
I'm sure will lead to a very
yeah, it is fucking
satisfying conclusion.
insane that the Muse one is like obviously Muse should have been. I guess we
A
can talk about it a bit
season-going.
later, but like it's just insane what Muse's role in this season is.
Mm-hmm. So, BB is interviewing a graffiti artist who is indignant about the bad reputation of his brethren. And then another guy shows BB a video of the swordsman. Now, I don't, I'm sure many of you don't know who that is. He was from Hawkeye, the swordsman.
Yeah.
He's
We know who
Like,
he
no
is
doubt.
now because we watched that for homework.
Right. Yeah, he's the swordsman and he's out doing his shenanigans. Look at him go. And that's it. That's all it is. It's that's the scene. And so then it's over in Red Hook. A construction worker finds a dead body and he's got like his eyes gouged out and like markings like the Muse sort of, mask. And meanwhile, a sanitation worker is attempting to clean a wall that's adorning a mural mocking Fisk. And then now we have a it's going to be kind of a tough one to talk about because of the structure of it, but the scene begins with Matt sitting in his room and he's remarking, I presume it's a Bible verse that is, "Thou did establish St. Ives as a judge in the midst of his brethren, making him a friend and advocate of the poor. Do thou make us by his intercession steadfast in the pursuit of justice, confident in that merciful goodness through Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit. Amen." Which obviously is meant to be thematically relevant, because while he's saying this, like various events throughout the season, beginning with Foggy's death and concluding with his violent fights with Bullseye, Powell, and the Irish Robbers, is intercut while he's saying all of this.
He's struggling. Whoever
He
said
is struggling.
that the themes of Catholicism are absolutely present in Born Again, and that anyone who said they weren't was lying. This is pathetic.
He says this one prayer and he looks at a church that time.
Yeah, it's
absolutely
it's
pathetic.
Feeble. It's barely present. And again, it's like, what do we? Because of it, not to this quote appears at the beginning and the end of the episode, and that's it. Like, we don't have any more in episode 7 or 8. It's just not a relevant part of his character. It just ain't.
But his girlfriend mentions it in dialogue. She says, "Oh, wait, you still pray?" And he says, "Yes." And that's kind of it.
Which is just the show saying that thing that he did that time, it did happen.
So, okay, so I want us to go through what we're about to have is some of the most horrendous like editing and pacing that I've seen in a while in like an episode of television, in a movie, like in a scene. What we're about to have is a scene that intercuts between Matt having a conversation with Heather and Fisk in his office dealing with shit. And I figured that the only way to emphasize how fucking terribly this is done is to actually like go through it in the way that it's presented, not take them one at a time, but intercut between them.
I think
I really want to draw attention to how badly it's cut together.
Well, I think it's worth explaining that when we were first seeing this, I thought they were making errors. Like, it was only once they got to the end of the scene, I was like, oh, you thought you were being clever. This is just hideously edited. That's like the big problem with the sequence. By the way, I kind of like accepted it when you were summarizing it, but my brain went back to it. He's like, guy on the street mentions like the swordsman. Why would, if there's a viral video of some guy attacking people with a sword, and your first thought is like, better than the police? What? Like, that is so fucking absurd, but we've gotten into such a realm of absurdity that when you said it, I was just like, yeah.
Busted the blade.
Like, what the fuck? Just not even remotely a human response to that. Obviously, the most normal thing you could do is be like, what? A guy with a
Holy
sword?
shit.
Like, what the fuck?
What year is it?
Oh, Matt tells Heather that he was praying. The scene then cuts to Fisk being informed of his appointments for the day, but somehow Luca from the Tracksuit Mafia was allowed into Fisk's office to speak with him directly. I don't know why. Why was he allowed in?
She calls him an unscheduled visitor. It's like, you can just walk in to the mansion of the mayor of New York unannounced, without an arranged meeting, and just stand there waiting for him to show up.
Also, no offense to tracksuit wearers, but that just puts you further down the likelihood of getting in. Like, the mayor's fucking office, who's this random like thug who's just walking in and be like, I got a surprise appointment.
I've been to shitty bars that say no tracksuits on the door. You're not getting into the mansion. It's not happening. You're not allowed.
The scene then cuts back to Heather asking Matt if he's okay. with reference to the bank robbery in which he was a hostage. And then the 180-degree rule is broken twice in like 5 seconds. It's very distracting. It's really weird. Like, I don't know if you can show it on screen, but it's like very disorienting
Oh yeah,
and
they
stupid.
just.
They just
Oh
break
wow,
it twice.
yeah.
They break it
Boom,
twice.
boom.
This is
I can't believe that.
yeah. Hang on. So, where does this begin? Like, so I mean, they can see it through the copyright shield, so we should be fine. But you guys, like, do you want to tell people what the 180 rule is, so we can start with that, I guess?
180-degree rule is that you position the camera on one side. Like if you're doing a conversation between characters, you have it positioned on one side of them rather than cutting between both sides of them, because it's just helpful for viewers to understand space. If you jump around and like move to different places, it can just be disorienting. That's why you try and keep the camera on one side.
Yeah, basically keep one character on the left, one character on the right, and if they swap positions, the shot needs to show that they have moved
'Cause,
into
like,
different positions from
in
which
shot,
your
reverse
cutscene
shot,
continues.
It is
to
so
take
ugly.
on.
if you do shot, like if you do shot reverse shot with a 180-degree rule, if you don't do it that way, like if you did it over the shoulder from like the left-hand side of a character, and then you also did it over the shoulder from the left-hand side of the other character, if you cut, they'd be in the same position, which is just it just doesn't look good.
So, like, to be clear, as we often advocate on a EFAP, any given rules like this, it's like, so every time without fail, it's like, well, you can break it, just you need to know why it exists before you break it. This is the
Rules
like,
typically don't come out of nowhere.
watching this with your human eyes is, you're just like, what? You reorient. You shouldn't be spending time tracking where people are. You should be listening at this point to exactly what they're saying and what they're feeling and what they're expressing, all that sort of stuff. So if you're gonna do this, there are times, for example, if you want to subtly imply that there's something actually afoot in terms of the presentation, like unreliable narrator, or say for example, you're a ghost re-experiencing memories, and they break the 180 rule on purpose to imply that you're actually watching like two different things at once, or something like that. There's loads of really great artistic ways to use the effect that breaking the 180 rule has, but this, I got nothing. This is just sheer incompetence. I don't know how this happens anymore. It's like they shot the scene 3 or 4 different times, and then they just cobbled together what they thought were the best takes without considering why the angles are the way that they are.
This is the kind of stuff that even like the most basic bitch Hallmark movies know to do. It's just it's one of the most common rules in, I mean, cinema.
It's all about making sure that the framing is comprehensible and legible. And you can break it if you want, but this is just sloppy. And it doesn't help, by the way, that this scene is, again, because it's intercutting a lot. Because after this, the scene cuts again back to Fisk and Luca. And Luca's making fun of Fisk for not reading any of the books displayed on his bookshelf. And then we cut back to Matt's apartment, where Heather starts explaining that she's writing a book about vigilantes. And once again, the scene cuts back to Fisk telling Luca to pay $1.8 million in restitution. And Luca flatly refuses, and so visibly flustered Fisk is prompted to raise the price to $2.8 million. We then cut back to Matt's apartment, where Heather is talking about the very vanilla premise of her book as though it's actually fascinating. It's like, it's really lame. It's so lame, because it's like, ooh, it's about vigilantes, and she's like, I wonder if the mask strips away people's identities to facilitate them doing things they otherwise wouldn't, or if a mask allows people to be themselves. Like, wow, good job, man. You're at like fucking stage 1 of that conversation. Why is this being presented smart? Oh, do masks change you, or do they make you more who you are? This is basic shit. Like, what the fuck? You gotta write a book on this?
It feels, it would be like if I said, I announced to you guys I'm writing a book. You're like, oh shit, what about? I go, actually going to be about critique, analysis, and just the general way that everyone engages with you. You're like, okay, broadly, what are you going to talk about? It's like, yeah, just broadly that a lot of people like to analyze stuff to sort of explore why they feel things about it. And you'd be like, oh, that, okay. Like, that just... And then it's just like, it's treated as though it's fucking remarkable. Like, wow, you've really cracked into something there. That's true.
Like,
people do like to do that.
I do like that she's basically like the Chris Stuckman of psychotherapists. It's just like the most basic premise imaginable.
And she won't criticize you, so that makes you feel great.
And she's like gassing herself up I hate this character. It's unfair because I didn't hate her at this point. I just nothinged her. But it's the latest episode that I was like, okay, I just fucking hate you now outright. You suck.
Mhm.
Um,
Um,
Also, just
yeah.
on the flip side with Fisk, I despise the lack of respect and fear. And I know the writers would be like, that's the point. He's building back up. He's becoming Kingpin again. I'm like, no. Kingpin's reputation is pretty fucking clear at this point. You'd have to be insane to be a part of any kind of underworld and not know who Kingpin is and what he's done. To walk into his office now that he has official power, plus his history, and to be like, I can do whatever I want. It's like, so he's just retarded then, Luca. That's the only
I
explanation
mean,
for how he could be doing
basically,
this. Yeah.
because right after Heather's talking about Musk, the scene cuts again to Fisk. He's staring at Luca in an unhinged manner, but then we cut back to Matt's apartment, and Heather asks Matt about his history with vigilantes. Then we again cut back to Fisk's office, where Luca tells Fisk that he's a loser. And we cut back to Matt's apartment, and Heather asks Matt if he can get her a meeting with the Punisher. And we cut back to Fisk, who tells Luca that he needs to pay up by the end of the week and get out of his office. And then we cut back to Matt's apartment. Like, I'm not sure keeping track of how many cuts there are, but I feel like we're up to 10. This is like a
But it's on
2-minute scene.
purpose.
Yeah, I know it's on purpose.
Well, then
but
they
it's-
succeeded. Boy, did they.
Yeah, they did
certainly-
it on purpose. So, like, I need to. It's just crap.
You don't accidentally edit this way.
No, this of course it's on purpose. It's just like this is just shit way of doing it. Like the conversation's broken up and difficult to follow and just like choppy. We're cutting for like 10 seconds to like Fisk's office and then cutting for like 5 seconds back to Matt's apartment to then cut back. It's just stupid. But yeah, then to end it in Matt's apartment, Heather asks if Matt can set up a meeting with Daredevil. And Matt falls silent for a moment before Heather has to abruptly leave to go to work. And when you listen to that, it's kind of just like what
This should be remembered
asking
though.
like, "Oh, hey Matt, can you set up an interview with Punisher?" It's like what?
Just that is
Okay.
acknowledgement, by the way, of her knowledge of Matt's history, which is going to be fucking fascinating to think about with later scenes with her and him. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Annoys me. That's all right.
That's
yeah.
true. She
Also,
knows,
how
knows that he's
inappropriate,
had
you know.
interaction-
Just how
Oh, it's super inappropriate. Yeah.
And with everything that's known about Punisher, which, you know, I haven't seen his 2 seasons, but surely it would be public knowledge that he was in a huge case that Matt defended, but he then went on to basically run around shooting people. Like, you know.
I mean, one of the things he did in the show was there was this guy who
Why is she
grabs his face
pretending
and
like he's a contact
it
that
can
Matt
just-
hangs out with? Like, it's just...
yeah, like, hey, I'll do an interview for you. It's like, dude, like, one of the things that he's done was grab a guy's face and drag it down a broken mirror to, like, carve his face up into pieces. Like, do you think this is a guy who's gonna have a sit-down interview with you to talk about your stupid psychology book? Get real.
He
Who do you
famously
think you are?
shouted that he liked killing people. Why isn't her perspective of Punisher not like, holy fuck, what a psycho?
Rather than, oh shit, that I
He'd
can
be
make
fun to
money
talk
off
to.
of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be a great
Besides-
book.
He doesn't wear a mask.
He doesn't, so why is that? Why would you? It's kind of awkward, isn't it? Because the only one is Daredevil, because Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron
Well,
Fist don't have alter egos.
She should be referencing Spider-Man, which they did reference
Spider-Man, yeah.
Spider-Man, at least in the, you know, vaguely in episode 1, was it? Or 2?
Yes, they reference him in episode 1.
Yeah.
So that should be,
Yeah,
she should be saying, like, you met Spider-Man, right? You argued in favor of him, so, you know, that's got to be like the bit, especially... Whatever. I just realized like this is problem 904 on the list, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I mean, if they're out here referencing Skrulls, then they should.
Mhm.
I mean, come on.
So yeah, pretty awkward, pretty lame. But that's it. That's the end of the scene.
But Fringy, what was the point that they were trying to make? Because it ends with the
point is
camera
that
focusing on them both.
It's because they're being torn in multiple directions. They aren't fully realized. They need to actualize or something. They both need to have therapy with Heather so that she can tell them who they should be.
You see, they're
And
both
they just accept it.
struggling, much like was set up in the prior episodes. They both need to become themselves. They both need to become Daredevil and Kingpin. Maybe by the end of this episode, they will both do an iconic... Maybe Daredevil will do an iconic rah and hit people in his Daredevil outfit, and Kingpin will
already
do an
done his
iconic
iconic
rah
now,
while
yeah.
slamming down with both
Right.
of his fists, because that's what you do in your fist.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so excited.
Oh, and this is where they repeat the CG pigeons is right after the credits. So make sure you grab up them CG pigeons.
Our
Oh, look at 'em.
favorites.
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
it's the exact same shot from earlier because I think it's the same street and it's two pigeons there. It's just funny that they
It's
had to
once I
reuse
see it on the live
CG
thing, I'll be
pigeons.
able to tell.
second now. Here it comes.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Pigeons.
Mhm.
That them?
Front.
The double layer?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
so. Yeah, pretty sure that's them. It's
it's
the same shot
very
from episode
close.
one.
If it isn't an exact copy, it's extremely close.
I suppose what's funny
Mm-hmm.
is the. Are we supposed to be looking at this little set of visuals as it's her show, right? Or
No, it varies because the BB report ones they're framed in 4:3. These are just meant to be
oh
like, see,
yeah,
it's New York. It's New York. We're cutting across New York.
true.
I
That's
do
what
like the
this
idea
is.
that for her show she goes around collecting loads of B-roll of pigeons, but I think
No,
it is.
B-rolls of streets, and then she painstakingly CGs them. Because that's what BB does. That's her passion.
Look,
Exactly.
it's the George Lucas thing. We built a set and then we did some fucking weird CGI lighting thing to make the whole thing look fake again.
So, this sanitation worker, he tells Fisk that the mural that he was trying to remove, the anti-Fisk mural, can't be removed because it was painted with human blood,
This is
which
such a
is
strange thing
quite
though,
a
because like
revelation.
he gets there eventually, right? But they make a point of him being incredibly long-winded and like he say, "Oh, I'm so pleased to meet you, Mr. Mayor," and then he talks about like the specific epoxy stuff that was used and like the machine he had to rent to get it. And it's only right at the end he says, "Oh yeah, and by the way, it was difficult to remove because it was made of human blood." It's like, but you're a sanitation worker. Surely that's gonna
That's got to have come
Surely
up.
horrify
that's number
Yeah.
you.
one. Yeah, that's number one rather than like all of this other stuff. He's passionate about his job, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing, if anything. But yeah, you figure you get to that straight away. But then Fisk, on learning this, he wants Gallo in his office immediately. You remember Gallo? We haven't seen him for episodes now.
Oh God,
I
Gallo.
think we haven't seen
The
him since episode 2. The commissioner who actively wants to bring Fisk down and hasn't really been doing much about it over the last over the last like
Oh,
4
he's working
episodes.
on something. He's
well,
working on something.
I mean, right now he's not. He will be. I guess.
It will be soon, but
Uh,
not at this. No.
Gallo is kind of just another fascinating insight into how shit the writers are. We've already pointed out in the prior Daredevil stream how stupid it is that Kingpin would ever hire someone who actively despises him into a position of power that can easily sabotage him at any time. It makes no when he was like, "I'm quitting, I hate you." That's a good news. Like, bye. I'm gonna get one of my own cronies to be the police commissioner. It makes the most sense. But no, we're not doing that. And the consequences of that have been made very real in the latest episode. But up until that point, Gallo is just like a stooge. I don't know why. He's most like I think that the implication, of course, is the threat is so effective, but I don't think this works. Like, and it never was going to, because he's planning on. It's like a little time bomb that the writers are proud of for some reason. When it's the only worry I would have. If I was advising Kingpin, I'd be like, that guy's gonna fuck you. And he's probably fucking you right now. In any small way that he can get away with that doesn't cost him that threat of the kid that he has or whatever the fuck, he's gonna do it. Why would you ever want him in that position? And then, of course, the writers are very proud of themselves to reveal that he is going to fuck him in the probably episode 9 or season 2, whatever have you. Gallo is like access to a particular result, and they just shoved him in when he absolutely doesn't belong there. And then you realize, like, oh, it's kind of like a lot of the characters, isn't it? Like TikTok Man is pretty much the same thing. I can't even say that for. Why am I always forget her name.
Person.
Yeah. I can't even say that for her because she doesn't sue. You could be like, well, she's exposition. You're like, you could do that with anybody. You wouldn't even need a person for that necessarily. You could just have a
That's
phone.
what Cherry does more so. Like Cherry delivers the actual exposition that matters.
Cherry annoys me more
Or-
because he's always fucking critical of Matt, and I have no idea why.
Look, it's better that he's not being Daredevil. That's good.
By the way, because
Yeah,
I had it
yeah.
noted and I missed the chance to talk about it, but Lucas says, "See you, Fisk. Give my wife your regard, or give your wife my regards." And it's like, how is he not just instantly killed after saying that?
Nah, it's all good.
And you'd be like, but he is eventually killed. You'd be like, yeah, not by Fisk.
No.
It's so
Yeah, but
crap to me that when he's like, "You're out of the game," or he says something like that, and he's more in the game than ever. He's got official power. Like all of this nonsense.
You should be terrified of a
Yes,
person like
terrified.
Fisk who is in that position, who has access to these kinds of resources and influence, who can
mhm.
operate openly.
It's all good. It's all good. So, yeah, Matt's in the office. He's talking strategy with Kirsten on some irrelevant case before being interrupted by Angela, who wants to speak with Matt.
Yes, Angela.
And Matt asks her why she isn't in school, and she explains that she's receiving near perfect marks.
Yep, she's brilliant and the best,
Can
greatest
we, can we
student. Yep,
like can we have characters who are like not great at
the
like
best at everything.
everything?
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit boring, I gotta say, when it's like the character, oh yeah, they were like a genius. It's like, why can't they be like kind of not great at like
Or
academics?
maybe good at
But
some things and bad at some
they're
others.
bad at
So they
other
need to be
things.
like, well,
Yeah.
I'm not that good at
So,
math. I'm really good at some other stuff, but math is just hard for me. I got to study hard. I'm barely passing. I got to give it some.
I
Good
saw
work.
G20 recently, and it is a Platoon. Have you seen G20?
Not yet. No. Is it
If
funny
you
enough to be
can,
worth watching?
so if you can avoid watching it, I would recommend it. Not because, I mean, literally for the reason you just said. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing an EFAP movies for it at some point because that film is
Oh,
fucking
hey.
funny. The reason I want to bring it up right now is Gary forced me to watch it for FNT, which I was frustrated with, but after having seen it, I feel benefited somewhat. But irrelevant of any particular funny thing, of which there are many in that film, the Viola Davis is the president, and she has a son and a daughter. The son is an idiot who does nothing in the whole film. The daughter is a tech genius who facilitates the defeat of the entire like enemy terrorist group. And she's underestimated, she's restricted, and she proves to everybody in the film that she's incredible and amazing and intelligent. And as if that's not already enough, like you already, it's like, yeah, of course. There's this moment where Viola Davis thinks she's not gonna make it, and she needs to write a note for her children to find, and she writes like to the name of the daughter, and she says, "I love you," and doesn't even mention the son. Like,
Oh no, he got
it's,
interstellared. Oh
it's
no.
so funny. Like, it's so obvious what the writers are doing, and it's just like, bro, you can't even remember she has a son. Like, the son only exists so that she's better than the son. Like, it's such a like. How are we still making this shit in this era? Like, how have you guys not moved on? It's
Guess those people still linger around here and there.
So yeah, like I said, hyper intelligent, super funny, all the greatest things ever, best skills that are perfect for the movie itself. And the son only has one notable line, and I shit you not, he watches black people do amazing like acrobatics and fuck a guy up, and he says, "Wow, you're from Wakanda."
Ooh.
Not lying. You can go and find that. This is what I mean about the movie. It's very funny and awful, and
See, now you're selling it to me, but you're
I
also telling
know.
me not to watch it.
Well, because
Like,
I want
You
how can I
fool.
resist?
I would rather capture your first reactions in a recording for
Okay.
EFAP movies. That's the whole pitch. So but if you need to see it for a stream or whatever, go right ahead. But if you can avoid it, it will be funny.
I will do my best to avoid.
And to
the
be
movie.
clear, I kind of liked it. It was so shit that like it was quite enjoyable. But
Ooh, we
you
like
know.
those.
Yeah, well, Gary compared it to Madam Web, and I was like, it's not that powerful, but it's in the same realm. I'm not going to deny it.
Well, consider me
Okay.
interested if we ever do that one day.
Yeah. In the meantime, not so much fun. This
Oh yeah.
show.
Well, yeah.
This scene's pretty annoying. So Angela says that Hector was investigating several missing persons, and Matt attempts to end the conversation, which makes her angry. And she believes that Hector would have wanted her to effectively follow in his footsteps, uh, rather than like going to school. And she tells Matt that all of the kidnappings occurred close to a train line which has been shut down for some time. Somehow she knows this, but I guess the police don't. Like, we are essentially, we will learn about it a bit later, but we're to conclude that police were actually blindsided by like Muse. They had no idea that like so
It
many
was like
people were going
60.
missing.
It was like
60
60 people.
At least.
And let's be
60
clear,
people.
So when you're a detective, right, they're not magic. You don't do things that we can't understand as normal humans, other than, like, technology, I guess, that they have an availability to. But if you're a detective and you find out 60 people have been captured, kidnapped, and have gone
Generally
forever...
in the same location.
Well, so I was about to say, step one might be, so who were they? Where did they live? And let's draw a little cross on the map for every single one, and then we get the area of effect that this person's operating in. It is... possibly step one for every retard detective to do, and no one has done it except this little girl.
And it's like, it's not even like it's a step in an investigation. It's not like, oh, this happened near this vicinity, so go to this place and you will find clue to lead you where things are actually happening. It's just lots of people have died near this disused subway station. Oh, look, he's killing them in the disused subway station. That's not exactly hard to put one and one together. As she says in, it might be this scene or a previous one, doesn't take like mathematical genius to put one and one together. But that is beyond
So she
the New York
probably
Police
is
Department.
one. So.
Well, of course she is, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Pretty smart kid.
Matt tells Angela that investigating this matter is the police's job, but she doesn't trust the police. And then Matt asks the obvious question, which is, what is he supposed to do with this information? Which prompts her to say, how about literally anything, Mr. Murdoch? Attorney at law, big fancy office, here to help the little guy, right? Only on your terms, because when the little guy puts something for real in your hands, you're all, nah, that's fine. That's cool. My bad for thinking you cared.
He's blind! What
He
do you
cannot
think he's
see.
gonna do?
His eyeballs do not work.
Where do you get off yelling at a blind man that he's not stopping a serial killer? What are you talking about?
Your grades are lies. You're a fool.
It's so funny because, like, the way they write her is like she knows he's Daredevil.
Like, what the fuck?
What the fuck? He's just a blind man. Like, what?
Like, and of course, doing it in a very, I think, like, so just sort of a bit of like writing advice in general. If you have a character that's like really fucking cool, any character that is like adversarial towards them, particularly in an indignant way, it's just gonna not be liked by people. Typically,
You're fighting an uphill battle.
Matt's cool. He dresses up like the devil, goes out at night as a ninja, and fights bad guys. He's really cool. And when you have characters lecturing him about how he sucks and he's not doing enough, it's a really quick way to make me not like the person who's saying that.
Why do they
I get
still
pretty
write these
annoyed with how much
characters?
people shit on Matt. It's kind of remarkable. Like, Matt is
There is
compared to a lot of other like heroes, you know, in the Marvel universe, he is like particularly disadvantaged, and what he does is often particularly costly to his personal life.
Yeah.
And he's pretty regularly criticized by people for it. It's really annoying.
To be clear, there's a way to do it. Like,
Of course,
the Foggy episode in season 1.
Yep.
Fucking
Good one.
masterclass when looking at anything in this, of the amount of betrayal that it can cause, despite the fact that in a particular context, everything Matt has done is for the good. Like, it's all justifiable, but, you know, and that's the writing challenge. How do you get people mad at him, considering how good of a person he is? It's like, well, you gotta work with it. You gotta figure in those little white lies, betrayals, and the powers that he has can make people feel incredibly distrusting of him, because not only has he not told them, but what has he been doing with those powers this whole time? What is the nature of a relationship with Matt Murdock when he can constantly tell if you're lying, and he can know where you've been? He can detect your whole life about you, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. You know, and it's really well portrayed in that episode. It feels like utter betrayal. But like, all the people who've been shitting on him in this show, it's like, you're not doing enough to stop serial killers and prevent thieves from ending up in jail. Like, it's so petty, weird, and annoying, and obviously just it says so much about their characters that you can't even enjoy as a sense of like, yeah, that is a piece of shit that just said all that to Matt. It's like, no, they're the good guy. The show says they're right.
Yeah, Matt sits there silently and essentially takes this because he's got nothing to say because she's right. It's just like with Leroy, where he just sits there and
Yeah.
silently accepts it because, which
yeah.
again, this is the thing, is that they can have this perspective, but for fuck's sake, can you let Matt actually fight for himself and fight back?
No.
Like, do you mind?
Matt is not allowed to be a vertebrate in this show. He just can't.
Mm-hmm.
He's not allowed to be himself. He can't
And of
stand up for
course-
himself. He just has to roll over and take it from everybody.
You can see the direction that this is heading. Angela is going to inspire Matt to become Daredevil again.
Oh, God,
Angela. Hector's annoying niece is going to inspire him to become Daredevil.
Yeah,
when Foggy's death demoralized him from doing it.
It's so crap because, like, any sense of what would push him in any of these particular directions, you're gonna have to work real fucking hard to justify it with the history we've had so far. The notion of people are getting hurt, Matt, you need to do something. It's like, wow, you know what? Never considered this at all. Not like that's everything.
It's not like that was his fundamental ideology that was the reason why he kept being Daredevil, even when people told him to stop because it was detrimental to his life.
It's like they didn't even try. They were just like, oh, it's time for him to be Daredevil again. We've done all of our work of not having him be Daredevil. Do you remember there's a part in this conversation as well where she says, don't pull therapy talk on me?
I like this line. That's a very funny line.
You'd be like, what's he going to say back to this? And it's so cucky. He's like, therapy talk? Oh, was I doing that? Like,
well, it's also pretty
But then
funny
he says,
because...
like, she says, I hate that shit. And he says, I kind of do too. And you're like, but you're dating a therapist. So,
yeah,
you know,
and she does therapy talk to him and is ordained by the show as being correct.
And he cucks
then,
out
like,
on that too.
Making correct and valuable observations.
He is the adult here, but he just like completely, you know what? You're just right about everything, child. Who's talking
You
about
are so incredible and smart and wise.
You know that quote she says from Uncle? She says like Uncle Hector said, "Don't rely."
Oh yeah. Don't rely on anybody to do what you can do for yourself, and that she thinks that Hector was right. And it's like, that's a terrible piece of advice.
Not only is it fucking awful advice, it nearly kills her.
Yep.
If
Matt wasn't Daredevil, like if the lawyer that was involved in Hector's case didn't turn out to be Daredevil, she would have died because of that. She's wrong. That's like she's written to actually end up being wrong, but she's supposed to be right. She's meant to be so right that she inspires Matt to become Daredevil again. Terrible. Garbage.
Yes.
Why do
So that's
these
that
shows
scene.
fail, and why do they hate? Why does everyone hate all these annoying characters that they constantly, over and over, seem to introduce into this cinematic wonderland?
The favorite character.
Why?
Wait, what the? The
Triggered Skull is back again.
Yeah, it's back again.
Why do they love this so much?
It's
I don't
the
understand.
same one. It is the same
the same
one at
one.
that spot.
Mm-hmm.
They
love it.
What's it supposed to do? Why is it so important that they show this all the time?
Because we're going to be dealing with the Punisher cops soon, and
Okay.
they're like, triggered. Yeah, okay. So Gallo is explaining to Fisk that whoever's painting the murals is using an epoxy that makes them basically impossible to erase, and that there are 5 unique DNA profiles for each mural, which means that there are at least 60 victims, at least, of the serial killer. And it's just like, and then Fisk zones out for a moment before awkwardly cackling to himself about this, and then he tells Gallo not to do anything with this information. Is that something he can tell him to do? You know, I know the
You
meme
have
is
a
like, the
legal
man's gonna have
obligation
my
to tell the
ass!
police. I think you have to tell the police because you know information about like a conspiracy of a crime or a crime's being committed. And there's like bodies and blood. I don't think you can keep that to yourself. You might be.
I guess what I mean is, can the mayor tell the commissioner, you're not allowed to tell anybody that there's a guy out there killing people and using their blood to, like, does he have to defer to what the mayor tells him to do? Like I said, I know the meme is the mayor's gonna have my ass, but like, does he actually have to do just what Fisk tells him?
On top
No way.
of that,
The mayor would be beholden to all the same rules as anyone else.
yeah, aren't they heroes that would care about this if it reaches this level?
I mean, in New York, that there are like 60 people that have died. Yeah, you would think that Spider-Man would be getting on this shit.
Well, maybe that was the point of the filler episode. It's like, well, where is Ms. Marvel to stop the massive serial killer? Well, she can't come because she's over in California. It's like, oh, okay, fair enough.
They're all busy.
Yeah, but Spider-Man is in New York. We know he is.
They're all busy.
Maybe he's
and even
busy
then,
in
I mean,
California too, and maybe
Yeah.
everyone's gone to
Kate Bishop-
California.
He
Kate
really
Bishop
admires
was in New
Miss
York.
Marvel, and he went
Busy.
to
Kate
California
Bishop is
to
in
help
New
fight
York.
crime.
So yeah.
Busy.
Who else we
busy.
got in New York? I'm trying to think of like who's. Oh well, Doctor Strange is obviously off in the
Strange.
multiverse, I guess. Now that he's in the multiverse, and Thor's out traveling. I mean, Miss Marvel is around.
Well, so
Maybe
I'm
she would
fine
get
with-
involved, but I guess not.
It's. I think the main one is Spider-Man.
Yeah,
It's that's going to be the one
Mhm.
everyone's going to be like, this feels like appropriate for him. But again, it's so far down the list because everything else is fucked.
well, and also if we're eventually gonna find out that all the other defenders are here, then why are they not getting involved?
Oh, I
Why
can't
isn't Danny
wait.
Rand or Luke Cage?
Can't fucking wait for them to be like, Jessica Jones, what, you could have helped? And she's like, yeah, I did. And look what that got me.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah,
and it's
I'm
like, no,
better
that's
than you,
not
Matt.
that's not story.
I'm better than you. I'm better than you, Daredevil.
Yeah, I can't
Way
wait for her
better
to
than you.
fucking sass the shit out of him and to not care about anything.
And
That's...
Luke Cage as well.
Yeah.
Like, I had to deal with what's going on in Harlem, That's what I had to do, so don't go lecturing me, boy.
Yeah.
Except Danny won't be able to make fun of him. He'll get made fun of too. Cause everybody thinks he's lame. Anyway, so two ladies see Muse painting a mural in the alleyway, and he grabs them. And like there are people pretty close by. Like they're like
Just out of
there
range.
are randoms in the background just walking around.
just walking around.
These women
And this-
scream.
They do scream, and it's also just one guy trying to grab two people. Like I know he's like strong and everything, but you know
It is
what I
sort of
mean.
incumbent on the show, isn't it? Once you've established that the guy has gone around and he's killed 60 people and no one spotted it until now, the show kind of begs for an explanation as to how he's managed to do this without anyone discovering it until the fucking sanitation guy yesterday. Having him just randomly abduct people from the streets because they asked for a selfie, that's not really believable. I don't think you could kill 60 people if that's your method.
It's probably worth at this point already mentioning the show doesn't really like establish like Muse's abilities. If you
No.
watch the show, I don't know that you're in any position to conclude that Muse has any superhuman abilities. Like anything to do with able to suppress
No, I
to some
think-
extent perception of the character or super strength or anything like
They
that.
make
Like,
it
none
clear
of this
that
is
he's not. Like that they throw the Taekwondo thing in to explain why he can fight. That's it.
why he can fight rather than so there's nothing. It's just it's don't know what to do with that really. It just seems like he's a regular guy basically, so whatever. But he grabs him, and now we got another great cuck pin scene right here. We'll go through it, but basically it's a scene where Vanessa basically explains to like Kingpin how to like interact with rich people. Because this is something he's never done before.
She explains how fundraisers work.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely
Wilson
insane.
Fisk.
He is a baby. He has no history. He's a clone. He's a physical clone of Fisk who got his memory wiped. Like I don't understand what the fuck they're doing.
So Fisk. I find this part really funny. Fisk, he's like manipulating people comes down to finding what a person wants and either withholding it or providing it. It's like those are the only things you can do with something that you have that someone else wants is either hold on to it or give it to them. He presents it like those are the only two options. It's mutually exclusive. You either give it to them or you don't. Like, why is he explaining it like it's some brilliant idea? Yeah, you get what people want and then decide to either give it to them or not.
That's crazy. Wow.
Does he ever actually apply that whatever that lesson is supposed to be? Does he? It doesn't even really apply it in like the big scene with all the rich people, does he? Because it's like
not with
at what
them,
point does he
no.
try to identify what these people want and need?
Well, so we'd be jumping ahead, but one of the ladies here who's particularly like standoffish with him eventually seems to have essentially been beaten into submission by Fisk, but that's in episode 8, but we have no idea why.
Yeah.
It's like you said, in this scene, he just failed. He fails big time. Basically, like as Vanessa is explaining like what he needs to do, we just keep seeing him run into dead ends with all of the rich people saying like, yeah, you can't do shit. We're not going to let you do shit. We're in charge. and he just sort of sits there and takes it with the cock pin expression of
Yeah, he has no
frustration.
comebacks. He has no like secret, back pocket weapon that he could pull on everybody. He has no piece of leverage that he's been saving. It's just a big L.
Yep.
That's all it ever is.
And one of the people that we see here is the swordsman Jack. He's the swordsman there, and he's saying, and he tells them that the revitalization project doesn't align with the interests of rich people, which I don't believe for a second. You telling me like a whole bunch of rich people wouldn't be interested in substantial like property development in New York? Really?
Okay. All right.
Like in New York of all places.
Especially
But
the creation of a new like major port area that would bring a lot of economic and
as well as
shipping
homes,
business to
housing.
the area and
Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get why like if like
Reddick's
I
been
just don't
closed for how
understand.
long did they
Like
say? A long time.
I
So
might
this would be
conclude that property values in New York are currently declining. I don't think they are, but I could be wrong about that. But whatever. They don't want to do it. Is the point? They don't want to, and they make fun of Fisk. He's left speechless by all of these remarks, and also, and as the cherry on top, we cut back to earlier in the night. Fisk is putting on one of his suits, and he tears it because he's getting chongo.
He's getting fat, everybody. Yeah.
Is that all that's supposed to be? Is that for the
Yeah,
audience?
because
He's getting
Kingpin was
bigger?
fat.
Yeah, he's getting
And
fat.
so him getting fatter means he's returning to Kingpin form.
Aren't his suits supposed to be made of like Kevlar or something?
They are, yes.
So he can tear
Does he
his
still have
bulletproof
access to
suit
those?
because he gets fat, or does he not? Yeah, does he not have
I
those
guess
same
these
suits
ones
anymore?
aren't.
I don't know why they wouldn't be.
Well, you'd think it's more important now that you're not just a mob boss, but also the mayor of New York. And you're
Nobody's
trying
going to
have
try and
such an episode.
assassinate him.
That's never gonna
Nobody would ever
happen.
try to shoot him in the middle of a dance.
Well, especially when Luca has already signaled basically that he's out to get him at this point.
Yes.
So yeah, pretty silly. So Cherry, we haven't seen him in a while. I don't think we saw him in episode 4, did we? Yeah,
It
Cherry's
genuinely
here.
feels like even the writers have started to be like, do we keep this guy? Like, what is the point of him? And like I said, he only ever
They
pops
made him
up to
up.
be like, don't be Daredevil. No, just don't be Daredevil, okay?
Yeah, basically. So he goes to the office and he tells Matt that the police have become aware of a serial killer called Muse. And Cherry tells him to let the police
How do they
handle
know
the
he's called
situation.
Muse?
I guess that's what they've called him.
Oh, okay.
Nothing interesting on that front, sorry.
Or that I guess
I
it's
wonder
been
why they
connected
would
with
call
the
him that.
artist. I don't know. That's his Muse, all right. And then yeah, that's basically it. He just tells him like, don't do anything about it. I'm telling you because you were gonna find out anyway. But obviously Matt is gonna do something about it because his demeanor shifts pretty notably.
Was he going to find out anyway? Given the previous scene was Kingpin saying, "Don't tell anyone about this and don't do anything about this. We're basically keeping this under wraps." And so and then Cherry comes in and says, "Well, like, yeah, by the way, serial killer. Now you know. Don't do
Yeah,
anything."
this isn't new
It's just
information, really.
I don't understand. But so, if Cherry's only role is to do this, I need to explain to the writers. Like, I need to know what Cherry thinks about fucking anything. What does he think about Matt's achievements as Daredevil in the prior
Does
3
he know
seasons?
about the hand? Does
Yeah,
he know about Matt taking down the hand?
All of the different lives he's saved, all the different testimonials that would exist of the man, the crazy devil man who saved my life, which we know, they were explicit. There was many people who said that. It's like, Cherry, do you think those were mistakes? Do you think you should have let them die? You know, just some difficult questions.
He took down Fisk.
And then,
like, that was a bad idea.
Daredevil, he can be honest with Cherry. He's like, there used to be a little character. Doesn't exist anymore. Starting to wonder if he's been memory holed. But I worked with the police several times, helped them, saved people.
Yep.
Like, what? And it's like, what are you doing telling me, like, oh, there's been 60 plus victims, don't do anything? It's like, so is it better if more people die? What are you saying, Cherry? And it's like, what happened on the night, Cherry, that you discovered I was Daredevil? I stopped the guy who was killing everyone. Was it better if I just let him continue? None of these conversations have happened, despite the fact that Cherry has had, what, like 7 scenes? It's like, you could have had 1.
Nope.
What is his perspective on the morality of Daredevil and Vigilantes, and has he had any difficulty discussing this? Or does he just turn up and go, don't be Daredevil? Okay.
I mean, that's it. Yeah. That's all.
Why would anyone ever
Meanwhile-
care?
Oh, yeah.
What's
Yeah,
what?
I mean, it's just
You know, we don't need to
stupid.
give counterexamples of like different characters over the course of the Netflix series who criticize Matt for being Daredevil because they're all better.
Terry just seems when you watch the acting and the way that, particularly oh, Daredevil's actor, drawing a blank,
Charlie Cox.
Charlie Cox. The way that he acts, it implies that they have this long history with one another when he's barely been present in the show, and I think it's just part of his charisma as an actor to talk with someone. But it's just I just don't know who he is. I don't know what history they have. I don't know if their dynamic is. I don't know if they've talked about this before, and if so, how much. What has been said? Where? Who are you?
By the way, Muse just killed them there and then. He didn't even take them anywhere.
What a dick.
What I'm saying is like just right there doing that. Those people walk like he's just like, don't mind me, just
Right by the street.
Just popping the eyes out of these women as they scream in pain. Don't just keep on walking.
So yeah, this is the new update, and it draws Fisk away from the from the event. But he says the incident can be used. It's like, okay, and then we got another BB report. And it's just two people who exposit information about Muse, which has already been relayed in these prior scenes. So it's actually redundant. It's all the same information that we've already had. These BB report scenes are so terrible, man. Like, they're just worthless.
Yep.
Well, she talks to the world's ugliest woman at the end.
Fisk, the subsequent day, Fisk informs Gallo of his intent to create a task force filled with overtly corrupt cops. And he wants the task force to have special powers and privileges, such as no body cams. I guess Gallo just lets this happen.
The fucking world lets this happen. How is that possible? You can't get away with this.
This is just illegal. Like,
that's what I mean. He has an employee whose job it is to tell him he's not allowed to do stuff, and this is the most controversial thing he's ever proposed doing, and she's nowhere.
Like, she's only going to get in the way. The writer's like, nah, it happened. It's happened.
We can't have her in this scene. We'll have her to bitch at him later.
The writers of the show realized that you could, like, people can sue the government.
It's so obvious, though.
The government aren't dictators. They can't just do anything that they want.
You didn't even give an official reason. Like, why in the world would you want, like, a mercenary force of police that don't have body cams? Like, we all know why. Everyone knows why. How are you getting away? What the fuck reason are you gonna give?
Body cam. The idea, though.
Too expensive.
You can't actually, you can't go against unions to do a recycling thing because that would be controversial. But your own private army of stormtroopers, that's fine. Yeah, do it. That's not going to have any electoral consequences.
On top of the fact that he ran on stopping vigilantes, and he's essentially announced he's creating a team of vigilantes. This is like, are you serious?
No, but he calls them anti-vigilantes, so it's all good.
Yeah, we nailed it.
Yeah, so he goes and meets all the corrupt cops, including Powell, and he tells them that they're awesome. And then we're introduced to one of the new corrupt cops who he explains that he tried to coax a confession out of somebody by beating the shit out of him.
Yep.
It's like they're just overtly corrupt cops. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna create that's right
in the garage.
We're gonna create the anti-vigilante task force."
It was just,
and he starts handing out armor to them.
Yeah, and I just enjoy, like, he turns up and he's just like, "You person, what's your story?
Tell me of your evil deeds.
Tell the audience about yourself."
Establish the kinds of people I have assembled.
It's just, it's whatever. And yeah, like he gives them armor, tells them they're awesome, and basically this wins them over. Which again, it's like, dude, this is Fisk. Like even if you grant like that all of them are basically crazy corrupt cops, like Fisk is like, he's a big criminal. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you figure that some of them would be like, dude, fuck you. Like, I don't want to work for you, but they're all on board.
By the way, it's because someone just mentioned in chat, I think that not only is it true, but it's way more interesting. Why not keep the body cams, right? And this can be an element where Fisk is like, do everything by the book. if ever you need to go a little off book, that camera you're using might get corrupted, might not work, might be out of battery, you might snip a wire. Who knows? Anything could happen. You know, and it would be like, that's something that's like a slightly more exaggerated yet real corruption that could definitely be at home in a show like this, as opposed to no body cams. Woohoo! Like as if nobody
Well,
would.
no, it's just that everything needs to be as overtly and plainly corrupt as possible, rather than essentially being more covertly, discreetly dubious or or corrupt.
And you
It's
could
like
even
it's
use it
gotta
as an
be-
angle,
yeah,
right?
this-
You could be
this is-
like, this
yeah.
force will be by the book. They've got cameras. They'll be absolutely accountable. It's going to be amazing. This is top. And then some reporter goes, "Is there really any difference between your own private vigilantes and blah blah?" And he's like, "This is not mine. This is the city's, and we're fighting back against the notion of crime and people who think they can just, all that shit. It could work. You could make it, but no, they make things so much more difficult for themselves with the writing. They create these stupid problems that have remarkable effects that they just completely ignore. Annoying. They're so bad at this.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's them. And then, which brings us basically to the ending of this episode.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I mean, obviously, there's still plenty to talk about, but we are now at the ending point. So, Angela, she's in the subway making her way to Muse's subterranean lair, and then she gets captured by Muse, obviously.
What a fucking moron. What did you expect? He's killed 60 plus people. What were you going to hit him with, your flashlight?
Mauler, she has really high grades. She's very smart.
What was the plan? I actually have no idea what it... Like, she's not holding any weapon. She's just like, well, if I find him, I find him.
She doesn't even have a belt.
I
Yeah,
guess
she
was
could
just
use the
gonna
belt
look
to
for his
strangle
lair,
him.
and hopefully he wasn't going to be there. But I don't know why he wouldn't be there. And then
How
and
did
then
she? Is
meanwhile-
she just randomly looking
Well,
around that subway
yes.
line?
Yeah, that's all
Yes.
she had to do. And it's one of those situations, I think, that where Muse turns up, she'd be like, ah. And then he'd be like, now what? And then she'd just be like, I don't know what I expected. Like, I guess I thought... Maybe she thought she would stumble across his lair and then report it.
I guess so. But I mean, that's not a good
Unfortunately
plan.
for her, she stumbled across him, which was very likely.
So Matt's in his apartment. He receives a call from Hector's wife, who informs him that Angela never came home. And Matt simply tells her that it's okay before hanging up.
He did it again.
I
She
can't
did it
believe
again.
it. I wrote it down. It's like, what do you mean?
It's so
yeah,
funny.
it's okay. Bye.
My kid has been kidnapped, and he's just like, it's okay.
I
hangs
think
up.
I wrote down specifically. He says, "Just stay where you are," and hangs up. And I'm like, what?
You could. I would expect her to fucking call back and be like, "Bro, what's gonna happen? What's being done? Are you gonna do something? Should I call the police? What's happening?" And it's just like, no. Bye.
Stay where you are.
And so Matt dials 911, but he doesn't answer. He hangs up and says, "Fuck it," which I don't like.
Neither
I
do
don't
I.
like that he said that. And I
That's
know that
fair.
Matt. I know that Matt isn't like a perfect Catholic or anything in terms of the way that he could, going out dressing as Daredevil. But I don't know, man. He doesn't swear. I don't think he would.
Well,
I don't think would either.
sorry,
It's
but
just
I-
not
I-
an easy-
as much
know,
as you
it's
can be like,
character.
well, our age rating has been, unrestricted, I'd be like, doesn't matter. Your 3
That doesn't
seasons
change
have
who he
established
is.
how he speaks, which is not
And
swearing.
he doesn't swear. He don't swear.
But
But no, but they were like, "Oh, it's cool." So you said, "Fuck it." That's fun. It's like, not really. No.
not really, no.
If anything, not
And-
swearing is what helps you stand out.
And then he and also a few people have pointed it out. I'm pretty sure isn't it common at this point that even calling emergency services, if you don't answer that they might get
So-
dispatched.
Yeah, it's complicated. You can
Absolutely,
have different
yes.
results, but yeah, the whole idea, right, is there was a reason that call was made, and it could be someone was stopped before they could report something. So,
Yeah, they can't.
gotta be
speak
fucking
aloud
careful.
or-
Don't fuck around with calling 911 or 999 or whatever your
Well, I'm pretty sure doing it as a prank call is an offense.
should be.
It is absolutely an offense.
I mean,
Yes.
of course,
You will get charged.
yeah. But yeah, Matt dresses up as Daredevil, heads to the roof, and you got to show him, Mauler. You got to
There
show
it
him
is.
flooping across the rooftops.
So
Look at him floop.
Oh.
I want this begins this sequence. This was heralded by many online as "We're finally back, baby." And I can't believe we open with this shit.
Look at that. You
Well, it's
couldn't
what I
just
love
get
about
someone
those
to do
first 3 Daredevil seasons is all of the CGI that goes into how he swings around and move. Oh,
just hire someone to do parkour.
He's
there
got the
are lots of
mask on
people
now.
on
You don't
YouTube
even
who would
need
be
him.
thrilled.
Like Charlie Cox, I mean, you could just do like. What's crazy is
Well, I mean,
this little
there are plenty
moment
of times
here is
where
actually
multiple
like
stuff, yeah.
a human might be able to do this. You just got to be careful, right?
The thing is that in the Netflix series, we didn't see it often, but we did see instances of him using the baton to swing around. They would just put him on a wire system.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't like that people keep saying, well, it would have to be CGI because look at how crazy the poses are in the comics. It's like, well, so fundamentally, you have to deal with the reality that there is a difference between what you're going to be able to do with comic books versus what you can do in live action. You know, obviously in the comics, he does do a lot of really insane acrobatics, but it's fine because they're illustrations. If it's real and you want me to believe it's real and it's all looking insane, particularly when it's like poorly animated, because you know Spider-Man, right? Like that's all not real, but like a lot of the time the animation's really like strong and convincing.
Mm-hmm.
But like this just looks terrible. And you did it before. You had him do parkour. You know, Charlie Cox did it, or you got a stunt double to do it. They do parkour, running around, and as pointed out, the lighting is horrible because the lighting in this show is pretty terrible. Daredevil's got like really
weight
good
is
lighting,
always wrong.
even though the weight is always it's way too light. And in this case, it's like, dude, you can barely even see him. Like, really, you got to look at like the Netflix series as a good example of how to have scenes that are actually genuinely dark,
Well, it was
but illuminated such that there's a lot of clarity, different, you know, in the characters and the backgrounds.
it was sad to see. I think it was Stephen DeKnight, right, talking on Twitter about because someone criticized the Netflix show for being like, God, it was so annoying that he wasn't as acrobatic. That we finally got it in Born Again, and he quote tweeted that saying that they didn't have the budget to do stuff like this. I was so sad to see that because I was like,
Yeah.
bro, you don't want this garbage in your show. Like and I got plenty of quote tweets saying like coming from a person who clearly never read the comics, and it's like, what are you fucking talking about? I'm not remotely interested in comic, TV, movie. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm strictly focusing on how ugly this shit is.
This looks bad. That's it. It looks bad. That's all. It's not that there's a problem with him doing acrobatics, because Daredevil does acrobatics. It looks bad. That's it. End of story. It just looks crap. Look at that.
I don't understand like what's so hard for people to understand. It's like, yeah, but he's doing acrobatics. It's like I would prefer to fucking imply that he's doing this than see this. This is so distracting to me. It's like, oh, Goop Monster's back.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know, in the Netflix series, they had him doing, you know, human limited parkour in certain sections. And you could say like, yeah, we couldn't do anything super duper human because we didn't have the budget for it. But I hope that what he meant was if they had the budget, they could have involved wires. They could have involved a little bit more risky stuff that stuntmen would have to do, which I would still be on board with because it would look so much fucking better than this.
It aged way better too. This is foul the moment it came out.
Yeah,
exactly. It's already come out and it's dated.
But
Look at it.
So
it's horrible.
hype.
Oh boy, that's why everyone's talking about it. That's why we can't get them to shut up about it.
Yeah.
I have to tell people constantly, quit talking about Daredevil. It's all that I hear. You're just bothering me all the time.
Oh my god, the ratings, they're through the roof. Seasons 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, they're going to make it all. They're totally not going to cancel this soon.
Mm-hmm. They're shooting the second season. Don't know about number 3.
I know for a fucking fact that the results of this are going to make them be like, listen, season 2, you better get a fucking boost or you're done.
Yeah, probably. Probably. So Muse takes Angela to a subterranean lair and begins extracting her blood. And then we see that Fisk is venturing into his subterranean lair.
Ooh.
He's got an axe in his hand. And he opens the door to Adam's cell and mumbles about how he used to go up against men 3 times his size. And he remarks that a simple tool can be a great equalizer before tossing the axe to Adam. Because it's like, ooh, he's not going to let him. He's going to have to fight to get out of there. Ooh, geez, isn't that crazy? Because we're about to do parallels here, is what we're doing, guys. And
they did it in the beginning.
You know how it works.
Now we're doing it in
parallels.
The end part.
Parallel means it's good.
Yeah.
If you parallel it, it's good, regardless of how you got there.
Or what it is.
So, So
The- the-
Muse,
The
yeah,
issue though is that with most shows it's parallels. In this show it's pairs of L's.
L's. Ooh, I see what you did
Oh
there.
yeah, see there
not
we
bad.
go. There. So we can't.
Yeah,
So
just on that note, I'm interested you went with pair of L's as opposed to parallels, like emphasize, because I thought that was the joke you were making, but
Yeah.
then you went with...
I thought you were gonna say that.
Pair of
Parallels,
lulls,
Well, so you
like
go
a
like
parallel set of
pairs
parallel,
of
L's.
L's.
and then you really emphasize the L's at the end of parallels. You know.
I think yeah, there's a lot you could do. It's parallels and pairs of L's.
I think the former is better than the latter. I'm afraid.
I
Hmm.
like the one I went with more.
Pair
I
of
think pairs of
L's.
L's.
It's a little weird because like, what do you like? There's
Pairs
two.
of L's.
Chat, which do you like more, pair of L's or
Pair of L's.
parallels?
Pair of L's.
Pair of L's or parallels?
I think they're
Parallel.
both good. I think I don't know. I think I made the right call. Pair of L's.
I'm seeing more pair of L's than
Thanks
I
to
don't know
Shrinking
why.
It.
Pair of L's. I don't think it works because
Pair of
it's
L's.
got nothing to do with a pair. That's just irrelevant.
Okay. Well,
I will
Like
definitively
parallels is like
argue.
two things going side by side, which is a pair,
yeah,
right?
lots of pair of
Two things
L's.
side by side. I think you've lost
Pair
pair
of
of
L.
L's.
Well,
I think
yeah, no,
Rags is
Pair
winning
of
that
L's.
court of public
the
opinion.
the
And
chat
also
can be
just-
wrong. That's okay.
And also
Oh
just
my
like
God.
it sounds very, very similar to parallel.
Not more similar than parallels, though.
Oh no, Mola.
That one's so
well.
good, you might get tricked into thinking it was the regular word. That's why I think
Yeah,
it's more clever.
I think that there's something to be said about something that is distinctly different while paying homage to the original in a way that twists it into something else.
I think it's a little desperate.
Parallels.
It's like hammering a square into a round hole. It's like,
My God. Well, so Muse, he hears a strange rattling sound from beyond his lair. He investigates the noise, and Daredevil just runs up to him and attacks him. Like he just charges up to him and hits him, and then the theme plays. The Daredevil theme plays. He's punching and kicking Muse. It's like, oh look, you waited so long, and it's here. And if there wasn't that opening fight scene in episode 1, it has been 5.5 episodes with no Daredevil.
Thank God. But sorry,
A little bit,
maybe
yeah.
I missed it before. Did we mention how Daredevil found the lair?
He just found it.
Going off of
That's it. What she said, and then he tracked
yeah, going
it
off what
down.
she said,
Yeah.
and then you could argue he can use his sense. Like, unfortunately, they've been dampening his senses throughout this whole season to justify other shit. But this is the time where they obviously are like, "Nah, I used them and he got it." And it's like, technically, yes. It's just that you've been making him shit for ages. So
Pretty much. And again, in this fight, we do not see anything in terms of Muse being able to like sort of suppress, be essentially like difficult for Matt to read. It's like a pretty even fight, basically. I mean, right at the start, like Matt kicks his ass pretty much.
I wasn't
but then it
entirely sure
becomes a
what
bit
they
more
even
even.
wanted me to make of Muse in this fight, because it's like you told me at the beginning that he's killed upwards of 60 people, which I guess means I'm supposed to think that he's scary and intimidating, but then he just gets absolutely trashed within about 30 seconds.
but it's a very particular kind of trash because he's practically got fucking Wolverine endurance. He takes so many significant hits to the head that we've seen previously
like,
knock out the shit out of regular people. The
and I
implication, of
don't know
course,
that
is
that-
that he's rock solid / has the healing abilities or something. But nope, just a regular guy.
Well, and he's not wearing he's wearing, I guess, what you could call a kind of armor, but it's not like Daredevil's armor. It's like that mask does not look like it's reinforced or anything. Whereas we know that like the Daredevil suit is quite strong.
Yeah,
and durable.
Oh,
I don't think there's any
very
reason we should
resilient. It is
expect
armor.
this is beyond cloth, like for
Yeah, pretty much.
maybe with some card or something. I don't know. Like, why would we ever
Mhm.
assume it's significant enough to protect him from these blows? I don't think so.
But it does, but meanwhile, while that's happening, Adam he grabs the axe and attacks Fisk, but he doesn't do very well. He basically gets instantly defeated. It's pretty feeble, and you figure that he would actually just try and run away, like instead of attacking Fisk. It's like, dude, just use the axe to try and get out of there. But no, he doesn't do that instead. And then we're back with Daredevil and Muse. They engage in fisticuffs. Daredevil knocks Muse to the ground. And he then goes over to Angela and like he just sort of stands there for a while, not doing anything, which is really weird. When all he needs to do is like remove like a tube, like she's been injected in her leg, and it's like extracting her blood. All he needs
Yeah.
to do is take that out,
It's
and she's fine.
catastrophic, I would say. Like,
It's not a
unfortunately,
complex
stands there.
apparatus.
but for all the time that he wastes when they treat this as though it's some kind of extremely complicated device that did a... Remember how he receives information. It's not like he ran up to a body and could start looking at it. He's got the information already analyzed in his head, so to
Yeah,
speak,
exactly.
right? Like,
He
there's...
doesn't need to examine it. He would have already gotten.
He knows what it
sense of
is,
what
and
it was.
he knows how to get it out. We see that. It's just for some reason he fucks up so hard that it nearly gets her killed.
Pretty much, because like he does that, and while that's happening, it gives Muse an opportunity to re-engage him, and that just puts her in peril. And then there's a really weird part where like Matt just lets himself get kicked in the face 3 times. He just sort of like slowly walks.
Okay,
You
yeah.
should probably try and show that.
So
He
this
slowly walks towards Muse and gets kicked 3 times in
this
the
is
head.
so obviously a Twitter moment that I hate it because it's cost the story. It always does whenever they fucking make shit for these reasons. Yeah, we're almost there. But he's they clearly like the aspect of Daredevil being basically like so badass he could take every hit ever. But I can't help but look at this in isolation as, first of all, just being like, are you retarded? You need to not risk getting knocked out, and every hit to your head is exact. I almost feel like, do I need to explain why you don't want to get hit in the head? I assume not.
This is flanderized as far as I'm concerned. Like, look, he's so unhinged as Daredevil that he gets hit like 3 times and just lets it happen.
But like, it's made especially worse with
stupid.
every
Why,
second
though?
that passes, a girl could die. He knows
Look
this.
at how much blood is getting.
Well, and
kicked
he
out
knows
of his
she's
mouth.
draining it. He can hear her heartbeat slowing.
Mm-hmm. Look at all that blood as well. Like, shit, man.
That's what I mean. Like, it's
Like-
such an obviously, like, this will go viral.
Yeah, they love that. That's definitely for Twitter, which
It's
is an
not in
annoying way of
character.
making art.
It is only in character for a stupid version that you've put in your head. Again,
Well, it's in character
flanderized.
for people who say that they like Daredevil, but they don't really care that much for the original series. Clearly, because I just don't understand how you would see this as being a worthy successor, like when it's so obviously inferior. But whatever.
He's so
at
badass.
that.
He's just letting him hit him. He's spitting blood. Oh, it's so cool. It's just like, yeah,
Matt
okay.
is a guy. He's a regular guy. Like, he doesn't have like superhuman strength or anything. He's a dude.
And what the fuck
This
is
shit's
taking
gonna
so
hurt.
long? Muse is a guy. Kill him already. Or, well, knock him out. Whatever.
But no, there he goes, and yeah, then he knocks Muse back, and you got to show him do the howl. He does again another thing that's flanderization. Yep, that's the flanderization. Daredevil screams. That's what Daredevil does. He
He's a
screams.
screamer, yeah.
Yeah, again, so just to make clear the argument for flanderization, the most interesting moments this happened. One of the best, I'd say, is the overcoming the group of ninjas fight, right? Where he has to really work his ass off. He gets the advice from Stick, which is really cool because he knows he can hear him. And then when he defeats them, you have like a pause, you understand it, and then he does his like sort of, fuck yeah, I did it. And like an expression of, there's so much about Matt Murdock that you can gain from this sort of thing. This is, well, he screams, doesn't he?
He screams. That's what he does.
That's what he
But,
does.
Like, it's just like he does it in the fight. Because again, the other scream that you would think of is when Matt faces Kingpin in the apartment, and they both scream at the top of their lungs at each other because they hate each other so much.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, it's good. And then of course when he beats him in the fight, and he's about to snap his neck, but then stops and then howls to the heavens. It's like, yeah, that's some good shit, man. Look, I like my Daredevil scream, okay? I really enjoy it. It's very cathartic. But
There needs
this
to be a
is just
reason for it.
they just throw it in. It's just put it in there. Daredevil screams. That's what he does because he's a little unhinged. He's a little bit crazy. It just feels so purposeless though. Like it's for the trailer more so than anything else. They even put this one in the trailer along with the scream that he did in the apartment, like when he fought Powell and the other guy. Yep, he screams. That's what he does.
Screaming away.
And of course, it's just when you add in that like any pause that you have right now just means that Angela's life, you know, she's getting closer and closer to death with every delay. Now is not the time for this kind of thing because it's not something that Daredevil ever did when like someone was in danger. He never like paused to scream. It was just you got to finish the fight and beat them. You know, like when he's fighting the guys in the hallway, he's not screaming. Not like this, anyway. It's just, yeah, whatever. Anyway. And then man, this is pretty funny as well. When Fisk is beating Adam. Now, I thought he was beating him to death.
I thought so
he
too.
is not. Adam is alive. Now, of course, the reason why you think that he is beating him to death is because we've seen Kingpin beat people to death by just punching them over and over and over again. He is ridiculously strong. It's just something he does. Like when you show Fisk pummeling someone and there's lots of blood, I think you just assume that he's killed him. But he is not. But he's beating him and then he screams mine.
I thought you were gonna highlight this move first. There's like, how the fuck is this guy surviving these things? Look at that. He's damaging the building. What the fuck?
You gotta show him screaming mine, though. The Kingpin screams mine.
Well, you have to wait. Because I don't know exactly where it is.
No, not like that. It's pathetic. It's just pathetic. It's what it is. It's so lame.
Both characters beating the ever-loving fuck out of their victims who both survive easily somehow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Escape easily somehow.
Yeah. Muse literally is just like, oh, gee, oh, whoa. You're just like, oh, these problems. Where is the mine pot? Is it before or after he throws him into the ceiling?
I think it's I'm pretty sure it's right before Daredevil starts choking Muse.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you're getting there.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's super quick.
Oh, God. God, I hate it.
Mine.
Mine.
Pathetic.
Vanessa is mine, not yours.
And that is
you
what
are
it
not
is.
allowed.
That's obviously the point. Like, whatever. So
I am upset.
Yeah. So Matt, he starts choking out. He strings Muse up and starts choking him out. But Angela, oh no, she's slipping into death. So he relents to save Angela, and as he's doing it, he recalls that prayer that he was saying earlier. But while he did this, Muse got away. He escaped. And remember, we have not conveyed in any clear terms Muse having any ability to elude Matt's detection, so he should be able to find him.
Absolutely, there's no fucking way Muse could escape.
Like
he's injured too. He'd be panicking.
It's a very annoying thing in shows that I hate, where it's like, oh, they just went away, sort of. They're gone forever.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad in general, but yeah, this is way worse.
Daredevil's perception is way better than the average. He can hear him. He can smell him.
It would take
the louder you'll be. So
I was gonna say Muse could be like 100 meters away, and he still wouldn't have escaped.
No way.
He's presumably bleeding, right? So he must be leaving some kind of DNA evidence trail.
Yeah, you've got that, but you just the panting and the heartbeat. It would be more than enough for Daredevil to find him. So just utter horseshit. But I would like to indulge now because it's an excuse to talk about Mission Impossible Fallout. Okay, you know where I'm going, Fringy. So
yeah.
I was actually speaking to Fringy about this recently, because it's just a scene that whenever I return to it, I like it even more. And you might be thinking, he's talking about the bathroom scene. No, another exceptional scene in Mission Impossible Fallout. You're like, oh, the skydive? Like, no, another exceptional scene in Mission Impossible Fallout. In fact, most of the scenes in Mission Impossible Fallout are very, 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 very good. However, there is a scene where Solomon Lane and Ilsa have an interaction where he manages to defeat her with an ambushing and ties her up onto a chair. And good old Simon Pegg is on his way. He walks into the building, and Solomon's gonna ambush him as well. And yeah, like seriously, give it a rewatch. Anybody who listens to this right now, it's such a good fucking scene. It's only like 2 minutes. Rebecca Ferguson delivers despite being gagged, like an impassioned, pained scream of no while she's strung up. The whole idea being that she knows Solomon's there. So, Benji's going to be attacked, probably killed. There would be no reason to assume otherwise. He doesn't understand what's going on. He starts getting fucked up. Like, the fight he's having with Solomon, he's losing it easily because he's nowhere near as talented. So, as the fight's getting worse and worse and worse, and she's realizing that he's going to die, there's, like, no way around it. If you remember, a lot of characters have to break out of like a chair or whatever, and a lot of the time it's really fucking stupid. This is actually like one of the more unfortunate parts about the near the end of Penguin. He like escapes that chair for no reason at all. He's just able to break out of it. She has to stand up on the legs she's got free, move herself over to a table, and basically jump and land on her back so it breaks the chair on the table, doing probably pretty significant damage to your body. But she's gonna do it because she obviously wants to do anything she can to try and save Benji. And she does escape right when Solomon's tying Benji up to hang him. Like, that's the way he's decided to kill him, because he had access to a rope. And so now he's hanging, it's on a timer, and she starts her fight with Solomon, which is going pretty 50-50, because they both got... I think they're a part of the same sort of organization. I forget exactly the story for Rogue Nation, and... Is that... How many films were they in, the Solomon sort of storyline?
He was in Rogue Nation and Fallout. He was in those two.
Yeah.
He wasn't in Ghost Protocol.
So they're having the big old fight, and this is going from memory because I don't have it up. I think she gets, like, a glass bottle is smashed on the floor, so she grabs it, she attacks him with it pretty successfully, and then she sacrifices it as a weapon in the fight to throw to Simon Pegg, because he's, you know, it'll be useful for him to cut the rope with. And this is after, by the way, that she's kicked a box over to him during the fight so that he has leverage to gain more breath before he dies. And she starts losing her fight to Solomon, and so Benji takes the chance to kick Solomon in their fight to give her a benefit, and he loses his standing on the box. So basically, like, gives up his ability to breathe so that she has a more of a chance of her fight. And then that gives her the benefit to turn the fight over, and she manages to get a grapple on Solomon so that he's strangling. But so is Benji, and she has to watch him strangle to death while trying to knock out Solomon while strangling. And it's this really fucking great tension of desperately trying to hope that Solomon will get knocked out first so that she can save Benji. It's like it's kind of like, in such a small amount, one of the best like designed scenes ever. I'd be curious to see what the storyboarding was like, or if, you know, if it was all just talented people at the moment of making it that they all came up with all of that. But the leverage, the back and forth, the interactions, really satisfying action. The reason I bring all this up is because they're doing the exact same thing here. As you can see from this image, Daredevil is like, oh no, I'm trying to strangle Muse out, but at the same time, I need to get that device out of the girl to save her. There's so much wrong with this. First of all, you're the one that set up the strangling. You didn't need to. You were knocking him the fuck out. And like, he's trying to escape. There's all these different things, and of course he's already hit him in the head like 1,000,000 times. I don't understand why you opted for this form. Meanwhile, like in Fallout, she's doing a grapple because it's one of her like signature moves, and it's going to be the way that she can actually like bring Solomon down. Daredevil is so much better than Muse, and he has a weapon that's dominating him. As Rags brought up, he already did it in this scene. He can toss shit onto a wall, bounce it, and just destroy people in the brain whenever he wants.
He's done it. He's done it a lot in this
He
show.
does it to Muse here, but like, for some reason, Muse just doesn't get taken down by any of these particular moves. So he has to strangle him. It's like, what are you doing? And then, of course, he could have saved this girl at any point in this whole fight and just didn't. And then, of course, I don't think removing the blood-sucking thing is really gonna save her. I think she's dead. Like,
she doesn't have. If she doesn't have the blood, she doesn't have the blood.
That's what I was. Yeah,
you want to stop it getting sucked out, and you want to get that out as fast as possible. But that doesn't mean she's saved because you've taken it out. You mean that from that point on, it's not getting worse, but you might have already crossed the line. You don't know.
And so
you need to call a doctor.
Just such a horrifically awful execution that's trying to get the same payoff, where they work their ass off for it in Fallout, and the whole scene is so satisfying to watch. Well, this one is just infinitely frustrating, and, you know, it's just a shame, because this is the 6th episode now, where it's just awful. They rant over.
Yeah.
Well.
It's, I mean, that's it, though. That's the end. Wow. I mean, it concludes with Fisk meditating and smiling. And Daredevil being like, "Yeah, I'm here. I'm back." And that's it. That's episode 6.
Oh shit, we didn't do the how he gets it resuscitated.
Oh yes, he does the thing where you punch people in the heart instead of doing CPR, and it just revives her, wakes her up.
I thought it was dumb movie logic that had long been moved on from. But yeah, he tries to do regular CPR, doesn't work, so he starts punching her, and then it works.
I feel like a lot of just a lot of movies and TV shows don't exactly understand what the purpose of CPR is. As I understand it, the whole point is that it's to try and like essentially ensure that that blood keeps pumping like until they can be like revived with actual like equipment, like until they can be revived by paramedics. Now I could be wrong about that, but certainly like the whole like, oh, you punch them in the heart and then it's like, oh, now they're back to life. It's like, come on, what are you doing?
If
It's
there
the
was...
maybe he's just punching the blood back into her or something. Maybe that's what he's doing.
Well, that's kind of where I'm confused. If she's fallen unconscious / like her body has just stopped working through lack of blood, how is she saved?
She would still be unconscious. You'd have to get her to a doctor.
You
She
have to
might
get
still
her
be
to
alive,
yeah,
but she doesn't have
exactly.
enough blood to remain conscious.
That's what I'm saying.
So
It's like I think she needs
to get
a hell of a lot
the
more
blood.
help.
Well, yeah, because it takes
You
a
need to
little
make a
while to
withdrawal
recover
from the
blood,
bank.
right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
it can take a while. Yeah,
well, it's
depends on
that,
some factors, but your body has to generate red blood cells and
and also
blood
she's
over
tiny,
time.
so you know the more blood lost is going to be more devastating in her case than for someone bigger. But I mean, how much do you? Because you don't have to lose like as a total quantity of your blood. It's not that much relative to the total amount that you have to lose before you're dead, right?
I thought it was just over
So
half or something. Am I wrong on that?
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know.
let me see. It says here that you can lose. Minor blood loss doesn't pose any lasting effect to health. You can generally lose about 14% of the blood in your body without any major side effects. Though you can feel dizzy or lightheaded. They said losing 50% may be fatal. Before you pass out, say
Well,
blood
it's
loss
just
nears
think about
30,
the
40.
situation. She is passed out from having and needed to have CPR because she had lost too much blood to then just sort of wake up. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's not like
Like,
she's been gone into.
she's
Like
on the
she was
hospital.
underwater or
Like
something.
it's not like I don't know. It's just dumb. It's dumb the whole punching the heart thing. Like I don't.
Yeah, this is
The things still keep doing that. Yeah.
at the level of 40% blood loss, it's often considered the point where exsanguination becomes likely without intervention. So around 40, I guess, is where it's clicked into. You're
I
gonna
don't know how
die
quickly
very
is he gonna
soon.
go to the hospital. He's got to pick her up, run her out of the subway, and then get her to the hospital. I don't
Well,
know,
he
man.
I gotta
does.
get you some blood.
He does. Well, he does. She
I need to
survives it.
blow on the blood
Yeah.
tube to pump it back into
And then she
you or
reveals that he
something.
was here because she's an asshole.
But yeah, that's it. Angela inspired him to become Daredevil when the death of his best friend broke him and prevented him from being Daredevil. Because it's not like Matt ever lost people in his life that he cared about. That never happened. That never happened regularly, frequently. And yet still he felt inspired to still be Daredevil. Never mind. Nope.
The broad assessment I saw people having was like, they've done it. They've brought them back. We've got Kingpin and Daredevil again, as though they were gone for any particular trying to imply that
As
like
if
this
they
show
were
has
gone
done
for
the
any good
work.
reason.
Yeah, when the show
The
took
work
them
that they
away for
made
no reason
themselves
anyway.
do, yeah. Like you had to rebuild them up because you decided to tear them down. Because it's like the only way that you can think of writing stories. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, and of course, like
It's just
they're back. It's like, what do you mean? Kingpin and Daredevil are yelling while fighting. They're back.
that's right. They're back because they're doing that. Yeah, they're doing punching and screaming. It's like good job, guys. So that big fans of the original series, huh?
I can't even get over it. What was Kingpin's big return scene? He's beating the guy who cucked him. What?
It's an epic.
Yeah.
It's epic respect to the character. Absolutely. It's what everybody wanted to see when they said they were bringing this back.
So there you go.
That's it.
Episodes 1 through
Yeah.
6 complete.
Yeah.
Obviously,
It'll
we're
get
having
better though.
a grand old time. The final episode is out Tuesday, and we shall be
Yeah.
covering the final 3 on Saturday. But
Next week. Mm-hmm.
oh
It'll get
boy,
better.
I will
Punisher
say
come back.
after the latest 2, there was only 1 or 2 people left within our sphere who had some hope for this show, and it's tanked completely. Predictably, I'm not going to necessarily say as the show has gone on, it's only gotten worse. I think it's just been awful, the whole thing.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It ain't getting better.
It's not getting better.
No.
So it's flatlining still.
It's
It's
just that when
Someone needs to
something
punch it.
sucks, when it's actually bad, it doesn't get recovered by the idea that there'll be better stuff later on. If it's bad now, it's probably just bad, period. It's probably not going to be the case that there will be some revelation or some bit of information that makes the content you didn't enjoy suddenly become enjoyable. 9 times out of 10, if it's bad now, it's just bad, and it's not going to improve.
We went from the show is good, just a slow burn, to the second half of the show is going to be excellent, to it's the last 3 episodes, to it's the last 2 episodes, to right now, which is the last episode might be good. And as soon as that's out and shit, it's going to be, season 2 will be good.
Yeah, it's because it hasn't even generated, from what I've seen anyway, like a huge amount of anger from people who are kind of let down by how it
No.
played out in the first half. It's just nothingness. People have sort of just
You have to watch it to be angry.
defended it to kind of exhaustion, and then they gave up and didn't watch it, and no one even bothers complaining. It's just, oh, it's on, but I can't be bothered to see it.
There was a
This
time where
sucks,
everyone was
man.
very hopeful about this show.
Mm-hmm. I think mine stopped after Deadpool and Wolverine. That's when I realized, like, nah, it's all fucked. Nothing can survive. Basically, since that came out, and probably Guardians as well. Guardians 3 had an impact. The conclusion is there is actually no reason to hope for anything that comes out.
That's the best quote
Marvel.
ever.
There's no reason to
Yeah.
hope for anything. That'll be
pretty
like
much,
Friggy's
yeah.
tombstone. We'll say there is no
There is no reason
reason
to
to hope
hope for anything.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know, man. Like it's all gonna be crap. Thunderbolts will be crap. Fantastic Four will be crap. Superman will probably suck. And I don't know. Like, do you want me to just pretend that the last several years of like superhero media hasn't happened? Like, come on. If they're good, that'd be nice. But
Hey, Penguin was
why
good.
the fuck would they be? Penguin was good.
Penguin was an anomaly.
That's it. And Penguin is an anomaly in a lot of ways. It's an anomaly in terms of the context that it's couched in. Compared to a lot of, this upcoming stuff where it's like, well, we got shit that we can point back to that hasn't been good, that is a point of reference. Guardians 3 wasn't good, at least the Peacemaker, those episodes weren't good, the Holiday Special wasn't good, Suicide Squad's got a lot of problems, and then of course with Fantastic Four, it's like, dude, like, it's like, a lot of these writers have worked on prior Marvel projects, the director worked on WandaVision, it's like, okay, precedent, like, what do you want me to say? Like, I don't know, like, I'm very frustrated with like the quality of this shit right now. It's really annoying. And then when you couple that with, Minecraft movie's gonna make $1 billion.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say? Like, it's not good. And I don't know, it's just like, yeah, that sucks. And this is a year that's gonna be filled with a lot of sequels, a lot of reboots, a lot of franchise installments that are probably going to be quite successful, even though Daredevil is, not doing so well. A lot of these other projects, they're probably going to pan out and make lots of money, and it means that we're not making any progress towards stories improving meaningfully, like more reliably, rather than like going to the movies going, it's probably going to suck. Oh yeah, it did. Wow. Yeah,
Well,
I don't know. Yeah.
There was this hope that the constant massive like failures would get them to learn that they need to make good movies, but all it seems to have done is for them to learn to be really cheap and to just have references and put in things that you like to see. The Daredevil Wolverine, or sorry, the Deadpool Wolverines and the Minecrafts, just throwing shit that they'll recognize. So
Yeah.
look, it's the actor that you like, and that's it. They have not learned that the solution is to make good characters and good movies.
Sort of taken to its nth degree with the massive reel of chairs they unveiled for Avengers Doomsday. It's just like, this is all of the people that you've seen before. It's just the whole sales prospectus is, hey, a bunch of references will be on screen at the same time. It works really well for us in Deadpool Wolverine, so we'll do it again with an actual narrative movie.
That's actually why I felt, that there is a spreading notion of like things are getting better, and it's like, I think that is going to be a future chapter, but I think we're calling it a little too early, fellas. Like, the Doomsday stuff, it feels like it has to happen after that. That's like the end point of this era, or at least the zenith, or the peak of everything we've learned about the way they make things in this horrendous media era. Doomsday is gonna be the crown jewel of representation for that. It is just grabbing everything and shoving it on screen and being like, please, please watch this. We know you recognize Thing. Please, just watch it.
I've mentioned it before, this idea that like Disney in particular is burning all of their old fuel in order to like just try and generate new stuff to make money. And they are running out very rapidly. They are actually getting to the end of the line in terms of in terms of fuel to burn, to the point where they're making live actions of Moana, and they're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. Like they are actually getting so far caught up that they're running out of stuff. They're just going to be caught up to themselves. They won't have anything to bank on anymore.
Yeah, and it does feel like maybe eventually we'll be forced into a better... the only constant is change, right? Like, eventually we're going to get somewhere. It's going to be different. And the only way to really scale out how this all went down is going to be once we're past it. Looking back right now, we're still here. This is still happening.
We're still in it. The idea that it's, that we're in the part where it's gotten better, like, why it's been pretty bad so far already.
Well, like, I've still got... it almost feels like there's some kind of fucking nefarious storyteller who's like, you've not even done the one yet that's gonna piss you off the most. Buffy has not yet been made. It's gonna be.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, because in a sense, it's like now Daredevil's done. It's like, yeah, all right, that was one of the ones. It was kind of safe. Now it's not. Now it's done, and I guess it can't get worse from here. But it's famous last words. Maybe the next Batman movie will be fucking awful.
And it was sad to watch. Like, we watched the entire process. It's like it was sealed away, the Netflix Daredevil, those 3 seasons. And you know what? I guess it's not going to continue, and that's what it is. That's the story. Oh, well. It's like, rumblings, rumors.
Smile because it happened.
Lots of pushes for fans to get this, that, and the other. Oh, look, and the actors' announcements pushing this. Oh, God, like, the production might be beginning. Oh, God, yeah, they're doing it. Oh, we're having a bit of a bad news here and there. Oh, production photos. And you just watch it all chapter by chapter until we're finally... I say we're here. It's not quite finished. Another episode to come out. But we're pretty much here at the point of, like, yes, they did make a sequel season, and yes, it was horrendously awful and ruined everything. What did you expect? It's like, well, you kind of just hope that some things get spared this fate. But it is absolutely insane if you had a big old fucking room filled with every name of every IP you care about, and just how many you could put a cross through.
It's like the Disney death touch, man.
There was a tweet that said, it was a pretty popular one. It said, like, everyone should have to go through at least one time where a favored franchise of yours comes out with a new thing that ruins everything. It's like a growing experience. I read that, I was like, what human being on this planet could have been interested in a selection of IPs and not one of them had been destroyed? It's like, it's impossible at this point. Obviously, it's about a perception thing, too. Like, you might feel that this isn't destroyed at all. But I'm just saying, like, if you're a fan of any normal amount of stories, of any normal amount of IPs, one of them has been destroyed for sure.
Yep. At this point.
Like, Star Wars knocked out, fucking 80% of the population, probably. Like, there's not many people left already with just that done. And look at that, we got a whole other season eventually, rushing through it.
Yeah.
Karen's gonna be back. They're gonna be doing. It's gonna be better than this. Okay.
Great. I'm sure Karen will be absolutely very well respected as a character. She'll be done well.
Funny if he comes
and of course Foggy will be back too. It's gonna be so Skinwalker, the whole thing.
Have they finished writing all of that yet, or is it going to be like
they're shooting?
They're probably well into shooting it now. Like the amount of stuff that's been seen. There's a screenshot that's already been shared of like a photo got taken with Daredevil and Bullseye working together.
And Bullseye, yeah.
So I don't know what arc we're fucking getting with that shit, but I not excited, not even a little bit.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well.
So, on this very happy note, What's everybody up to before we head out today? Do you want to give any updates as to thingamajiggies being worked on, or?
I'm just working. That's the deal. Working,
Yeah,
working,
working on some
working.
stuff. Hopefully things out soon. Don't want to promise anything, but yeah, hopefully soon.
Yeah, same.
Pretty
Also
busy.
working on stuff, or should be, but this giving me a migraine, so I might just go to bed instead. And work on it tomorrow instead.
And I'm working on stuff too. Looks like the four of us are. I see we've moved into a full era of not wanting to say exactly what they are because of how things end up going. But you know what? You'll get more information in future, I am sure. But all four of us working away on things just for you, chat. Excitement ahead. Except maybe not next week because we'll be talking about the last 3 episodes of Daredevil. So
Yeah.
woo.
I'm ready.
Then Andor will be off. Well, not like immediately after that, but Andor starts the week after.
Yeah, we got
Please,
I hope
The
that's
Last of Us
good.
Season 2, which we'll probably keep an eye on, but I doubt we're doing any coverage for, because that's going to
No,
be
probably not.
a complete disaster if they're even remotely faithful.
Probably gonna be bad.
Andor, however, we shall indeed be covering.
2 episodes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That one's going to hurt if it's bad. It's going to be rough. You got a chance now, universe, to spare us a little here. So, Also, yeah, Ironheart, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Dude, nah, no.
When is that coming out?
I
Soon.
Is
think
that
that's like June. Yeah.
I mean, that
wait.
one's, Echo, it was amazing that we even did Echo coverage. That was almost not going to happen, but Ironheart, oof. I might watch one episode just to see what it is, but other than that, I don't know. Maybe someone will have to force me on a stream or something to go watch it, but
does that make it technically the last installment of Phase 5 if it comes out after Thunderbolts? Because if
I
Fantastic
think
Four is
so.
kicking off Phase 6, yeah, we're going out with a whimper or
wait,
Ironheart. as it's
I
otherwise
didn't even
known.
know that. They're kicking off Phase 6 with Fantastic Four.
Fantastic
think
Four
so,
is
yeah.
Phase 6. Phase 6 right now is
Why-
just Fantastic Four, Doomsday, Spider-Man 4, and Secret Wars.
I
That's
thought
it.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but I thought they end phases with Avengers movies, not begin them.
That
Oh,
is how things used to work when they
wait.
were.
Actually, I've just been reminded as well. Sorry, that got sent a fan art for the Daredevil episode. That was last time though. Didn't get a chance to show it, but now's a good opportunity.
Yes.
There it is.
Oh yeah, this is a really good
It's
one.
really nifty.
Mm.
Yeah, really, really nifty. Thanks for sending this to me. It's
It's
super
That is
cool.
a
gorgeous.
really neato.
There's another
just-
world
yeah.
where Fringy and Daredevil fought crime together. Oh well.
It's not this one.
It's not this one.
It's not been so fun, but yeah, really, really awesome. Makes me feel a little bit better, because
Yeah.
it is pretty miserable talking about this show, I will say.
Yeah, we've been here a few times, It's
One more, and then we're done for a year. At least, if we even do season 2.
as though there won't be
I don't
many
think-
more miseries as the year anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, G20, that was a reprieve. We weren't intending it that way, but that's the best we can hope for now is movies that are just so bad that they make you laugh. Because that's not Daredevil, unfortunately. There's maybe a moment or two that can be so laughably bad, but a lot of it is still just fucking ripping into stuff that mattered. It's like, do you have to?
No, but they did. They decided to ruin everything anyway. They didn't have to, but they did. And they've ruined my day. This helps. This bit of fan art helps, but
Very good. Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's that.
That's it. Yeah. That's
Um,
it. We'll see you next week for more Daredevil.
Yeah,
Wrapping it
everybody.
up.
Goodbye,
The
everybody.
great
Good night.
Daredevil.
Sleep well.
These will be the good ones.
Or
Yeah.
do things. Eat well. Walk around
Yeah.
well. Do whatever you want. Just don't watch Daredevil Born Again.
Don't
Nope.
do it. You have better things to do with your life.
Bye bye.
See you later,
Bye.
everybody. Bye bye.